For some unknown reason, a countdown clock suddenly appeared on the right arm of this guy, ticking down relentlessly. Kan-tron had no clue what would happen when the timer on his arm finally hit 0. Usually, when something strange like this pops up, people can sort it out with their family, but Kan-tron was not that lucky. His mom was divorced, and his dad, a total deadbeat addicted to gambling and women. Before the timer ran out, the first thing Kan-tron did was speed straight to the long-lying neighborhood. He looked up to see the familiar room still lit up, full of noisy cows. He knew right away his dad was hanging with some lowlifes, gambling again, so without hesitation, he whipped out his phone and called the cops. "Hello. Officer, I want to report a gambling ring in room 2001. Building 2. Number 17. Longian neighborhood." The officer on the other end took the info and promised police would be there ASAP. Then the rain started pouring as Kan-tron pedaled home through the storm, but in that soaking rain, he felt strangely at peace, like he would actually done something right for once. After changing clothes, the countdown clock showed only 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. Kan-tron tidied up his things and left behind a farewell letter. The rain kept falling that night. His dad got arrested. His mom happily moved on with a new family. And Kan-tron clutched his backpack tight, silently waiting for death to come get him. Finally, the countdown hit 0, then something utterly surreal happened. Time seemed to freeze, and his body shattered into countless fragments. Kan-tron felt himself falling, along with those shards, into an endless void. Who knows how long later, he jolted awake in a strange room. His gear was gone, but on his right arm, a new countdown clock appeared, this time, 48 hours. Exactly 2 days. Kan-tron checked himself over, no injuries anywhere. It was definitely his body. Fingerprints and birthmarks do not lie, but his clothes. Totally foreign. His first guess, had he somehow time traveled? If so, then the countdown was not to death, it was the timer for jumping to another era. And after that, the countdown would mark the time left to return to Earth. Thinking that, Kan-tron let out a relieved breath without realizing it. Maybe no one in the real world missed him, but he still wanted to come back. Then he started taking in everything around him in this room. It was a tiny room, but built from some seriously high-end materials. Just as Kan-tron wondered where the heck he was that they used such fancy stuff, the big door suddenly slammed open, followed by a loudspeaker announcement, 7 am sharp. Breakfast time. All prisoners, line up and head to the mess hall. Kan-tron froze. It turned out the numbers 010 and 101 on his chest were his prisoner ID. He stepped out of his small room and found the outside world utterly bizarre, like something straight out of a sci-fi movie set in the future. Then Kan-tron bumped into another prisoner. When the guy looked up, Kan-tron caught sight of his terrifying, machine-like eyes that sent Kan-tron's gaze trailing after the man, until a voice snapped him back. "Hey, newbie, do not pig out too much at breakfast, or you will be puking everywhere and looking like a mess." As he spoke, the owner of the voice shoved Kan-tron against the wall with his iron arm. Bullying a rookie in prison? Nothing surprising there, but what really caught Kan-tron's eye was the guy's metal arm. Could this be a machine age where humans have parts swapped out for robotics? "I heard there are 12 newbies today. This is going to be fun." This guy did not have a single robotic part, so probably no outside connections either. The prisoners chatted and moved off with a cocky swagger. Kan-tron did not know what was going on yet, so all he could do was stay quiet. At first, when he heard the words newcomer, he thought they knew he was a time traveler, but after thinking it over, it seemed that was not the case. They probably just meant he was new to the prison. His real identity as a time traveler. None of them had a clue, but what they called fun and games was nothing but a tangled nightmare for him. Just as he thought this, Kan-tron heard shouting from the hallway downstairs. "What the hell is this place? I want to go home. I am not sticking around here a second longer. I am Hondi Tien. My dad's the chairman of Vin Loy Group in Lacthan. You guys better back off." The loudmouth was running wild down the hall, so panicked he tripped and fell flat on his face. Of course, the others just laughed instead of helping. Kan-tron recognized him. He was a junior by a year from Lacthan Foreign Language School. Since Kan-tron was not the only one who got time jumped here, he guessed that if their original locations were close, they would end up close here too. But it was just a hunch, no solid proof yet. Because of Hondi Tien's ruckus, dozens of flying robots dropped down from the ceiling, repeating announcements non-stop. "Please stop moving. Warning again, please stop moving. All prisoners, freeze and await orders." Then they moved in to restrain Hondi Tien. Kan-tron watched the whole scene unfold silently. Meeting someone familiar in a foreign land like this gives you a sense of security, but whether it is real safety depends on the person, because your fellow countrymen might not be your allies. They could just as easily become your burden. "This newbie's kinda interesting. Hey, you are a real piece of work. Ha." The old-timers nearby started mocking Hondi Tien. "I heard he got 7 years for tax evasion. Didn't cry when he got thrown in last night, but now he is bawling his eyes out. In this era, anyone messing with the tax office who is not a punk like you is what?" Laughing, they clapped Kan-tron on the shoulder in a friendly, if rough, way. "Hey, newbie, you ready to tough it out?" Then they turned back to Kan-tron, threatening him with that same rough tone. Kan-tron stayed quiet, but he knew it was about to get a lot harder. Surrounded by these old-timers, He kept his eyes locked on the scene unfolding downstairs. The prisoners on the lower floors had already gone down for breakfast, but Gan Tran noticed one table that everyone was carefully avoiding. At that table sat a middle-aged man, calmly playing a game of Go. Beside him was a stunning white cat with piercing blue eyes, flanked by two tall young men standing guard. In this prison, gossip and chaos echoed nonstop, but around this man, nobody dared to step near. It was like a no-go zone. At first, Gan Tran thought he was just some tough inmate, but then he noticed that, despite the different clothes, the man still wore a prisoner in on his chest with the number 00000001. So out of all the prisoners, this guy was clearly the top dog. Gan Tran instinctively kept watching him until he saw a young white-haired man beside him suddenly stop and shoot him a wicked smile. Just then, a new announcement sounded, ordering all prisoners to line up and head to the cafeteria. Gan Tran joined the crowd moving down to the first floor. While walking, he took a quick mental note of the prison's layout. 7 floors total, 18 drones on the ceiling, 10 surveillance cameras, and 3 armed robots. 3,000 inmates in total including him. Cells hold 12 people each. Gan Tran could gather all this info quickly thanks to his extraordinary memory. Just one glance and it was locked in. Right then, a pitiful shout nearby snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, let me go. I am begging you. Cut me some slack." He looked down to see some old-timers bullying a young prisoner, probably another newbie. "Quickly drag him into the side room. Do not let him get hurt out in the square. Watch out. Those rogue robots will definitely get involved. Relax. I'm not some dumbus like that idiot Duong Kiet." The old prisoners, leaving behind their bullying, whispered among themselves. Gan Tran was watching them closely when a man with eerie red eyes stepped forward and warned him, "Stop looking around like that. Next up might be you." That blunt threat did not scare Gan Tran one bit. Seeing his calm face only made the red-eyed man angrier. But Gan Tran did not even bother with him. He grabbed his food and went to find a seat. Even if he acted clueless, the scheming glances from those prisoners were crystal clear. Gan Tran knew if he did not act fast, he would get beaten up on day one. So when they moved to attack, he bolted. He was not slow by any means. Even while escaping a few pursuers, he kept his food tray steady without spilling a drop. "Quick, before the guards notice. Grab him." They started shouting, but when they saw where Gan Tran was running, no one dared to move. He was heading straight toward the prisoner with the ID number no one. At first, those guys bared their teeth, then started mocking him. "This guy thinks he is smart, but wants to rely on that guy? Yeah. Keep dreaming. Better yet, just wait and see him get knocked out. Why waste words?" Gan Tran sprinted with his tray toward the table no one dared to approach, but before he could reach the man, the white-haired guy beside him stopped him. "Hey, I know what you are thinking, but we are not here to help you. Front path is blocked, and behind you, the old prisoners are ready to tear you apart." They kept mocking Gan Tran for being clueless, but he stayed unnervingly calm. After a deep breath, he spoke up. "Advance the pawn one step. Rook to the right. I can break this defense." Gan Tran was talking about the chessboard in front of the man. The prisoners gasped. It was rare anyone dared look that man in the eye, let alone speak to him, but that great man actually moved a piece on the board. Following Gan Tran's suggestion, he made another move and replied, "Pawn retreats 5 spaces. Your move." The man's response shocked everyone even more, and Gan Tran knew he would nailed it. The position this older man was playing is called the Thief's Crown. Both sides looked evenly matched, but just one move away from the black side's victory. The red side was hanging by a thread. One slip and it would be a total loss. Based on the chess strategy Gan Tran had studied, as red, holding a draw here meant winning this end game. For Gan Tran, holding a draw was not even in his vocabulary. "Pawn 2 forward. Pawn a," he called out. "Bishop 6. Pawn 1 forward." The man answered. "Rook 4 forward." Gan Tran pressed on. "Pawn 1 back 9. They exchanged moves like a fierce battle, and every time the man spoke, the prisoners grew more and more stunned. They said one final time Gan Tran had successfully saved the king, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. The man's face darkened, then he looked up silently, sizing Gan Tran up, thinking, young, but no hesitation when changing the game. Then he spoke aloud. "Interesting. Not many people know how to play chess these days. Tomorrow we continue." The words hit the crowd like a bombshell. The prisoners never thought that man could lose, nor that Gan Tran could even play chess, and they certainly did not expect that man to back Gan Tran's chess challenge for tomorrow, a solid guarantee inside this prison. In this era, people either use chips to access memories or log into virtual worlds with their consciousness. Who even remembers that old-school toy called Chinese chess anymore? That guy who was blocking Gan Tran's path earlier is now patting him on the shoulder like they are best buds, barely hiding his smug grin. Impressive. "Ha, by the way, I am Lam Tutu, and the tall guy there is Deep Fan. Looking forward to tomorrow." Gan Tran watched intently as the three of them walked away. Meanwhile, he was already caught on a surveillance camera right behind him. Just as Gan Tran sensed someone was watching and turned around, another inmate grabbed him tight. The guy looked like a total mess, hair all tangled, tears streaming down his face. "Please, help me out. We are both newbies here. I swear I will listen to you from now on." Gan Tran's cold glare cut through him like ice as he lunged forward, yanking the guy's hair and dragging him back for more bullying. It is not that Gan Tran did not want to help. With the way things are, minding your own business is the only way to survive. Out of 12 new prisoners, 9 have already been dragged off by the old-timers, and among those 12, only Tran and that pale-faced kid from the royal family are from Earth. Looks like not many time travelers ended up here. Even with some allies, Earthlings are just a tiny minority in this whole place. Tran did not know why he ended up as an inmate here, but strangely, he did not feel down at all. In fact, he was kind of looking forward to what comes next. Back on Earth, he felt like dead weight. His dad always brushed him off. His mom had a new family, and his relatives barely checked in. Tran had already spent 2 New Years alone without the countdown device on his wrist. He would probably be relying on his sharp memory to get into a good college far away, forever leaving behind the home he knew. But Tran never really saw what that life was worth. This world, though, was different. It was a fresh start for Tran, even if it meant being an inmate. For him, it was a release, a clean break from the past. It made him start hoping for a completely new life in this world. Just as Tran was lost in these thoughts, a young man suddenly approached him from behind. Finally, the day's here. Ha! Just as gorgeous as they said. He leaned in close, scrutinizing Tran's face, then let out a sigh of admiration. But Tran got freaked out by how close this guy got and immediately stepped back 8 paces. The guy just gave a harmless smile and reached out to grab Tran's hand. He introduced himself as Nigia. Brought in here 3 months ago by Yun. You can just call me Little Lo. Tran eyed Nigia's hand hanging awkwardly in midair, but did not reach out, just a polite nod to keep things civil. He did not even know who Ningum was, but from Nigia's tone, it was clear he knew Tran's identity in this world well. Plus, he used honorifics, which meant Tran's status was higher. In the past hour alone, Nigia had glanced at him 21 times, and that was only the times Tran noticed. The people around Nigia were probably his followers since he got here. According to him, Tran's imprisonment was part of some pre-planned scheme. Though his theory made sense, it was still just speculation. Tran knew talking too much would give him away. So for now, he kept his distance from Nigia. I do not need your help right now. I can handle things myself, he replied coldly, which only seemed to fluster Nigia more. No, I am absolutely dedicated to serving you well. Everyone here is on the same level. No one's better than anyone else. You do not need to use heavy words like serve. Stop. Stop. Just tell me what to do. Treat me like your loyal dog. I will do anything, even if it means licking off your stink or whatever. What if I actually do smell bad? Tran shot back. Then I will just keep licking until the smell's gone for good. Lukwang's answer had Tran nearly losing it. You do not know where this ultra-loyal dude dropped from, but his vibe definitely tells you not to count on this mystery guy. Tran kept trying to chat with him, but Lukwangya just kept babbling non-stop. No breaks. This morning, I was wondering why you did not come straight to me, but turns out you snuck in as a newbie to get close to Lei Thuk Dong. Talk about playing it smart in this entire prison cell 18. If we can get Lei Thuk Dong on our side, our plan will run way smoother. Tran wiped cold sweat from his brow. This Lei Thuk Dong Lukwangya mentioned has to be that older guy playing chess earlier. But what the hell is this plan he keeps yammering about? Tran was dying to ask but could not risk exposing he is some stranger from another world who just got dropped here. Still, you gotta be careful with Lei Thuk Dong. Hanging out with guys like that is like playing with fire. If we slip up, we will be totally screwed. Lukwangya went on and on without stopping. Tran's face was getting worse by the second. What kind of crazy scheme is this guy talking about? All Tran wanted was to keep his little life intact. But then Lukwangya kept going. Sorry, sir. I might be overstepped. So what orders did you bring this time? Tran was caught off guard by the question. His mind raced at full speed, trying to come up with an answer that would not raise suspicion. After a few moments of thought, Tran spoke up. The master is lost. Demons from the south are on the move. Hearing this, Lukwangya looked utterly baffled, question marks practically floating over his head. He had zero clue what Tran just said. Earlier, Lei Thuk Dong was drinking quietly next to Lam Tiu and Diet Fan. The three of them sat in silence for a while, then Lam Tiu broke the ice with the topic. Boss, that young guy does not help the other demons at all. Lei Thuk Dong glanced at him, clearly not surprised by this info. When he plays chess, he is ruthless. He is willing to sacrifice everything just to survive. That goes for everything else. 2. Chess is just chess. Tell me to sacrifice a piece to win. I am all in. Lam Tiu seemed to miss the deeper meaning behind Lei Thuk Dong's words, then went on. Boss, you planning to play chess with him again tomorrow? Of course. If I am not playing him, who else would I play? Some deadbeat like you guys? After that, he turned to Diet Fan and brought up something totally unrelated. Right? The Chan family caught that Quachuthian guy. The interrogation's done. Soon they will transfer him to prison cell 18. When that happens, you two should swap some info. Diet Fan looked at Quachuthian's photo on the tablet and nodded. He said he would cross paths with him before. Not the easiest guy to get along with, but at least they can make a deal. Diet Fan's always careful, so handing this job over to him means Lei Thuk Dong's worries are over. Then he turned back to Lam Tiu, asking what he thought about that young guy who totally lost it this morning in the dining hall. I have been watching him closely, but something feels off. They're talking about Hong Tae-tien. Over the past month, everyone's seen him fall apart and start spouting nonsense, but Lam Tu noticed when they mentioned Lac Than and the Vin Loi group. Hong Tae-tien's tone was solid, like those things really exist. Meanwhile, he would dug into Hong Tae-tien's background and found out he is just a low-level employee outside. Dropped out of high school ages ago. Got caught smuggling fake prosthetics with some gang in prison cell 18. He is also linked to legal prosthetic theft, but no solid proof. So in the end, he went down for tax evasion. Lam Tu's got the full scoop on Hong Tae-tien's past except for two things. Lac Than and the Vin Loi group. Those remain a mystery, besides Hong Tae-tien. Lam Tu also knows Lai Thuk Dong has been keeping an eye on Can Tran. It was just that their chess game had just ended, and he had not had the chance to dig into your identity yet. By sheer coincidence, as Can Tran walked past them, he headed straight to the bookshelf, but in this era, it was not filled with regular books, it was all tablets. Can Tran grabbed a tablet, and seeing that, Lam Tu stepped over to strike up a conversation. First time in this prison? To use a reader, you gotta register an account with your prisoner at first. Once you log in, it shows your recent reading logs, bookmarks, reading habits, and even your preferred font size. The device even has an AI assistant, just call its name, and it will help you find whatever you want to read. Grateful for the thorough tutorial, Can Tran quickly seized the chance to ask more. Where can I catch the latest news? No way! Lam Tu shot back immediately. Your account does not have internet access. Not even I do. Our boss. Yeah, he's got it. Can Tran threw a subtle glance toward Lai Thukiang. Clearly, this guy holds a way higher rank inside this prison than the rest. Thanks. Can Tran responded coolly to Lam Tu, then logged into his account and picked a table to sit down. Just take your time browsing, Lam Tu added with a grin. But as he passed by again and saw Can Tran reading, he immediately perked back up because the speed at which Can Tin swiped was crazier than someone sprinting across a field. After watching for a few seconds, Lam Tu headed back to Lai Thuxiang. Then, whispering into his ear, he tattled that Can Tin was not serious at all, just randomly swiping the screen, probably looking for an excuse to hang around Lai Thuxiang. Surprisingly, the guy did not even react, just told Lam Tu not to meddle and warned him not to underestimate others' survival instincts. If it were you would be even more desperate than him. Learn to put yourself in someone else's shoes. 3 hours later, Lai Thuxiang's group finally got up to leave. Passing by, they still saw Can Tin swiping across that tablet screen like a man possessed. Lai Thuxiang had planned to walk straight by, but seeing his fingers blaze across the screen, he paused and casually asked, "What is on the third row of the previous page?" To everyone's surprise, Can Tin answered instantly. When order breaks down into chaos, sometimes chaos is the only way to restore order and save the law. Even as he answered Lai Thuxiang, his fingers kept flying, eyes glued to the screen. Tu was stunned by this. He had been dead set on thinking Can Tin was not seriously reading, but just putting on a show to cozy up to Lai Thuxiang. Then he figured Can Tin was probably just bluffing. No one could have such an insane memory for real. Duvan, who was used to following Lai Thuxiang, naturally knew what to do next and went over to borrow Can Tin's tablet for verification. After a thorough check, he had to report back to his boss that everything Can Tin said was spot on, not a single word wrong. As his eyes lifted from the tablet, Can Tin unconsciously noticed Lai Thuxiang's white cat, and the man could not help but crack a big smile. This kid's getting more interesting by the minute. Let us. It is mail time. The three of them left first, while Lam Tu glanced back at Can Tin one last time, still not quite believing the guy's insane memory. Truth be told, Can Tin had planned all this. Showing off your skills here is risky, but is the best play you have got, because if you want to survive in this ironclad prison, you gotta prove you are useful to the strongest player around. Judging by what just happened, looks like he really caught Lai Thuxiang's attention during that meal, just as Lai Thuxiang was halfway through his rice. Lam Tu came back. He plopped down, crossed his legs, and perched confidently on the chair across from him, looking totally chill. Seeing that look, Lai Thuxiang immediately guessed he would picked up something about Can Tin. This is a total jackpot. That chess prodigy out there. Spotless reputation. No bizarre side hustles to sniff out at all. But that just makes it all the more intriguing for me. Lam Sao burst out laughing, then dove into the juicy details he just uncovered. According to his research, Can Tran in this world is just a high schooler from City 18, both parents gone thanks to some reckless driver. He inherited a decent fortune, no criminal record, and no living relatives. His file says he got nailed for stealing a liquid crystal phone, which landed him a heavy sentence and a spot in this prison. But here's the kicker: everyone in the prison, including Officer Light, knows that cell block 18 is reserved for serious felons. Usually, these are hardened criminals with stacked offenses or caught by tax authorities before landing here. A petty phone thief like Can Tran, he does not belong in this hellhole. Plus, he's only been locked up for 6 months. That might just be the shortest stretch anyone's done in cell block 18's history. Something smelled fishy, so Lam Xiao reached out to some contacts outside for the scoop. Can Tran's case is still a hot topic out there, with people debating non-stop. Word is, he claimed he bought the liquid crystal phone normally, paid in full, But somehow the money never hit the seller's account. Then the surveillance cameras conveniently malfunctioned, no proof to clear his name, so if the phone seller flips and testifies for him, or if footage shows he did pay, Cantran walks out immediately. Classic tricks like this. Most inmates who get themselves locked up to settle scores pull these stunts. The kicker, he even shares the surname Gan. At this point, Lam Xiaoxiao's tone turned deadly serious. You gotta understand, in this era, the Gan name is something special. There are 5 mega corporations here basically controlling every economic artery. One of them bears the Khan name, and it is a rare surname too. If you run into someone named Gan, you immediately wonder if they are connected to the Khan conglomerate. Plus, Officer Lai and the crew know that the Khan group already planted a guy named Lo Kuang Yingia inside the prison, easy intel to get. Back then, Lam Xiaoxiao could not figure out why the Khan group sent a small-time thug into jail. What game were they playing? But later, Lo Kuang Yingia started making moves inside, pulling strings here and there. He used his fancy gadgets to crush the old guard's forces within the prison. In just 1 month, he would recruited tons of followers and set up a power struggle against 2 other factions inside. Lam Xiaoxiao was baffled. Did Kanja send Lo Kuang Yingia into Unify Cell Block 18 under their banner? Gan obviously knew the boss was here, so if they really wanted Lo Kuang Yingia as the prison's top dog, they were overthinking it. Yeep, Yiban chimed in. Exactly. I always thought they would lost their minds, sending a lackey into Cell Block 18 for work. Only today did I realize Lo Kuang Yingia was just a pawn paving the way for that Can brat. Whatever his plans, the brat's the real wild card, and Lo Kuang Yingia is just his errand boy. Lam Xiaoxiao summed it up. Still, he could not figure out the Can brat's true purpose inside Cell Block 18, or if he was even a direct heir of the Khan Empire. Officer Lai had been quietly listening all along. Now he finally set down his bowl of soup and spoke up. The Khan Empire might have to start grooming their next generation's shadow. His calm words hit like a bomb, making both Yiban and Lam Xiaoxiao freeze in place. The shadow of the next generation? Yeah. A massive financial empire like that needs both a flashy public face and a shadowy inner layer. Officer Lai explained, the head of the Kang family is just the face the world sees, but the shadow he mentioned, that is the hidden layer underneath. That shadow handles all the dirty work, wields massive power, and rules the Kang clan's underground empire. No one can control him openly, but getting chosen as the shadow for each Kang generation is brutal. Like raising a venomous serpent. Looks like the Kangs are stirring up trouble again. No peace for anyone. Uncle Lai's words made sense, but Lin Xiaoxiao was still puzzled. Dude, even if this Kang guy really is a candidate for the shadow, why would they pick someone with such a squeaky clean background? If that is the case, he's got zero ties to the Kang clan. Unless this Kang guy's world hides an even bigger secret. Hearing you say that, I am starting to think he has got a double life or something. Now I'm way more curious about this kid. Go test his vibe. Lin Xiao, you can pick him. But remember, he's still Kang clan's man. Don't get too cocky. Lin Xiao, I'm only telling you to check him out, not ordering you to do anything crazy. Plus, would not it be way more interesting to snatch someone right from Kang's grip? But I feel like he is not on our level. Lin Xiaoxiao kept insisting. Every group needs its types. Uncle Lai's calm and steady, the mountain guardian, the sharp-eyed scout, the battle-hardened fighter, the alert informant, and the loyal watchdog, each with their own role. Just as Uncle Lee finished, a pitiful shout echoed from the mess hall far away. A newbie prisoner got called out for not standing in his assigned spot. Based on the cell floor, only stood once this morning. How could I remember that? The guy's fresh meat. Like the newbie could stand up to the old-timers, the veterans were right there, totally used to this routine. Of course, they were not about to help the newbie. In fact, they got hyped every time someone flubbed their spot and got called out. Then they glanced over at Kang Chen, muttering, after the chaos this morning, he still holds his spot. Is he even human? Kang Chen heard the whispers were about him, but did not care, just kept lining up. But before his turn to get food, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly showed up, grabbed Kang Chen by the shoulder, and pulled him away. You do not have to line up with those guys anymore. You are the one who plays chess with the boss. Why bother lining up? He acted like that, and the prison guards did not even blink. Though Kang Chen looked calm on the outside, inside he was silently freaking out. What kind of status do these 3 guys have to be untouchable even inside this prison? Lin Xiaoxiao dragged Kang Chen straight to the front of the line, then tapped the guy serving food on the shoulder. The guy turned with a scowl, but when he saw it was Lin Xiao, he quickly backed off and obediently made room. Forget playing chess with Uncle Lei. Now you can even eat with him. Don't be surprised, playing chess with the boss means you get some serious perks. Lin Xiao explained, then urged Kang Chen to eat fast. Though food in cell block 18 was hardly gourmet, Uncle Lei sat opposite them, silent the entire time, so Kang Chen ate quietly to finish his meal. At 8:40 p.m., he returned to his cell for the night shift. Honestly, he was still a bit confused. Earlier that day, Uncle Lee just casually played chess with him, so why did his attitude suddenly shift like that? Even with Viman showing up in his library, getting to eat with the boss was a huge deal. Kang Chen suspected this had something to do with his identity in this world, but what that identity actually was, he had no clue. After 8, Kang Chen lay down on his bunk. The steady drip of water in the washroom soon lulled him to sleep, but the sleep did not last long. Kang Chen jolted awake in the middle of the night. That is when he realized he was trapped in a strange room. everything around him dripping with pure evil. The flickering firelight from the broken lantern barely revealed a glimpse of the room. The floor was a chaotic mess, scattered books, torn clothes, shattered picture frames, all thrown into a pitiful jumble. Not far off, a teddy bear was pinned to the floor with a blood-stained knife. Just looking at it sent chills crawling down Cantran's spine. On the bear was a message scrawled in blood. He knew his body was supposed to be locked up in the prison cell right now. So what the hell was this room? A nightmare? Cantran stood up, slowly scanning the room with sharp eyes. Then suddenly, a knock at the door. Who is there? He asked wearily. The voice outside claimed to be police officer number 27,149. So you called the cops? Ha, please open the door. Cantran recognized the voice but could not place the face behind it. This was seriously weird. He never forgot a single thing before, thanks to his photographic memory. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to open the door. The man's face was partly hidden under his police cap, making it hard to see clearly, but the features looked oddly familiar. Thunder cracked outside, making the room feel even darker and more sinister. The cop patted him on the shoulder a few times and said, "Suspect, stay put where you are and lock the door." Then he strode up the blood-splattered stairs. Cantran obediently locked the door as instructed. But then, more knocking echoed from outside again. "Someone?" Cantran asked, his voice tighter now. "Police? Badge number 27,149. You called the cops, right? Please open the door." Sweat started beading on Cantran's forehead in shock. "Police badge number 27,149. Wasn't he that the same guy who just went upstairs? So who is outside the door now? Who is the real cop?" Seemingly reading Cantran's thoughts, the voice outside came again, this time darker, more twisted, and even more menacing, cranking up the tension. "Guess who is real? The one inside, or the one outside? Or maybe none of it is real at all. What would you pick?" Cantran fell silent, his mind stretched tight like a violin string. Then he made a bold move, lunging toward the teddy bear, desperate to grab the knife and defend himself. But just as his hand reached out, something pushed back against him. Some force did not want Cantran touching that knife. It wanted to trap him here forever. As that thought hit him, the eerie voice outside slammed into his ears again. "Why are you blocking me? Why won't you open the door for the cops?" Cantran looked at his arm. The countdown timer was still ticking, his heart and blood still pumping. People like him, trapped in their own hell, have no way out. So Cantran shouted, "Get lost," to drown out the relentless voice, then pushed past the invisible barrier and finally grabbed the knife. "Open the door. I will handle this and then let you in." Once Cantran seized the knife, all the obstacles vanished and suddenly, he remembered everything. The voice belonged to Lamtutu, and right now, Cantran was caught in a nightmare trap created by him. Lamtutu was just a shock. He had been hired by Thukdong to spy on Cantran, so he concocted this hellish illusion to test Cantran's resistance and courage. But Cantran stayed way calmer than Lamtutu expected. Not only was not he scared, but he also fought back fiercely while staring danger in the face. This made Lamtutu doubt that his opponent was just a 17-year-old kid. He was even more baffled when Cantran managed to grab the knife, despite his own attempts to stop him. This is a dream trap he created, so the rules should clearly be his to control. Yet, Cantran somehow managed to break free from this grip. "Lamtu, come down here," Cantran said coldly. Only then did Lamtutu step down the ladder, scratching his head and grumbling, "This is weird as hell. You are trapped in a dream trap, yet you stay so clear-headed. Man, your boss' eyesight is sharp. There is no doubt you are something special. Why are you doing this? I do not think I ever insulted you. Did I?" Cantran asked coldly. Lamtutu sighed, explaining that he was just following Thukdong's orders to figure out who Cantran really is, which shows how much that guy values him. "But now, the dream trap does not work on you anymore. Is this your special ability?" Cantran probed further. "Exactly. It is like your ability to remember everything you see. I have my own powers too, nothing to hide here. Cantran, if you manage to survive in this world where both mechanical science and mysticism exist, then the Thukdong crew's high status in this sect must come from some serious special power." Cantran shot back. "Are you working for the Khan Corporation? You gave me special treatment because you suspected my identity." Cantran hesitated, then countered with another question because honestly, he did not know Lamtutu's answer. "Then why do not those prison bots keep an eye on you guys? Obviously, our boss is pretty exceptional. Donna changed the subject. Spill your identity." Lamtutu also said he found camera footage last night showing Cantran talking with Lo Kuang-gia. Lo Kuang-gia's identity is as clear as day. Yet he is in such a rush to buddy up with Cantran. "So Lamtutu is dead sure you are part of the Khan Corporation." Cantran heard this and thought it made sense, probably the truth. He sat down on a hard wooden chair and flipped the question back. "If you are so sure I am with Khan, then why help me at all?" By now, Cantran had basically got the upper hand. If Thukdong knows who you are and still wants to deal with you, it means he needs you, so no need to stress. Sure enough, after that question, Lamtutu revealed a bit of the truth. "Our organization does not care about where you come from if you share our vision. You can join. Of course, you have to qualify first." He added, "So you are trying to recruit me? What is your role in this group? I never said you qualified yet. Honestly, I do not think we are on the same path. The boss says a group needs all kinds of people, and everyone has their own strengths. Lam Tiu Tiu stood up, moving closer to Can Tran, his voice loaded with menace. Then suddenly, he closed in, trying to intimidate Can Tran into spilling his secrets. Gan Corporation brought Lo Kuang-gia in with such fanfare, then let you in too. What the hell are you all after? What exactly are you looking for? You had better ask Lo Kuang-gia that, Can Tran calmly replied. But honestly, you do not know crap. Today, watching Lam Tiu Tiu's reaction, Can Tran seriously wondered if he should go ask Lo Kuang-gia for the full story. Lam Tiu Tiu's laid back, half-lidded stare was infuriating as hell. Seeing no way to squeeze more info out of him, Can Tran reached out and touched Lam Tiu Tiu's arm. It was a light touch, but enough to make him collapse. Before losing consciousness, he heard Lam Tiu Tiu say, "Don't you want to talk? Doesn't he matter? Sooner or later, I will find out. You do not have to say anything if you do not want to. Sooner or later, I will figure it out anyway. For now, get some rest. You have got a chess match with the boss first thing in the morning." Can Tran woke up once again, the sound of water and wind reminding him he was back in his cell. The countdown clock on his wrist showed 8:59. 20 p.m. less than a day left before the reverse night ended. The next morning, before breakfast, Lam Tiu Tiu reported yesterday's happenings to Uncle L with an incredibly vivid expression. "Boss, yesterday I tested the desperate demon trap on him. Guess what? He went straight for a fight with someone, and the murderous intent was way too intense. I told you not to overdo it. Normal people caught in the desperate demon trap tend to collapse easily. It is like a death sentence. Chill. I am not exaggerating. Besides, you do not know this kid. He actually broke free from the dream suppression." Lam Tiu Tiu said this, and Uncle I's expression grew even more serious, because he knew well that ordinary people can't escape dream suppression. Those who do are truly special, probably because of an iron will. Meanwhile, Lam Tiu, who had been defeated by Can Tran last night, looked deeply troubled. He kept urging his boss to reconsider. Can Tran's murderous aura was just way too heavy. Teaming up with him was not a good idea. After hearing this, Uncle I put down his chess piece, his face darkening. "For this mission, we have already lost so many comrades. Even the three of us are trapped here. To you, you have to understand we can't afford to treat the darkness harshly. We have to use fire." Soon after, Can Tran, who barely slept well last night, woke up, but surprisingly, this morning he heard a familiar melody echoing through the prison, a farewell tune. Can Tran was stunned. How did this song end up here? Could this place be Earth's future? After changing his headgear, Can Tran went out to morning roll call. Today felt brighter than yesterday. All the old prisoners actively avoided him out of fear. Of course, no crazy guy dared to bully Can Tran anymore. Approaching Lam Tiu Tiu, he saw the dark circles under Can Tran's eyes but still tried to act chipper. "Morning. Didn't you sleep well?" Can Tran was so pissed steam was practically coming out of his ears. "Aren't you the one who knows best if I slept or not? That dream trap locked me up for 2 hours, and even after waking, I could not get any decent sleep." Seeing Can Tran so furious, Lam Tiu Tiu could not help but laugh nonstop. Usually, after escaping the dream trap, a normal person's energy is drained, and their spirit crushed, but you are special. Not only did you break free from my trap, you are standing here today. Well done. As Uncle I spoke, Lam Tiu Tiu promptly gave up his seat for Can Tran. Can Tran sat down opposite him and boldly asked how to become someone with abilities like Lam Tiu Tiu's. Uncle I chuckled, a rare sight for Can Tran. "You are straightforward, but you can't walk his path. However, you are perfect for mine." The moment he said that, Lam Tiu Tiu and Diet Van's faces turned pale, and even Can Tran was shocked. Can Tran knew Uncle I was not ordinary, but he had no clue how much influence he really held over this world, and if he asked directly, he would blow his cover as a time traveler. So Can Tran chose a safer question. "How does one follow your path?" "Don't get me wrong," Uncle I quickly replied. "Diet Van and Lam Tiu Tiu met me too late. They were already fated, so they could not walk my path. As for you, I admire you now, but you are not quite there yet." Can Tran nodded, signaling he understood, then looked down at the chessboard and asked if Uncle I wanted to play today, but he shook his head. Uncle I said the most important game is against a worthy rival. Winning when your opponent's spirit is low is not fun at all. Meanwhile, Can Tran's dark circles proved his spirit was far from stable. "I think you should take a day to rest," Uncle I said. The other prisoners agreed, assuming Can Tran had fallen out of favor, and eagerly awaited the drama. But Can Tran had zero plans to waste the whole day in his useless cell. He wanted to break this deadlock, so you immediately made some daring moves. Your final move left Lei Shudong deep in thought for quite a while. He realized Can Tran used the red chariot to lure his black general into a trap, combined with the pawn's fourth advance, creating a deadly checkmate. This was a brilliant strategy that most would not even think of. "I thought you were off your game, that even if I won it was just dumb luck, but turns out I was way off." Lei Shudong laughed heartily, then accepted defeat once again. The prisoners circled around them, gaining yet another fan after seeing Can Tran beat Lei Shudong 2 days in a row. Even Lo Kuang-gia was pumped up, showing off a bit more excitement than usual. Doesn't he matter what he wins? Just beating Lei Shudong once is a lifetime achievement right there. So suddenly, he blurted out he wanted to learn Chinese chess too. Of course, Lo Kuang-gia's crew just thought he was joking around. Can Tran was about to leave, But then he remembered something from the morning and stopped. Can I ask you something? Consider it a prize for my recent win. Sure. Cantran immediately asked about the song Lei Shudong just played. His question caught both Diet Van and Lam Tu off guard. They were expecting some deep, profound question. But it was just about that tune. Yeah, that is me. What is up? First time hearing it, those tunes were written by the founder of our organization, including the lyrics. Cantran listened and pieced together that the founder of Lei Shudong's group must be from Earth, and probably someone who shamelessly stole other songs and claimed them as his own. And since Lei Shudong's organization has been around for ages, who knows when that elder time traveled here? Yeah, it is great. Could you give me a complete copy? Cantran asked again. Maybe, but the lyrics are not fully intact. It has been so long. Some parts just faded away. Then Lei Shudong played a full version of Farewell Song for Cantran. Only the last line about parting was different from the original Earth version. Lei Shudong said that line was added by later generations. Originally, it was not like that, so overall, it still felt like something was missing. Cantran commented, then how about changing that line to Chijiao Ban Lin Lack? That is actually the original Earth lyric. Cantran just read it out loud. Maybe when that elder brought it here, years of time caused some loss, but as soon as Lei Shudong heard it, his expression lit up like he had been awakened. Then he broke into a big smile. Thanks. That line is perfect. It is like how the original was meant to be. I heard the founder was a beast at songwriting. Every piece is a classic handed down through generations. But sadly, most got lost in the previous era. Now only two remain. What is the other song called? Cantran asked again. Lei Shudong replied. Only the title remains for that one. The elders flipped through relics but could not find the lyrics. Cantran was left speechless, gaining yet another stunned fan. No wonder this founder really is a time traveler. So the canon Lei Shudong mentioned must be Johan Pachibo's indie canon if Cantran gifted those lyrics to Lei Shudong. Given his reverence for that elder, could that open a transcendent path for him? Cantran hesitated, then decided to think it over carefully. After dinner, he headed to the reading area. Lo Kuang-yuge also came but sat far away, acting like a stranger. Cantran could not take it and finally spoke up. No need to be so careful. Uncle Law already knows the relationship between me and him. Plus he does not really care anymore. Right now, I need a rest. You go do your thing. Do not bother me. Cantran finished speaking just as Loi Kuang-nana approached, firing on all cylinders. Hey, I am just gonna say a few words. Won't bother you? Boss, I've been thinking for a while now. Still do not know what to call you. So boss it is for now. Guess you have already heard Cantran mention me. Ever since I was a kid, life's been rough. I had one of my kidneys sold off by my dad for cash, then replaced with some other organ. After that, Lo Kuang-yuge started whining with a ridiculously long speech like 2,000 words or something. Yeah, a full-on essay. He spoke without even pausing for breath, yet claimed he would only say a few words. Cantran felt dizzy just listening to him. All right. Enough. What exactly are you trying to say? Cantran cut him off. Then he saw Lo Kuang-nung put on this super urgent face, begging him to teach him chess strategy. Cantran was curious why did he want to learn chess tactics. Didn't expect this clueless guy to answer so quickly. Because, boss, even someone like Uncle Lull is no match for you. Does not that make it cool enough? Cantran laughed, then took this chance to ask more. Winning just 1 or 2 chess games is a big deal. Of course, I can beat him otherwise, so if I win, that is a huge flex. I did not expect you to come here and actually get along with Uncle Elo. Even live in harmony like this, with his status in prison. No. 18. He probably knows where the stuff we need is. Plus, if you inherit from him, you are definitely winning the race for the Shadow S spot. Lo Kuang-nung an info goldmine, just one question and he is spilling all this dirt. Cantran instantly pieced together a few things. First, Uncle Lo is a beast in combat. You can beat him. Second, you came here looking for something. Third, you are competing for a position called the Shadow in your faction, thinking he might dig up more info later. Cantran decided to teach Lo Kuang-nung how to play chess, but just as Cantran was starting to understand this world a bit, the countdown clock was about to hit 0. That night, Cantran used the sharp edge of a chessboard to carve some words into the prison floor, then clawed his left arm with his right hand to make a big wound. Then he slammed the chessboard down on the bed frame and sat silently, waiting. These past 2 days felt like a dream, making a few friends and learning a bit about this strange world. Cantran was not sure if he would ever come back here again, so he decided to just let fate take its course. When the countdown hit 0, just like before, space seemed to freeze then shattered once again. Cantran found himself back in his cramped cell, in the exact same position as when he left. Still clutching the chess piece, a new countdown timer appeared on his wrist, another 48 hours, and on his left arm was still the fresh wound he would caused himself earlier. All of this proved that what happened over the past 2 days was not just some dream. The first thing Cantran did was grab his phone and surprisingly, it still showed the exact date he had traveled through time. He had been in that other world for 2 whole days, but on Earth only a single second had passed. Maybe when he goes back again, only another second will have ticked by there too. That must be the rule for time travelers like him. Cantran thought that was actually a blessing. No need to explain to everyone why he keeps disappearing. Just then, Cantran got a call from the Vongdan police station. His dad had been detained for running an illegal gambling ring, and they wanted him to come down. According to the law, his dad had to be held and fined, and as his guardian, Gantran needed to handle the paperwork. Sorry, I'm not coming. You guys go ahead and do whatever you want with him. Under the law, he could be held for 10 to 15 days and fined between 500 to 3,000 yuan. That is the range. Just hit him with the maximum penalty. Thanks, Gantran replied coldly. Then added, I am not his son, I am just the person who reported him. Just a good citizen doing my duty. After that, he hung up without a single word more. Gantran set the phone down, collapsed onto his bed, and let out a long sigh. No messages from his mom. That made Gantran feel even more isolated and desperate to get back to that other world. The next morning, the first thing he did was copy down the lyrics of a song. If he handed this over to Lei Thuk Dong, he would have to explain its origins, which might be way too risky. So Gantran decided he needed to figure out if this guy was even worth dealing with before giving it to him. Then, like any normal day, Gantran went to class and ran straight into Nam Kanthan, who immediately asked, Did you hear anything from Du during class yesterday? It was a simple question, but for some reason Nam Kanthan suddenly jumped, looking super panicked. Ha! What are you talking about? He stammered nervously. Nothing. I just thought you looked tense. Tense. No way, said Nam Kanthan, but his expression totally gave him away. Seeing Nam Kanthan did not want to say more, Gantran did not push, just sat down and focused on flipping through his book. Nam Kanthan sat down beside him, and after a long silence, he finally could not hold it in and asked, Gantran, if you encountered something really bizarre, what would you do? Bizarre? Like what exactly? Gantran asked calmly. Though inside, he was a bit shaken. Could Nam Kanthan be a time traveler too? I do not really know. It is just strange, he replied vaguely. Then call the cops, Gantran suggested, and Nam Kanthan's face lit up instantly. Yeah, call the cops. Why did not I think of that? Hey, does your family have someone working at the police station? Yeah. My dad just got arrested yesterday for running a gambling ring, Gantran answered flatly, leaving Nam Kanthan speechless. He did not say anything else, and Gantran fell silent too. Gantran kept thinking, could this weird situation Nam Kanthan mentioned actually be time travel? While lost in thought, Gantran overheard a classmate saying that American basketball superstar Taylor had just held an interview. The rumor was he would time travel to a world run entirely by robots. Hearing this, Gantran could no longer keep his cool. Who would be thought even abroad? People were time travelers with time-rewinding watches. Nam Kanthan instantly pulled out his phone to watch the live press conference. In the video, Taylor had a robotic arm that let him sink basketball shots from crazy distances with perfect accuracy. Taylor explained that last night, he suddenly noticed a countdown timer ticking on his wrist. When the countdown hit 0, he was transported into a bizarre world ruled by robot civilization. That place was Earth 2, with sun and moon. But it seemed like a parallel universe because their technology was light years ahead of our current world. When Taylor crossed over, he already had that mechanical arm, like he would taken someone else's identity in that world, becoming a completely new person. He did not know why, but the power of that robotic arm blew his mind. Plus, it was insanely agile and precise, letting him score 10 shots in a row, even 100. And when he came back to reality, he brought the arm with him. He said the press conference was not about bragging. The other world was not some paradise, it was downright dangerous. Taylor's real reason for the press conference? To warn people he might be kidnapped and experimented on. Basically, he refused to be a lab rat. If I disappear someday, please understand I have been cornered. Gantran noticed his own hands tremble. Taylor was a public figure, so having a robotic limb was impossible to hide. Even if he retired, he also knew the tech in that other world was far beyond Earth's, which is why he feared being taken away for experiments. That is why he came up with this urgent plan, but Gantran was not convinced it was a smart move. He guessed Taylor was just scared out of his mind and rushed into this decision. He had no clue where exactly Taylor went, only that he brought back that robot arm from the other world. Meanwhile, when he left, Gantran clenched his fist tight, and on return, he held onto his chair like he could not take anything with him or bring anything back. Looks like the only way to smuggle stuff from that world is to modify your body or hide it on yourself. That very day, Hotshot did not just feature Taylor's press conference, but tons of articles about people claiming they would crossed into another world. That place had not only robot civilization but superhumans who surpassed ordinary folks and even awakened special powers. Nam was reading so intensely, he was practically dumbfounded. He kept scrolling through the news, muttering to himself, superhumans and robot civilizations, does that mean if you cross over, you could become a superhuman too? Meanwhile, some classmates were buzzing with gossip. They noticed there were quite a few people claiming to have crossed over and started wondering if anyone in their school had done the same. Gantran took the chance to ask Nam Kanthan, so this weird stuff you mentioned earlier, this is what you meant? Nam Kanthan shook his head and replied, I can tell you yet, but do not worry if I get a chance. I won't forget my brother like you. Once we are rich, do not forget each other. Gantran almost had his answer. This idiot was scared stiff a moment ago. Now he is acting like the king of the world. Well, if it makes him happy. Whatever, sometimes it is better to be a little clueless and just enjoy life, Nam Kanthan said, then dove back into the headline. After a while, he looked over at Gantran. Curious, say this, if I could cross over, Could I bring back some high-tech stuff and sell it for cash? No idea. Maybe not. I saw some of them even brought back armored arms and stuff. Don't worry. Once I am rich, I will definitely take you out to eat. Seeing Namcan so carefree, Trun, his desk mate, spoke up with a warning. There are already quite a few people who crossed over and they are all in danger. That is why Trun told Namcan to be careful and not just focus on getting rich. Namcan was silent for a few seconds. Trun thought maybe he would finally started thinking straight. Who would have guessed that his deep thought was just him figuring out where to take Chan out to eat once he has the cash. Typical Vietnamese stubbornness, he realized his words had no effect. So he just gave up talking. There are a few classmates curious about the rules of time travel. They have never tried it. So naturally, they have no clue what the other world's all about. That is why everyone's dying to get a shot at time traveling at least once. As for Chan, after binge watching tons of posts and videos from others who time traveled, he boiled it down to 2 key points. First, the last countdown timer was 6 hours, but the timer to return to Earth is 48 hours. That means the time spent in the robot world and the time it takes to return to Earth are the same. These folks are the first wave of time travelers. Then some people claimed they would never time traveled, but suddenly today a countdown timer appeared for them too. That had to be the second wave of time travelers, and the kicker is they are all young people, roughly ages 10 to 35. Just as this rumor blew up, imposters started popping up online, pretending to be time travelers to grab some clicks. Namcan then even saw some video of a dude with a totally fake robot arm. Cringe alert. Chan figures Namcan then is not from the first wave, but the group that sees the countdown timer without even touching anything. Otherwise, he would not have been so freaked out at Taylor's press conference. So that strange thing Namcan then mentioned earlier, it is the countdown timer appearing on his wrist. After some serious thinking, Chan came up with 2 possibilities. Either the number of time travelers fluctuates. If someone dies in the other world, someone new time travels to take their place. Or the number of time travelers is constantly growing and will keep growing from here on out. If someone from our school time traveled, that'd be awesome. Then we could finally get some insider info on that other world. After watching a bunch of videos, Namcan then started to reflect aloud. That got Chan thinking about something. The son of the Vin Loy Corporation's chairman, Hony Teen, he is a 10th grader here and has time traveled too. With that in mind, Chan immediately got up to find Hony Teen. In the hallway, all the students were buzzing about the same topic. He felt life was seriously wild. Not long ago, Chan was just like them, a regular student grinding hard to get into a top school. But after everything that happened, the path he is on now is anything but ordinary. Chan found a 10th grader and asked if Hony Teen was around today. He even made up an excuse that he came to return something. The other kid just shook his head. This was totally expected. After all, Hony Teen got slammed by his family the day he time traveled. Taking a huge mental hit, it would not be surprising if he would lost it. Then Chan asked for his address, but the kid only knew he lived in Central Ho Vian. Anganan. No exact details. Chan thanked him and headed back to class. He could not focus on class at all that day, and neither could his classmates. Math teacher Dian Hailong knew the whole class was distracted, so he gave up trying, ending the lesson early. As Dian Hailong stepped out, Namcan then shoved his phone in front of Chan and said, "Tiu just dropped some new game power. Who is it, Tiu?" Chan asked. Namcan then looked at him like he was clueless, then explained Tiu is a top-tier player in the game. A few hours ago, he was streaming new game power moves, but no one had heard of the game before yet. Tiu was dead serious about it. Then the time travel news blew up, and now people are realizing Tiu's game power-ups might be linked to that other world. Hearing this, Chan grabbed the phone to check it out himself. At the start of the tutorial video is a note from Tiu saying, "This game's kinda unique, so I can't record actual gameplay." Then, Tiu spilled the tea that the world they live in is the outside world, and the game world is called the inside world. He himself just entered the inside world, so his info is still kind of limited, but Chan suspects that he is actually another time traveler too. Still, he seriously kept watching the video. In the video, Tiu lays out info about 3 career paths. First, upgrade yourself with high-tech by hitting up armor hospitals to buy expensive mechanical parts. He's not tried this route yet since he has not found a money-maker doctor. In that world, the fastest way to get cash is selling organs, but they do not recommend anyone try that. The second path is joining the Forbidden Arbitration Guild, which can trigger legendary transformations, turning you into a new kind of human. But Tiu still has not found the embassy of that secretive organization. It is shrouded in mystery. Lastly, the career path lies in prison No. 18, where a guy named Lithixing holds the key to the most powerful career path. Chan was totally speechless. Tiu really turned this whole time travel thing into a real-life game. Ha! Even Lithixing got turned into an NPC in that game by him. So next time Chan time travels there, are there going to be any idiots following this power guide rushing to prison No. 18 to find that guy? But from Tiu's video, Chan confirmed that Lithixing is super famous over there. Tiu knew about him within just 48 hours of arriving. Long story short, buying armor parts needs cash, the Forbidden Arbitration Guild is a mystery, and prison No. 18 is a needle in a haystack. How the heck do you even get in? Namcanthan sighed deeply beside him. The whole time travel fiasco had been stirring up chaos at school for a good while, until a new piece of news dropped that afternoon. Like a dark cloud smothering everyone's excitement, a young male student confirmed as a time traveler was found murdered at home. The killer even recorded the crime, showing footage of him snapping the student's armored legs in half. Right after, a ton of time travelers revealed their identities in panic, especially those with mechanical parts brought back from that world, fearing they would become targets for killers. Once the media caught wind, rumors started flying. Word was, killing one time traveler could let you take their place in time travel next time. This news made the students realize time travel was not some gift from the heavens, it was a nightmare waiting to happen. Namcanthan's face grew darker the more he watched, and just like that, Kantron found himself thinking about him again. You watch the news too? I'm just saying, if you end up time traveling there too, keep it hush, do not blab. Alright, it is tough enough to change fate. Why turn it into some twisted game of terror? Namcanthan groaned. Tell me, why are we so broke? Because while other dads are hustling hard for cash, yours is just dabbling. Kantron shot back with his signature dry humor. What about your dad? Namcanthan fired back. Mine's busy throwing his life away gambling. Kantron's deadpan reply left Namcanthan completely stunned. He even confessed that he would once turned his dad and got him jailed, just so he could rack up personal points. Namcanthan wiped sweat off his brow, then suddenly burst out laughing. Maybe you should rat out my dad next. This time Kantron was speechless. The class sat there, no one paying attention to the teacher, all eyes glued to the second page of the chart. Meanwhile, Kantron's mind was flooded with endless information. Overwhelmed, his expression darkened, too much to process. He was barely holding it together. Scores of golden cards rained down with deep, complex knowledge. Holding them in his hands, Kantron mulled over the fact that those discovered time travelers seemed pre-assigned, all clustered in over 10 cities, meaning, after sorting through the cards with a determined look, he realized those time travelers were all grouped in one place. As the bell rang for break at 5:50 p.m., Kantron dashed out like a lightning bolt, making Namcanthan sigh in judgment. This kid's running off again. Kantron did not want to waste a single second. He leapt off the wall with a serious face. As soon as he got home, he changed into fresh clothes, eyes glued to his phone, hungry for every scrap of info. Checking the map on his screen, curiosity piqued. He wanted to see what had happened since Hong Tin returned. What kind of trouble had he run into in that inner world? Even though Khan had no clue where exactly it was, soon enough, he arrived at the bridge. But his spirit was drained. He needed training. Only a strong body and mind could handle this dangerous new world. Though running, Kantron's thoughts spiraled. Maybe it was his mindset that was different. Memories tangled in his head unlocked one by one. The superpowers his family and Hong Chenin had gifted him were slowly revealing themselves. Before long, darkness had swallowed the entire city. Kantron stared at the door ahead, speechless. No wonder this is a high-end neighborhood. Everyone has to scan their pass just to come and go. I wonder if the back door requires scanning too. Inside one house, a loud group was partying and playing music. Seeing that scene, he blurted out without thinking, House party. Gadgets. But then Kantron's eyes caught the image of Hong Tin being dragged away by two men as his voice echoed. Monster? Kantron thought involuntarily. That name popped into his head. Hong Tin, though a bit shaken, he could only watch their figures disappear. What Kantron did not realize was there was a shadowy figure inside a car watching him closely, but that person did not act immediately, just stayed silent and observant. And just like that, they left without exchanging a single word. Standing alone, Kantron was burning with questions. Who were those people? And why were they trying to take Hong Tin away? Could it be because of his identity as a time traveler? This definitely was not a coincidence. Not finding what he needed, he quickly left the spot. But after just a few steps, Kantron felt sharp eyes tracking him. No, someone was tailing him. He recalled the earlier moment and realized that since he would turned away, that person had silently followed him through 5 alleyways. So that is why they stayed so alert. Calmly, Kantron kept walking. As he walked, he called home. Hey, I will be back a bit late tonight. Suddenly, Kantron froze, as if confirming something, just as the man behind him brushed past. Only when the man disappeared into the crowd did his racing heart finally begin to slow. With 20 seconds left on the red light, Kantron still hesitated, but then he sensed a fierce presence from beside him. He glanced sideways, silently calculating he would seen this guy outside the market gate before. This was not coincidence. It was surveillance. Unable to do anything, Kantron stared blankly into space. What kind of secret organization was this, so well trained and obsessed with time travelers? Crossing the street, he pondered. Maybe he was not the first time traveler they tracked, maybe the second, or even the third. Otherwise, how to explain today's over-the-top reaction? These people had clearly prepared for this, yet the tale kept sticking to him like glue. No mistakes allowed. The voice whispered in his mind. Hey, Saoli, hold tight. Finally, the green light flickered on. Kantron seized the moment immediately and stopped. This was it. After everything, he chose to head right back toward the tale. The man hurriedly reported into his earpiece. Target has not crossed yet. He is turning back. How long until you reach your position? A voice crackled back. No way. I will only be in position in 2 minutes. At that moment, the man sensed something was off. Wait a sec, scanning the silent night around him. He muttered, we lost him, but with professional skill, he took off running. Mocking. How embarrassing, 2 of us tailing one guy and still losing him. Guess if he knows we are following him. The earpiece crackled again. I bet he knows. He is no amateur. Luyuan was running support on the other end, saying, that kid's only 17 or 18. Probably still in high school. If he really knows we are tailing him, he has got some serious guts. As their voices faded, Cantran casually walked away. Hey, did you notice? He handled everything so naturally. When he stopped to take that call, even I did not realize he would already caught on to us, and whispered through the earpiece to the others, saying that if not, he would have taken down that guy already. But the others suddenly felt something off and got really curious. Why did you suddenly want to tail him? We have got plenty of missions today. No need to waste time on some random passerby. Luyuan, though tracking, did not forget to report back. It is not a sudden change of mind when the captain was escorting target 009. I noticed he kept dodging the captain's gaze. Meanwhile, Cantran was already at a different location. Did the crane really split in 2 before heading home? Cantran glanced at his phone to check the situation. His mind racing. Chimmu is on the way. Could it be that this Chimmu was also taken by that mysterious organization? How many secret organizations like that even exist across the country? Just then, a police car zoomed right past him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man shouted, what is going on? Is something wrong? The woman sitting nearby replied, isn't he that the house where the husband's known for beating his wife? Before, the wife was beaten so badly she had to be hospitalized. And then what happened? That jerk never changed. When the wife tried to file for divorce, he beat her again and threatened to kill her entire family if she went through with it. The man asked, so what about today? Did he beat her again? But something seems off about that husband. The old lady nodded. You are right about that. Right before Cantran, an ambulance was rushing someone away. While whispers filled the air, I was going to stop that guy, but it turns out this time the wife beat the husband. Tonight, he came home drunk and tried to hit her again, and as you can see, everyone's probably heard about people traveling through time. Turns out his wife is one of them, but when they saw who was lying on the stretcher, the gossip only got louder. At first, he just took the hits, didn't dare fight back. Poor guy was literally dying, but maybe he got beaten so badly he was about to explode. That husband really got served. Looking inside the house, Cantran only saw a little girl sitting alone in the corner. While the chatter continued, just feeling sorry for that kid. She's barely a kid and already going through this. When he stepped closer, the girl quietly looked up, her face wet with tears. She shyly called out, Cantran. He thought to himself, it has been 2 years. How many times has he seen this mother and daughter crying together downstairs? He recalled how this girl, Lai Dongvan, would always come to his place whenever her parents fought. Cantran continued, I remember the first time, I even snuck her some food. He knew that guy would beat his wife anytime she talked to another man. Now that he has got a black eye, serves him right. Lai Dongvan, still crying, explained, Cantran, Mom told me to wait for you at your house, but you were not home. Cantran crouched down and patted her head, soothing her. It is sweetie, have you eaten? If not, I will make you something. I have not eaten either. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Cantran quickly locked the door. Lai Dongvan noticed and asked, Cantran, what is going on? He turned to her and said, nothing to worry about. Just stay quiet for now. The police car was outside. Cantran gently pulled the curtain aside to peer out. Hearing footsteps nearby, 2 men appeared. Cantran quickly recognized them. They were the ones from the sub he saw at Central Park. They got here fast. Lovian suddenly felt something and looked toward the window where Cantran and Lai Dongvan were inside. Chin Vian Dong asked, what is it? Lovian replied, nothing. Just scanning the area. Feels like someone's watching me, but maybe I am just paranoid. Let us go upstairs and get down to business. Cantran kept watching them closely. He thought, if Lai Dongvan's mom really got taken, this is a big problem. The dad's already in the hospital from the beating. Mom's been kidnapped by that secret group. What is going to happen to the little girl? No choice. Gotta play it by ear. Lai Dongvan watched Cantran closely, still confused about what was going on. The girl remained silent, quietly observing him from behind. Cantran worried. No signs of a struggle or resistance. If she was really taken, there should have been at least some fight. Cantran saw the 2 men get back into their car. He wondered, what is going on here? No rescue mission. Don't they want to catch the time travelers? Suddenly, a noise came from the door. Cantran and Lai Dongvan stood by the door. Jiao Tai shyly said, sorry, I messed up again. Her robotic fingers fidgeted shyly. Cantran said, I was about to cook some food for Lai Dongvan. I really like her too. Jiang Tai heard that and said, thank you. She turned to Lai Dongvan and said, come on, little Van, let us go home with Mom. Behave yourself. Do not make people upset anymore. The little girl refused, saying, I am still hungry. All the food at home got knocked over by those two. There is nothing left to eat. Her mom heard that, Bomba said sadly. Little Van. Ganchan politely offered, I heard you two have not eaten yet. How about having a meal with me? Jiang Taiet was caught off guard by the invitation. She thought, even though this kid helped me before, he has never greeted anyone first, always seemed annoying. But today was different. Ganchan explained, I also want to learn a bit about this whole time travel thing. So I thought I would ask you. By the way, how should I address you? Lai Dongvan's mom introduced her. Her name is Jiang Taiet. Ganchan said, I just want to ask him. Jiang Taiet a few questions about that other world. Can you talk about it? Lai Dongvan tugged her mom's hand. Jiang Taiet smiled and said, well then, I guess I will have to trouble you. There is nothing I can talk about. You can ask any time. Kanchan looked at her, wondering how someone so fragile could survive in such a brutal world. The feast looked amazing. Lai Dongvan's eyes lit up with excitement. The little girl eagerly folded a piece and put it into her mom's bowl, saying, Mom, eat quickly. Ganchan observed the two, their care and love for each other clear as day. He asked, hey, I saw the cops came to handle the case. What did they say? Jiang Taiet explained. The neighbors filled them in. They originally planned to take me to the station, but when they saw I was a girl and it was a case of self-defense, they decided not to take me. They said I can call them if anything happens. He asked again. I saw two more people come later. What were they doing? Jiang Taiet was honest. I am not sure what they wanted. They just made me fill out a form, took a photo of my ed, and left. Kanchan asked, that is it? She continued. They said they might come back later to check on me. Told me not to leave Lac City so soon, but they never said what was wrong with me. And I saw them hand some papers to the cops, who then explained the situation to those two. Kanchan analyzed while eating. Looks like they do not just snatch up every time traveler they spot. Plus, they have legit paperwork, definitely not some crazy fanatics like you would imagine. He asked, all right. Jiang Taiet, what is your status in that world? And what about those arms of yours? Jiang Taiet explained, I run a machinery repair shop on 18th Street in the city. Actually, I help people fit mechanical armor on limbs, but after I time traveled there, I did not understand a thing. Someone came and fitted me with armored limbs. She added, all I can say is there were none like it before. These armored arms were already on me when I arrived and they came back with me. Ganchan pressed further. I once saw Prison No. 18 mentioned in a time traveler's intro. Where is that place exactly? It is right next to 18th Street in the city. That prison is notorious holding high-profile criminals. It is the highest security prison in the Federation. Ganchan was surprised. Federation system. How do you know that? Jiang Taiet, she said. That, I only found out 2 days after time traveling. Did not know much at first. Lai Dongvan curiously asked, Mom, what is the name of your repair shop? She answered, it is called Jiang Taiet Armored Limb Repair. Why do you ask? The little girl popped a bite of rice in her mouth and said, just curious. Jiang Taiet wondered. Ganchan, why are you so curious about that world? He replied, I want to time travel there too. See what it is like. I really admire those time travelers. Jiang Taiet stopped him seriously. That world's dangerous. Besides the Lai, Chan, and Gan clans, there is the Nai family and the Lock Dao Corporation. Everyone else lives a life of fire and water worse than out here. Ganchan said nothing, just kept eating. After finishing, Jiang Taiet offered, let me clean up. The two tidied up together. Kanchan asked, what are your plans moving forward? Jiang Taiet's robotic hand wiped the table. She answered Kanchan, saying she wants to take Tu Van to her grandma's house in Chan tomorrow. Jiang Taiet continued, then she will divorce the kid's dad. Hearing that, Kanchan said, better buy the ticket early. Tons of people travel to Chanthan daily. It is not easy to snag a seat. She agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. Jiang Taiet, holding her phone, worriedly asked, why can't I buy a ticket? Seeing this, Kanchan realized, yeah, verbal warnings are just words. There are actual restrictions in place. He glanced at Jiang Taiet quietly sitting afar, thinking to himself, after failing to get a train ticket, Jiang Taiet tried a few more times, but no luck. Still could not buy one. His eyes showed a flicker of sadness. That mysterious organization has eyes everywhere. I do not want to be trapped in this city. No matter their motives, I can let them expose me first. The TV echoed in the living room. Team Woof Woof, the brave pup who fears no challenge. Lalang Vian turned to him. Speaking naturally, yep, you never looked your mom in the eye before. The girl blinked softly, whispering low, Donnie, tell me today you invited her in just because she suddenly got prettier. Kanchan felt a bit helpless. What are you talking about? Don't you overthink it. The girl quickly added, but seriously, she really is beautiful. She is even the star of Butchmi Elementary. Right then, Jiang Taiet came out with a gentle smile. Kanchan, I noticed you have got some laundry piling up. Want me to take it home and wash it for you? She paused, then said sympathetically, After your parents' divorce, living alone here must be tough. If you have got dirty clothes later, just bring them over, I will wash them for you. But he quickly spoke up in protest. Wait, I can wash it myself. Yet she paid no mind, casually folding her arms. Come on. Taiyu Van, let us head home. Kyan, your sister still has homework to do. He froze for a moment, stunned, before his gaze snapped to the phone resting in his hand. Lying in bed, a storm of thoughts flooded Kyan's mind. Classmates were still buzzing about the whole time travel incident. Even tonight's drama with Jiang Tai was the talk of Leslie Then's residence. While Tu had not even revealed her new powers connected to the inner world yet. Staring at his phone screen, he silently prayed. Still no news about Mom. His phone was ringing. Mom was calling. Kan-chan sat up on his bed and quietly answered. Hello. Mom's voice came through the phone. Taiyu-chun, I already sent money for you and Dad. He spoke softly to his mom. Mom, I have to finish some assignments this week. But she kept talking. Nin Hedo Ego has a fever. I can come visit you this weekend. All right. Go to bed early and do not mess with the meeting. After a brief silence, he softly replied. Okay. Yes. Kan-chan hung up, a shadow of sadness crossing his face as he thought. Finally, she called me, but it seemed like she forgot I skipped class. Kan-chan dropped the phone on the bed with a thud. He lay back, hand over his forehead, feeling drained. It is nothing, right? Scene switched to a clock showing 8:40 p.m. Then 7:20 am. The time moving backward. Kan-chan was jogging, glancing up, amazed that all his dirty clothes were already washed. Jiang Tai was seriously on top of things. Jiang Tai leaned out the window, smiling. Kan-chan, I made porridge. Come eat. He waved his hand gently. No need. Thanks. Inside. He thought. It has been a while since someone's been this kind to me. I am not used to it yet. Then Kan-chan bit into a pastry as his clothes changed. He stepped into the school, blending into the noisy chatter of students. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. Namkan then frowned, looking at him with curiosity. What is up? You heading to compete for that nanotech job with the scam group? Or are you trying out for the rich lady who is paying big bucks to have a son? Haven't you seen the class group post? Someone who time traveled popped up in the class next door and they are still in the classroom. Kan-chan was totally confused about what was going on. Wait. How do they even know that person time traveled? Yesterday, no one there had any armor devices on them. Namkanthan's clear voice echoed. It is probably just him bluffing. But after a whole day, last night he told a classmate and it did not go well. So he shut up. Kan-chan's brow furrowed, a chill creeping in. What was this? Left Then's language school suddenly full of time travelers, a school with over 2,000 students, and already 4 time travelers spotted just in this one school. So how many could there be nationwide? Even if only 11 cities have time travelers, that is still a huge number. A mental map sparked in Kan-chan's head. If time travelers are only in certain cities, others will catch on soon enough. Could it be that one day, the whole country will flock to these cities, with everyone claiming to be the 3rd or 4th group of time travelers? 5th group? Not yet, but if a 3rd group shows up to prove time travel exists, then it becomes undeniable. He walked down the hall as girls whispered around him, worried that cities like Luffathen will only get more crowded with these travelers. Izuchi timidly followed the teacher, trailing behind another male student. Kan-chan gently tapped his shoulder, whispering, that guy the teacher and staff took away has to be a time traveler. We are late, let us get to class. Sitting at his desk, chin in hand, Kan-chan was deep in thought. The secret organization's people would arrive soon. Tonight was time travel night, no room for trouble. They might restrict Tight's movements, but they would still investigate sexy V footage. Even though there are a few cameras where he lives, nothing's ever foolproof. Kan-chan closed his eyes briefly, finally settling on a plan for tonight. Except for bathroom breaks, he was not leaving. Just then, a voice called out, Kan-chan, Kan-chan, look over here. Tension crackled as he grabbed his phone and shouted, the new power of Tu has just been revealed. Hey, grab your phone and check it out. Hey everyone, I am Tu. Due to some special reasons, I could not update my new power yesterday. The phone screen transformed into a golden chair. Today, I am diving into this new power, the NU documentary version, straight from the Inner World game, detailing the fierce battles among Khan the Shadow players. A towering building emblazoned with a unique symbol appeared. The Kaintha Corporation is one of the top 5 giants in the Inner World, and the Shadow players are the underground power brokers within Kaintha. Hands stretched out toward the company's emblem as if trying to seize it. Word is, this tradition has lasted over 1,000 years. Every so often, a new Shadow player is chosen. This selection process, it is like a high-stakes dragon fight drama. The whole world revolves around the corporation's symbol. When a new Shadow player is picked, the inner world itself is thrown into chaos. 8 mysterious figures appeared as shards of glass. These are the 8 nominees for the Shadow player spot, each born with extraordinary talents. Their names: Kyan Hori, Kan Van, Kan The, and one incredibly secretive figure whose identity remains a mystery to me. You better be cautious and plan carefully. Maybe this is why I ended up in prison. No. 18. A documentary. Ha. Think of it as a Dongsao survival flick. The clock struck again, time counting down backward. 6 hours, 19 minutes, 29 seconds. Tron got up and shot Sangthun a sharp glance. His face was written with nothing but tension. His silent expression was hard to read. If this guy really did time travel to prison, no. 18. Then maybe I will risk blowing my cover to help him out. Then he calmly spoke. And I say, if you time travel tonight, you better watch your back. You have heard the rumors online, right? The other guy flinched, stammering, I am not a time traveler. Tron casually pushed open the classroom door, turning back to say, I already know. Deep down, I am sure of it. If you have managed to keep your secret this long, it means you know a thing or two. Night fell fast. A hand gently opened the door. Jiang Tite stepped in, wearing her familiar smile. Tron stood at the door and softly asked, Miss Jiang Tite, is something wrong? She hesitated before speaking. It is like this. I know you are a time traveler, and the countdown is almost over. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead as she anxiously added, the inner world is dangerous. I am not even sure if I can make it back. Jiang Tite's next words made Tron's eyes widen. If I can return tomorrow, can you take care of Tu Van for just one day? He boldly replied with complete conviction. Why would you say that? You are definitely coming back. I do not know how dangerous that world is, so I did not want to scare you. She said, but I know it all too well. Jiang Tite's youthful face went pale. In that world, without the backing of the 5 great corporations, a life is not worth much. Her voice steady. She said, I am not the only one looking after Tu Van. Tomorrow, her grandmother will be coming from Trunthun. Tron smiled softly, nodding in agreement. All right, I will help, but I really hope nothing happens to you. Jiang Tite let out a relieved breath. Thank you. She pulled out a key and handed it to him. Here's the key to my house. It will be easier for you to get in if anything happens. Tron took the key silently, his mind racing. Is this her way of trusting me? He popped something like a used bin to his mouth, the countdown ticking. 9 minutes, 59 seconds. The backward ticking echoed as he pinched his arm. Counting silently. 5. Finally, Tron sat still on the bed, not even bothering to move. The surroundings blurred into a coated haze, then shattered like glass, finally morphing into a white hospital gown. Tron lay on the bed, quietly resting his hand on his cheek. Yet, the smile on his lips gave nothing away. Luckily, he ended up time traveling here. If not, all his efforts would have been for nothing. It was tough gaining the trust of the managing director, and now I would just be a useless pawn. Then, Ganchan suddenly jumped up and carefully examined every detail, not caring about Lei Thukdong's status. But even the power of little Tu confirmed one thing: this person holds major influence in this world. Now I can be sure, every time I time travel, I land right where I left off last time. The memories of Thukdong below are flashing through Ganchan's mind. That old country song I memorized still works. Most time travelers would be lost, not knowing how to get what they want. But I have already traveled to Lei Thukdong's place. Maybe other travelers have seen the wild, bizarre world outside. But that does not matter now. Looking at the still wet in Ganchan's hand, he thought, as long as I have got this inside me, I can break through any barrier. He casually glanced at the spear he would just created from the outside world that came with him here. The spear follows too, proving this time-traveling body still belongs to the outside world. The prison scene filled with machines and flags appeared. He relied on his own methods to piece together clues about this world and the mechanics of time travel. He stepped before a big door, silently watching, wondering why this place feels so different from the outside world. Man, after 2 days of silence, even the noisy sounds out here feel strangely familiar. On Ganchan's arm, a timer showed only 2 days left in this world. The countdown will change later, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. As he stepped outside, he locked eyes with 2 prisoners. Thukdong seemed to notice someone new too. Little Tu raised his hand, giving a salute full of swagger. No matter how calm he was, the other prisoners kept getting shocked. He quickly turned back, and they immediately went silent. Ganchan strode away, letting them whisper among themselves. Hey, did you see? He's greeting us. Did you catch that? He is smiling at us again. Ganchan's brown eyes flickered downward. Last night at midnight, a new group was brought in here. Seeing the crowded group below only made Ganchan more worried. The second team of time travelers from the outside world must have arrived here too. What do I need to do to find the other time travelers? If there really are time travelers here, how do I hide my identity? Suddenly, he caught sight of something unexpected. Wait, that is Lu Dukchu in the next cell. There is no way I can go down there now. He is definitely going to recognize me. Suddenly, a loud shout from above made Dukchu's face light up. New guy. We gotta have some fun with him later. Kwang Yugia smirked proudly. Welcome to cell block 18. This scene quickly locked into Ganchan's view. At first, I hated this brat Kwang Yugia. But now, I kinda feel a little closer to him. Dukchu's eyes could not hide his fear. Cell block 18. Finally, he leaned forward and asked, Who's Lei Thukdong? The prisoner being questioned gritted his teeth. How? Does this guy think he is some big shot? He pointed somewhere. There. Down below, his golden eyes betrayed his true intent. Little Tiu was not lying after all. Seeing the serious look on that man's face, Dachu quietly felt pleased. This guy's got that natural boss energy. Just by looking at him, the Thukdong crew was calmly enjoying their time. While Little Tiu's tail flicked lightly to remind them, Dachu groaned, "Ouch," and quickly slipped away from the group behind him. This is not good. I have to find Lei Thukdong. Suddenly, a hand shot out, grabbing him sharply. Little Tiu bowed his head, looking down at him with a sly grin. Man, these days are wild. Someone new dares to come find our boss. Hong Long glanced at the fierce group behind Dachu, stammering, "Well, I am here to take on the mission. It is just me." His face slowly twisted into suspicion and disbelief. What is this all about? Why have I never seen these people in the organization before? And seriously, why the hell would anyone get themselves caught playing snake like that? Seeing that, he freaked out even more. I am here to accept the transfer mission for real. The job transfer, of course. He helped push Dhhu away, telling him to scram. But what is with all these people hanging around? Send him off for me. The ones behind nervously broke out in a cold sweat. Oh man, we will do it right now. Still, he kept crying out with a madman's desperation. Lotherinai, I am here to accept the transfer mission. Lothering stayed silent for a long moment, saying nothing, and that silence made the crowd of prisoners exchange skeptical looks. Their faces quickly twisted into cruel smirks. What is that kid babbling about? Freaked out and losing it already. This is hilarious. I might just die laughing. Tayutiga waved his hand, feeling his brain short-circuiting. Another lunatic. Great. Dhhu struggled against the prisoner's grip, trying to explain the mission was legit. I have already time-traveled into prison, no? 18. Didn't I say this place is the starting point for the recruitment? According to what Dhhu said, there are 3 career paths. The first 2 are just brief mentions. Only the path through prison, no. 18 seems realistic. Un reached out toward the fading figure of the kid, but something felt off. Maybe this place is not right for the transfer mission. Did I get this all wrong? Humen's pained cry made Dhhu turn back. Hey, let me go. Someone nearby immediately shouted. Damn it, that bastard just bit me. Chase after him. Hhu's small fist clenched tight at the door of cell no. 4. Hun went mad, banging the door and shouting, "Let me out. They are trying to kill me. Let me out." Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine as a robot appeared out of nowhere, making his whole body tense up. The robot's massive, imposing figure was enough to threaten Dhhu. Hun's crazed screams echoed through the prison. Even Kain Chan, walking down the hall, could not help but mutter to himself, "That kid has lost it. Just arrived in this new world and already failing to read the room." Dhhu sat down beside the low table and whispered, "Boss, have you noticed anything weird around here lately? Last time, a kid came in and completely lost it, babbling nonsense about some lost city, acting like he is the heir to some big corporation or something. And today, another idiot just showed up, barely arrived and already messing up the mission assignment." "What kind of mission assignment?" Lothering closed his eyes calmly and replied, "There really is something strange going on." The cat on the table opened its emerald eyes wide. The kid nervously pulled back his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. "Hey, where's that Kayan Chan guy? He was all fired up eating yesterday. So why's he nowhere to be seen today?" Meanwhile, the Kwangana crew over here were happily watching the drama unfold. "Ha! What a fool. But look at him getting dragged off by the guards." Kan-chan walked past him, quietly instructing, "After dinner, have your people restrain all the new arrivals, then interrogate them to find out if they have any ties to the outside world. I know interrogation is standard procedure, but do not go too hard on them. Life's tough enough as it is." He quickly agreed. Kan-chan's furrowed brow showed concern. He wondered if there were any other time travelers hiding their identities here. If so, then they definitely can reveal their true backgrounds outside. They would have to claim they are just locals. If they can explain themselves, they must be time travelers. What about the prisoners following Kwang Yina? Did they lose Chan? Hey, look over there. Has he already reached the 6th floor? But he is still chilling like nothing. Sup. Stop staring. Let us move. A thought flashed through his mind. That guard guy is not a time traveler who came to prison, no. 18 after all. Kan-chan slowly picked up his own meal. Seeing Kwanga pass by, he immediately called out, "You just go ahead. I got it." Deep down, he thought, there probably are not any new time travelers showing up. Lothering sat calmly in his chair, waiting for someone to arrive. Kan-chan approached and asked in a dull voice, "Still no fight today?" He gently replied, "Not today. I've got some things to think about. Plus a guest is arriving soon." A flicker of light flashed in his eyes. The guest was not new anymore. Kan-chan asked Lehua Thiffidzing across from him, "I saw a commotion downstairs just now. What is going on?" "You were quietly spying on him while eating, and if someone called Uncle Lee a new guest, then that person definitely was not messing around. Right now, I still do not want to get involved in things I can control, so no need to ask too many questions. His eyes never flickered a hint of emotion. I honestly have no clue what he is thinking. Kanchan did not press further but wondered silently if even Uncle Lei was clueless too, and was facing this kind of situation for the first time. And that stubborn old fool probably thinks my little power is just a game. A countdown timer showing 37 hours appeared on your arm. Suddenly, a ruckus at the back caught their attention. A tall figure stood by the main gate. Looks like a new prisoner arrived, and everyone in the mess hall lit up when they saw him. Goho Thean swaggered in, flanked by a squad of prison guards. The guards circled him closely, watching his every move. Eventually, they formed a tight circle right above Guo Huthian's head. Kanchan silently observed him, thinking never before had he seen someone escorted by 3 guards for 3 whole days, and never had prison no 18's security been this intense. At first glance, it was clear Huthian was some big shot. I thought the previous big boss was tough, but compared to this guy, he is on a whole other level. He stepped inside, and the guards gradually eased back. Go Huthian aggressively grabbed the mouth of a nearby inmate. One hand clamped down on another prisoner's head. He spat out each word through the gag, demanding, "Where's Uncle Lei?" The prisoner's face went purple, weakly pointing behind him. Stammering, the location matched exactly where Kanchan's group was hiding. Go Huthian brushed past the guy like he was nothing. Striding forward, Uncle Lei stood up and spoke to Kanchan. Did not expect this guest to be so blunt. "His name's Go Huthian. Bet you have heard of him." He left his seat and stood right in front of them. "Listen up both you and Dip Van. Step back later. Don't get hurt." Dip Van glanced at Kanchan, thinking this might be the one thing that could get the boss's favor. Sendai and Tu seriously underestimated how much the boss cared about this guy. Lo Kuang Gia sat aside, watching Huthian's quick steps. Go Huthian's here. No wonder the boss said a southern monk was coming. He looked like he had nothing to do, just waiting for Go Huthian to stir up trouble. Once that happens, we just sit back and reap the rewards. Sweet. Go Huthian cut straight to the chase with Uncle Lei. "No need for games. My goal this time is the forbidden item is 005. Tell me where it is hidden. Once I get it, I'm out." Calmly, he patted the cat on the back, trying to set it down gently. Uncle Lei smiled, sizing up his tone. "Gotta be polite with the senior. That is how you do not get screwed. First, hand over 005 to me, then I will be courteous with you." He wondered why Uncle Lei wanted the forbidden item. Why suddenly is the Hat Dao organization so obsessed with the forbidden item? With your tone, I would think you have already been to the Forbidden Court. He did not hold back. Hat Dao is fighting against superpowered beings, so naturally, they won't pass up any advantage. Other secret organizations might have different paths, but their goal matches ours. Surely he gets that, right? Uncle Lei wanted to know how they found him. Then why come to prison? No. 18 first. Since he works for Hat Dao, he should know. Rumor has it the Tran Corporation signed a deal with you. If you can control it, you will get complete freedom in prison. No. 18. And that forbidden item you personally control must be insanely powerful. He immediately denied it like a bucket of cold water dumped on him. You are mistaken. I made no deals with Tran Corporation. Don jumped to conclusions based on gossip. Kanchan started piecing it together after overhearing their talk. Tu's power mentioned the Forbidden Court too. Seems this forbidden item might be the key. The forbidden item Go Huthian mentioned has to be what I am searching for. Maybe this is the test mission in my battle to calm the Shadow King's influence. Go Huthian swaggered ominously. "Where S005 at?" Uncle Lei bowed his head like everyone else. "I know where it is, but I am not telling you." He stomped his foot hard, shaking the whole room. The high alert metal detector immediately blared out warnings. Warning. Warning. He shot Lai Uncle a glare. Why? The alarms kept ringing nonstop. Lai Uncle seriously answered Huthian. "No reason. I just kinda like that 005. The metal detectors beeped wildly on him, confusing everyone nearby. Why did the metal alerts suddenly go off? Usually, chaos would break out half an hour earlier. The metal alarms only trigger when the security system loses control. Kanchan scanned the room, realizing 36 out of 71 metal detectors were already active. Quachuthian did not care. He stomped forward, ready to throw down with Lai Uncle. His fist was just inches from the man's face as the metal alarms kept blaring. The detectors fired off like rapid bullets, forcing prisoners to scatter. Those 36 metal alarms felt like a hailstorm of gunfire, the pressure so intense it smoked. The rest of the machines were just background noise in this metal storm except for one wild card. Quachuthian lunged at Lai Uncle. While nearby, Dipfin silently switched on his protection mode. Huthian threw another punch, but Lai Uncle blocked it effortlessly with 2 fingers. Lai Uncle stared him down coldly, both of them suddenly encased in a protective bubble. Lai Uncle slowly turned his head back and deactivated the shield. His eyes widened in shock as he saw something unexpected. Kanchan sat calmly at the dining table, completely unbothered by the chaos around him like he was sitting right in the eye of a storm. His spot was literally the only safe zone in prison number 18. Lai Uncle smiled, impressed. Kanchan's skills and personality were something no one his age could match. This was exactly the kind of guy the Kan family would choose. With one swipe, he sent Huthian flying. All he could think was, when will I ever find a successor like this? Huthian gritted his teeth, struggling to stay on his feet amid the storm of force. Calmly, he thought about Lai Uncle. In the end, All I did was make his kung fu suit feel a little too tight. Some say Lai Uncle rides high on his half-god reputation in this world. To Huthian, Lai Uncle seemed to be spinning out of control clearly. They were on totally different levels. Looks like Uncle's in a good mood. Still want to throw down. Huthian was too frustrated to move. No more fighting. No more fighting. What is the point if I can win? Don't worry. Even if you want to tell me, I will find it myself. Lai Uncle did not rush. It is fine. Take your time. Gantran can handle this. No wonder this guy's a total wildcard, first acting like he is dead meat, now flipping the script like a pro. Huthian carefully planned his move to get something for nothing. If Lai Uncle knows where it is, I will just follow him. Maybe one day he slips up and spills the secret. Lai Uncle looked utterly baffled. You really calculated that spot. Gantran did not want to be certain with so many variables, even though his math skills blew normal people out of the water, but he still could not track every bullet's path with so many flying around, just narrow down the zones. Lai Uncle kindly reminded Gantran not to waste time. Zone narrowing 1, pinpoint the exact spot. Gantran shared his findings. Only 4 possible locations, and the spot he sits at daily is one of them, so the other spots are off the table. Lai Uncle grinned. You better be ready to wait. Huthian was trying to meditate, but even the prisoners around him would not quit causing trouble. When there is a fight, it is one thing, but the innocent prisoners are the real losers here. One prisoner had the guts to call it. Hey, Quach Huthian, is not it true people outside say you are some merciful saint? Then how do you explain all the folks you have got training here? Huthian snapped back with cold logic. You are talking about the injured and the innocent. In here, there is one law, survival of the fittest. No one is truly innocent. Just hearing his fake laugh makes me want to puke. He looks at people like they are beneath him. And another thing, I am not a monk, do not pull that prisoner's mercy act on me. Feeling rough inside, then grits his teeth through the pain. His insides burn like they are on fire. When he could not get what he wanted, he just took off. Gantran remembered the shield leaf's power. It blocked the attack just now. Suddenly, Tegu throws a side glance at Gantran. Relax. Say whatever you want. No one outside is going to hear a thing. Duxaying just got the scoop this morning. I saw Kwong interrogating some new prisoners during the intake. You sent him to do that, did not you? Gantran has nothing to hide, right? He shot Gantran a suspicious glare. Why interrogate them anyway? Choose your words carefully. One slip could drag us into trouble. We need to find out if some power is trying to snatch that forbidden artifact from us. I have got to come up with a solid excuse to cover what just happened. Duxaying's a smooth talker. I like his blunt style, but I think Luv Kwong's interrogation was not exactly his idea. Didn't you push him to do it? But I remember when you first got here, you did not help anyone. Gantran is not about risking his neck for others. He does what he can. No more. Your thoughts line up with reality. If you can even keep yourself safe, then all you can do is watch others die without lifting a finger. That is my rule. Gantran's life has never been smooth sailing, so from an early age, I learned to be selfish. The chess piece bathed in light symbolizes Gantran's future. This life is handed to you by fate, not your own choice. Something outside suddenly caught Tigu's attention. He panics when he sees then balancing his whole body on the ground with just a few fingers. Tigu instantly figures out Kaidan's suspicious move. This guy sitting there not hearing us must be trying to sneak closer to eavesdrop. But does Kaidan not realize how big he actually is? His weird behavior is already raising eyebrows. He then feels sharp. Cold stares burning into him. He has been caught. The space falls silent in an instant. To prevent info from leaking, everyone's told to disperse. All right. Class dismissed. No chess today, kind of a bummer. I am off to read. The other prisoners sigh. Man, when do we get out of here? Cut me some slack, I am still cleaning. He says it like a deadbeat. And Hevthan's face falls. If you lost, just sit tight. We do not want to make enemies with the big shot. I get that living wild ain't easy, but do not drag us into your mess. Think I can teach you a lesson? The moment he opens his mouth, he is throwing down the gauntlet. Try moving a single hair on me. See what happens. Taigu glares at his spiky hair, about to ask what is up. Every prisoner's meal comes with an egg. Gantran does not ask for much, but the food's actually pretty good. Even though prison meals here are mostly processed meat, still, there is a hint of fresh meat flavor, way better than the dry rations I get outside. He senses something off. Wait a sec. Gantran can just swallow his food, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Why do a quarter of the cameras point right at me? Did someone spot me finding a blind spot? He can stop thinking who is really behind this prison. Tigu just spilled some info. The boss let me talk to the food supplier earlier. From now on, they will put real meat in your meals. Take as much as you want. Gantran's confused. Why? Tigu's words are loaded with hidden meaning. You will find out soon enough. But it won't be good news. After eating, Gantran heads to the bathroom to wash up. Exhausted, he quickly collapses onto the bed, that familiar feeling creeping back. Closing his eyes, he just wants a deep, peaceful sleep. Slowly, Gantran opens his eyes and a man appears before him. Gantran squints against the harsh sunlight, blurring his vision from afar. The heat made you break out in a sweat. Gantran immediately pulled out a bottle of water. A prisoner, looking worn out, begged you. Gantran, please, Just one gulp of water. If we do not drink, we will actually die. We are not just going to take your water for free, name your price. Kan-chan snorted when he heard that familiar voice. Facing his dying companion, how was he supposed to haggle now? Racing against time in this situation made him uneasy. Should I just let your buddy watch you die? Then have him come and negotiate the price. Taiyu had to admit defeat. Are you even human anymore? Turns out, Kan-chan had his reasons. I know this is your ghost, so of course I do not have a shred of sympathy for you. Taotego was not even surprised. This was just too much. Now that you can stay conscious after entering the dreamscape, you are probably able to resist those dream ghosts swapping places with you, right? Kan-chan boldly confirmed. Yeah, I can. Taotego looked at him with confusion. If you can fight the dreamscape, then why even go in? If you can stay awake for 5 minutes straight, you can escape being swapped by the dream ghosts. Kan-chan went in because he worried about his buddy. I thought maybe you had something to say, so I came here. Taotego smirked when Kan-chan asked. What are you trying to test this time? In that dreamy setting, Taotego spilled the whole truth. The boss just wanted me to escort you part way, then let the dream ghosts change your personality so you would endure some real pain. He never expected Kan-chan to be no different from a normal person, except now he could resist the dream ghosts so easily. Dream ghosts are useless now. The boss has to personally guide you. A similar scene played out, catching him off guard this time. The dream world was nothing like before. It felt more like a teacher assigning a brutal pop quiz. Taotego quickly cut him off. Don't even think about it. He kindly reminded Kan-chan not to get cocky. The boss is still just testing you. Whether you become the boss's student later, that is a whole different story. Taotego did not expect him to be so straightforward. You are fangirling over me. Ha, he felt disappointed in himself. Yeah. Admiring you, not everyone's got what it takes to become the boss's disciple. At least, me and Daipen do not. Kan-chan sighed at life. Why is Taotego so bummed out already? Did he just lose his first round? He trusted Kan-chan's abilities, but the boss doubted he would make it. You still have a long way to go. Make it through. Taotego broke it down simply. It is a path of survival through death. Every level up means facing a desperate, deadly challenge. You gotta endure the pain. Kan-chan turned to him. Suspicious. And then why? Taotego gave a reason even he could not deny. Because the boss said you are brave enough to keep living even when backed into a corner. Kan-chan was curious. If it is so painful, then why do you admire me? He sighed about his own fate. It is the path of cultivation. Those who walk it must have limitless potential, but Daipen and I hit our limit long ago. Even though that path is full of suffering, you need to go through it to stand above others. He found the answer to his own question. Alright then, how old is Lo Thurchizang now? If he exists in 2 worlds at once, does he age faster? Then can a supernatural time travel like Lo Thurchizang extend his lifespan? Taotego knew the man better than anyone. He is 52. Kan-chan could not believe his ears. Lo Thurchizang's only 35 or 36 in his own world. He laughed like he would trick Kan-chan. Look at you. Still so green behind the ears? A guy like the boss living to 100. I am not even surprised. We have followed the boss since we were kids. Years have passed, but he has not changed one bit. He pondered Taotego's choice. Why did they follow him? Taotego admitted a simple truth. There was no special reason. Daipen and many others were just like that, followers. The countless stars in the vast sky. Like the parents he mentioned, Kan-chan was born in the city, so he could not understand how harsh life outside really was, nor could he grasp the dark, twisted things lurking in the world. Maybe it was when his parents were on the road and ran into some tough seniors who took him out to vent, which led to a big fight, or maybe his parents got exposed to radiation while working in the chemical factory, or they got hacked while connecting their nervous system to the virtual network. So many hardships in the past, all vividly captured by Little Smile in just a few short scenes. Then he did not pay the office rent, and the insurance company refused to cover him. Then the bank seized his house, kicked him out onto the streets, and nobody cared whether he lived or died. At that moment, his life had turned into complete darkness. The social organization wanted to drag him into drug trafficking. Worse yet, they made his life into a fake reality show, selling it for profit. That very day changed his entire life. But just then, someone appeared before him and said, Uncle Tong is like a savior sent by heaven. Come with me. I will give you a brand new life. And Little Smile decided to trust him. No matter who he was, he would follow him anyway. Kan-chan honestly thought, compared to those guys, what he went through was nothing. He wanted to know why Uncle Tong took them in. Little Smile gave a vague answer, because we are useful, and what Uncle Tong wants to do can be done alone. Kan-chan still did not fully trust him. He still does not know to this day. What is the real goal of that so-called night organization and the Kadao group? What does Kadao want to control, a top 5 company? Or something else? The more he hung around Little Smile, the more doubts grew, like why Uncle Tong adopted Lum Taotego and Daipen and Obviously, he wanted to use them, but Lum Taotego's group had no clue. Little Smile reminded him. Alright, get some rest early. Kan-chan could not sleep even after waking from that nightmare. He had seen Uncle Tong's secret basement before. Can this cannon thing open the door to a new world? He is not even sure if this canon is enough, and the canon's origin story is still a mystery guess. He will just have to wait. The knocking gets louder. Let me out. Time suddenly appeared on his wrist, making Teen freak out. Is anyone there? Let me out. Why am I locked in here? He yelled at the top of his lungs, nearly losing his voice. Let me out. Let me out. Teen sobbed pitifully, comparing himself to the others who thrived here, armor-clad bodies. Gang members, why was he the only one stuck in this mess? Wait 24 hours, and you can return to the outside world. What should I tell my classmates? That I successfully transferred? Or that I got arrested, sitting alone in a corner? He regretted everything. If only he had not clashed with everyone. The time travel system updated. 16 hours, 20 minutes left, no room for error. Uncle Tong is making his next move. He observed everything carefully. Since you revealed your true intentions when you struck, fewer people in this prison are crying now. But have you noticed? The other factions here are seriously pissed at Lul Vi Kung. Kan-chan has caught on to their not-so-good intentions. I know usually the three gangs take turns greeting newcomers, sort of like entertainment for everyone, but now Kwong Yin is hogging the spotlight, naturally annoying many people. Still, I trust Kwong Yin can handle this. Uncle Tong looked toward the other prisoners. Have you ever thought those new guys might not be grateful? Here's a classic example. You see a beggar on the street, you toss him some spare change. It does not cover their real struggles, but you have bought a little moment of joy and peace for yourself. He can deny it. He did save little smile in a crisis. Suddenly, he then slumped back in his seat, catching Kan-chan's attention. He thought, can T fight, but still wants in. Then's like a greedy elephant demanding even more. At least I am someone with street cred in Hawakalo. You guys feast on others, but let me feast drunk. Is this how you welcome guests? Little smiles freaking out. Do you think he is one of us? If not, then you fight my boss more, win first. Then you get to eat. Deal. He is scared of losing, so he quickly changes the subject. Can T be all punches and chaos all the time? Not a good look. Plus, you three should stop eating meat already. Why does this rookie get to chow down too? He's just a regular guy. Nothing special, out of nowhere. And then just digs his chopsticks straight into Kan-chan's meal. He scoots close, whispering, hey kid, go grab yourself another portion. This one's mine. Kan-chan just gives him a quick glance. Not even batting an eye, he stays quiet, curious to see what is about to go down, like he is testing his own reaction. He then does not even know shame. He is all attitude too. You see that he's basically giving up on his own food right there. He tries to shove the entire chunk of meat in his mouth at once. Well, I am not holding back either. Sauce drips drop by drop. Kan-chan replays all the clues from before in his head. Nope, this is not what he is looking for. He strains to rearrange the images swirling in his mind. The fragments of insight converge into a single point. Kan-chan calls his people over Kwong Yin in a flat. Look, Kwong Yin arrives. Ire. Boss, what is the situation? I found the answer. I've got 8 names. Bring them here. Everyone freezes, stunned. No one knows why Hayden's anger flared up like that. Kan-chan always speaks straight. These 8 people are yours, boss. But just then, a calm voice replies, not entirely. When the answer does not satisfy him, he does not hold back and spills everything he saw when the boss was escorted in. The boss searched out 5 of them, and all 5 simultaneously raised their index fingers. I do not know what that gesture means, though, but I am sure they did it to signal the boss. While the other 3 exchanged glances with each other, Kan-chan still vividly remembers those 3 faces from earlier. Lum Tayutugu was completely shocked. How did he stay so calm and observe everything in that chaos? Back then, we only focused on storming the boss with a hail of bullets. No one cared to watch how everyone reacted. Lothering nods, confirming the intel. Prison 18 is packed with all kinds of people from rival factions. Showing up is totally normal. Suddenly, he glances over and asks, boss, should we move these guys to another prison? The boss hesitates, thinking moving them without cause would just stir gossip outside. Die fun. Take these 8 to the special holding cells. Interrogate them, find out who those 3 are and why they showed up. Dae-fun nods. Yes, sir. Before he can finish, Lovey Kwonga points toward other inmates with a face that is 30% helpless, 70% like, seriously, from the way Tiu Chaneng looks, he is worried. Boss, that kid's spotted our people already. Kan-chan stares quietly, speechless. Who told you to just sit back and watch the show earlier? But the Thuong shrugs it off and turns to him. You might not be a super criminal, but your analytical mind and memory, that is next level. Even the super criminals can touch that. Then, scooping food nearby, gapes in disbelief. So he is not with the knights, but on the surface. He asks, hey brother, how should we greet this guy? Facing him, Kan-chan just shrugs, but Eshtian presses on. Kayan. Since when did the knights team up with the Kayan Fight Corporation? Hearing that, he quickly shoots a judging look at Kan-chan, but with his sharp it, and then smoothly switches topics while feeding Kan-chan some food. Brother Kan, What is your take on the Kukizio organization? Kanchan's face darkens as he answered. Nothing special, though out loud he says it is fine. Inside he is thinking otherwise. Given his status, he is here to enforce the strictest laws, so he does not care about saving face. That line really hit hard. Meanwhile, countless cameras keep watch from above. Below, prisoners lie sprawled out. Depvin hurriedly uses a cloth to pry open the mouth of a gang member. He thinks for a moment, analyzes. Boss, there is poison hidden inside the teeth. Just opening the mouth releases a bitter scent. It is that Shianua stuff. He then leans back, quietly asking, these three are not from the Kakshdio, right? Dukdong responded to the question with, a deceased warrior. That is definitely something that catches people off guard. Meanwhile, Gantran sat in a corner, intently watching the movements of the so-called masters. His whole body trembled in waves, as if he had forgotten to remove his disguise. Caught between two worlds, inside and out, facing death for the very first time, Gantran bit his thick lips tightly, trying to calm himself, reminding himself that here, this was just the world of the fragment beast. Meanwhile, cameras above their heads kept tracking their every move, flashing a timestamp. 3:21:15 p.m. Across from Cantran, Dukdong glanced over and suddenly asked, first time seeing a dead person? Ha! For some reason, after a moment of thought, Cantran confessed, yeah. Hearing that, Dukdong's eyes lit up brightly and he grilled him. Scared, cornered and backed into a corner, Cantran admitted, a little scared. Yeah. Right then, the teachings of his seniors flooded back the formulas. The core structures he would been taught. His parents had taught him how to hold chopsticks, how to dress, how to take care of himself, but no one ever taught him this. After all that, the only question left swirling in Cantran's mind was, what does death really mean? Though fear lingered, he forced himself to stay calm, knowing that only by witnessing death with his own eyes could he truly grasp how terrifying it was to see a life vanish right before him. Just then, Dukdong placed a wooden chess piece in front of Cantran and said, you know, everyone here has two lives. The second life starts as he placed the piece. Orders barked out and Cantran realized there was only one true life to live. Cantran's eyes widened in surprise, Dukdong's words echoing in his ears. From that moment on, you start telling yourself time is precious, and you realize just how much of it you have wasted. Then, as if hitting a sudden epiphany, his eyes darkened with a new resolve. The more afraid you are, the calmer you must be. Lost in deep thought, Cantran moved his next chess piece carefully. He needed to rethink his past and focus on his future more than ever. Dukdong quickly made another move, muttering under his breath, looks like those three dead warriors are after me. You help me find them, I will owe you one. Then, suddenly, Dukdong pulled out a hefty slice of cake. You can trade this for something here. What do you want? Cantran did not waste time beating around the bush. I want a list of the members from the Phi Corporation. Dukdong looked intrigued. Really? Why not trade for me to become a super criminal instead? Not many people can get me into debt. But you just do not see the opportunity right in front of you. But you are no fool, you have got everything in the palm of your hand. Becoming a super criminal can compared to the secrets I hold. I think that is pointless. Besides, the time's right, he will hand it to me soon enough. No need to trade. Dukdong sat silently, lifting a new chess piece in thought. After a moment, he finally spoke. You are smarter than I thought. Patient, and able to hold your own. I gotta say, you are right. Some things can be bought. When the time's right, you just take it. Though I was a bit disappointed you have never seen bloodshed before. Then, like a sly fox, Dukdong dropped a bombshell. But if you are indifferent to life itself, that is when I really lose interest. Saying that, he turned and ordered to go get the list, bring it here. The kid replied quickly, yes, sir. But Dukdong was not about to hand it over easily. He needed to know, why do you want that list so badly? Cantran shrugged, I guess I do not need to explain much more. Do I? Dukdong found his stubbornness amusing. All right, no more questions. This is me paying you back. Do whatever you want with it. Cut to another room, cold, empty, and silent. Cantran stepped in, thoughts racing. He would expected Lam Tu to come check on the tome today, but nothing happened. Maybe Dukdong felt no more checks were needed. He could feel it. The more he thought about his future, the closer he felt to walking the path of a super criminal. Cantran's eyes squeezed shut in satisfaction. This time, returning would not be as nerve-wracking as before, because he was tired, lying on Amai's bed, letting his body rest while his mind slowly unraveled. I have seen death with my own eyes. Early the next morning, as birds chirped across the scene, Cantran gently lifted an arm to check and saw the numbers. 40 hours 20 minutes, 27 straps. He was so focused that his mind buzzed with thoughts every time he traveled through time. He never made a sound, never waking the sleeping girl. After a moment, Cantran put on his uniform before heading downstairs. After 2 intense days, returning to the outside world felt way lighter. But he was already looking forward to the next time jump in 2 days. His hand reached for the doorknob, ready to step out, pausing as a thought hit him because many opportunities were still waiting out there. Right then, familiar figures caught Cantran's eye. Out of courtesy, Cantran turned to greet them. Morning, Miss Rangtiat. No drama this time. Right? All good. She was getting Tuvan ready for school. Right? After you are done studying tonight. Come home. Okay. I bought fish and some ribs. We will have a celebratory dinner. But Kantran did not quite get what the celebration was for, only receiving a "we will talk tonight." No matter how much Kantran pressed, she just said, "You will understand when the time comes." Those words kept swirling in his mind on the way to school. Just before entering the school gate, Kantran froze. News on his phone shattered him. A certain phrase meant a life was about to end. Someone bought info on the dark web. Killing a time traveler means no more chances to jump again. The image of those color changes flashed again in Kantran's mind. Reality is always far crueler than any story. Yet the school scene remained peaceful, as if nothing was wrong. As soon as Kantran sat down, classmates swarmed him, wearing him out. Lu Duck, sitting next door, arrived at school later. He would thought Lu Duck Chu would be haunted like that Honda guy, maybe even drop out. But nope, acted like nothing was wrong. Kantran quietly glanced over at the next class, shooting him a judging look. Not only did the dude become a time traveler, but he ended up in prison. No. 18. Met that mysterious Lai Thuk Dong, and actually talked to him. While everyone was hyped about Lu Duck Chu, Kantran just let out a soft sigh. Even though people were searching for him, Kantran went against the crowd, planning to ditch this place given the situation, revealing he was a time traveler. That'd be the dumbest move ever, especially admitting he forgot one of the biggest players in that world. As he walked, Kantran's mind raced. Yeah, that secret organization would show up soon enough. Just then, Kantran's eyes caught a familiar figure's back. He rushed over and shouted, "Namkan!" Getting close, Kantran asked, "Hey, Namkan, what is wrong? Did someone mess with you?" But all he got was a cold. Nothing. Nothing. I just did not sleep well last night. But deep down, he thought, no armored body, no superpowers. How else could his spirits be high? They quickly reached the classroom, where a few giggling girls zipped by, whispering, "Hey, Lu Duck Chu from the next class time traveled back. Let us go check it out." Kantran asked, "Did someone mess with him when he time traveled?" Namkan then froze at those words. Time travel? What time travel? The two watched the girls with wary eyes, but their minds were deep in thought. Namkan then definitely time traveled, but what he had gone through in that other world made him this worn out and drained. After a moment, Kantran leaned in and whispered, "What did you do when you time traveled?" The response was pale as a ghost. "I did not time travel." "Who says I did?" "I will take on anyone who says that." Not wanting to pressure his friend, Kantran just nodded silently, thinking, "Guess I am not getting anything out of this." No clue on the when, where, or who. There is no way to help. As they sat down, the girls outside kept chatting. "Seriously, he actually met Lai Thuk Dong? That kid's got some crazy luck." Meanwhile, Kandan sat in a corner, nervously fidgeting. After a bit, he finally spoke up. "Didn't I tell you before there is a group of time travelers?" "Yeah, you mentioned it." Kantran chuckled, unable to keep a straight face, pouring out his feelings. Kandan went on, "Did I tell you there is someone selling socks in that other world?" Kantran just replied, "Uh-huh." Kandan continued, "But do not ask how I know. Anyway, you are not a time traveler." Suddenly, a cold voice cut in, "You did not bring those socks back here, did you?" Kandan fired back, "Didn't I tell you? Someone said a time traveler once said they could get help from a rich lady there." Kantran just said, "Aha." That is when Kandan finally felt a bit relieved this part was legit. Panicking, he shouted into Kantran's ear, "I am just repeating what I heard. I am not a time traveler." Exhausted, Kantran just mumbled, "Okay. Got it." Though inside he thought, maybe this time the time traveler really got involved with that rich lady. Outside, the girls kept gossiping nonstop. Wait, spill the tea." Kantran glanced over with a smirk. "Nope." That made Kandan jump in panic. "I told you, I am not a time traveler." Just as they were all waiting, the school's system crackled to life. Everyone outside instantly tuned into the announcement. The crowd spotted a big shot figure. Who are those guys? The education director showed up too, heading to the next class over. Sitting inside, Kantran thought, so they really came. He kept his eyes glued outside, watching the people in black. That sight kept him deep in thought. The arrival of the ones in black had instantly grabbed everyone's attention. They just kept striding forward like they owned the place. Honestly, their unique swagger and sharp presence made them impossible to ignore at this school. I still remember the first time I ran into them and that overwhelming vibe they gave off. Just like Kantran predicted, Lu Duck Chu got taken away shortly after. The fact that the director of the education department personally came to pick him up shows this group has some serious government backing. Even with everyone watching, they showed no fear whatsoever, which actually made me feel a bit more at ease. But life's never that simple. And what caught me off guard was, he just stood there cool as a cucumber. By the end of the first period, Lu Duck Chu was back. He said they took him to an office. Then some guy in black told him to leave his address and contact info and warned him not to leave Lac City. Those words made Kantran's head spin even more. The guy in black told him there are tons of time travelers in Lac City. They are rounding them up, planning some kind of training program for these travelers. They even showed him photos to identify people in them. They suspect the people in those pictures are time travelers because one of them appeared at another traveler's home based on tracking data. This person's activity zone is within a 3 kilometers radius, but since it is near an old residential area with many blind spots or broken cameras, their data is patchy, so they came to question Lu Dukchu. He glanced over and suddenly realized they were actually after me. Kantran sighed softly, thinking how he purposely wore an outfit he had not touched in 2 years that day. Avoiding every camera angle before stepping out, it was not all for nothing after all. But then, out of nowhere, I heard Kandan shouting like crazy. Some traveler had just shown up next to that big group and was even chatting with them. Who knows? Maybe one day he will be a superhero. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Those words hit him like a ton of bricks. Admiration. Really? He burst out crying and asked, "You are not impressed? I promised you a meal when I made some money. Now I can't even invite you to watch?" He added with a sad smile. Kantran just gently comforted him. Then just be good and go to class. There are plenty of normal folks still living their lives. You do not have to become a time traveler. Kandan went silent, not uttering a word. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, we still have not paid for our textbooks. I gotta wait 2 more days. What about you? My mom got fed up with my dad and went to my grandma's. Only dad can pay. Yours 1T. What did he say? Kandan's face darkened as he replied. He told me to return the books. He sighed, thinking, who knew just paying for books could be so tough for 2 time travelers? At this point, Kantran knew he had to figure out a way to make money. Looking at the empty space ahead, he realized the old guys had gotten smarter. They were not playing chess with him anymore. So now, he had to find a way to hustle in this world. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with determination. No way he was going into a gold mine empty-handed. Kantran walked past a street food alley bursting with mouth-watering smells and lively chatter. Roasted sweet potatoes, sizzling chicken wings, yet he barely noticed. Lately, he had gotten used to skipping classes. A wave of loss hit him. Back when he was a kid, visiting his grandma's house with his mom, his dad would sneak him to the street for a bowl of noodles costing just 15 cents. Back then, his dad had not fallen into gambling. His parents were not divorced, and his grandparents did not despise him. Kantran quietly stared at a roadside noodle shop. That 15-cent bowl was now 15 bucks. It felt like there was no going back. In the end, he turned and headed toward the school gate. Kantran's eyes scanned the corner where the troublemakers were lurking. Suddenly, a voice snapped him back to reality. Hey, bro. The little girl happily ran up to her brother and said, let us head inside. Mom's almost done cooking. He hesitated. But what if you still have evening classes tonight? She told her mom to eat without waiting for him. But that did not fool Dongvan. She knew full well Kantran has not had evening classes these past few days. Without another word, the little sister tugged his hand and pulled him inside. Right in front of him was their freshly renovated room and a table piled with steaming food. No signs of the old clutter anymore. It looked like everything had been replaced with brand new stuff. Jiang Tite was cooking in the kitchen but heard the noise at the door. Kantran's back. Come sit down. Just one more pot of soup to finish. Kantran did not answer, just lowered his head to look at the food. It actually looked delicious compared to the bland meals back at prison. No. 18. This was real home cooking. He turned to Jiang Tite. Hey. Jiang Tite. So what is the occasion today? Right on cue. The little girl popped out from the kitchen with the soup. I told you before, I opened a repair shop in that other world. She said as she set the dish on the table. She explained the situation at the shop. But honestly, that place gave her nightmares because when you time travel there, you can keep memories. So when customers came knocking for repairs, she was clueless on how to handle them. And those folks, tough as nails. Plus, the nighttime security in District 18 was a joke. The streets after 8 p.m. were downright dangerous. So she was always on edge. Still, she felt this business was a silver lining in a storm. But she had no idea why this time. The Lee family suddenly showed up at her small shop store wanting to invest. That move wiped out a ton of risks for Jiang Tite's repair shop. In that world, the Lee group was basically untouchable. Once they invested, no criminal element dared to mess with her shop. They did not just hand her a stack of cash, they even gave her a sign with the Lee family emblem. After that, she felt way safer in that world. Hearing all this, Kantran fell into deep thought. Lee family. He seemed to piece something together about the Lee family but quickly dismissed it. Well, congratulations, he said. Jiang Tite beamed, her smile as warm as sunshine. No need to worry about me anymore. Little Van's grandparents 1T have to leave their hometown. Now I can finally repay you. Didn't you always admire time travelers before? If one day you find yourself in District 18, just come find me. I might not be able to help with everything, but I will protect you. He did not answer, thinking to himself, I really am stuck in District 18. But my situation is far beyond what any ordinary time traveler can handle. The power struggles between the Kain family and the Hares of the Night organization, just those two alone, were way over a normal traveler's head. While eating, Kantran changed the subject. Oh yeah. Jiang Tite, did those guys in black come looking for you before? She calmly replied, they did not come looking for me. but I went looking for them. Jiang Tai wanted help from their organization. After handing Little Van to him, she had tried to contact them, hoping they could assist her in that world, but they said their organization was newly formed and had not established a foothold in that world yet, so they could not help. After dinner, she went to the kitchen to clean up. Kantran walked to the living room and sat beside Dong Van. You are a time traveler too, right? Dong Van paused mid-bite. What is Kantran talking about? He laid out his suspicion directly. Last time, you asked your mom's repair shop name on purpose, and now the Lee group shows up to invest. They are even protecting her. You do not have to admit it, but I can spill the beans to your mom. The little girl panicked and stopped him. Absolutely not. Don't tell mom. She darted away under Kantran's piercing gaze. I guessed right. That is why I took the chance to make a move yesterday. The girl dodged under his bullet-like gaze. I was not wrong. That is why yesterday I took the chance to make a move. I grabbed the membership list of the Fit Clan from Lai Thuk Dong's place. Sure enough, Lai Dong Van's name was on it. Kantran was puzzled. Why did not you tell your mom? Dong Van softly spoke at their last meeting. In that world, hardly anyone dares to discipline her. If mom found out, she would definitely teach her lessons in both worlds. The girl glared and tried to bribe him. Don't tell my mom. I can pay you. I have got plenty of cash in that other world. You know, he immediately shrugged it off. I am not some time traveler or anything. Why would I need money over there? Dong Van shot him a suspicious look. You are not a time traveler, Kantran casually replied. Of course not. Though inside, he was far from calm. No wonder this kid suspects I am a time traveler, always asking questions. Good thing I refused to take her money so fast just now. Suddenly the air went dead silent. Kantran thought for a moment, then tried to change the subject. How much money do you have in this world? Dong Van's eyes widened in shock. You would dare scam a kid? He shrugged. I just asked casually. That is all. But the girl insisted. I do not have much here either. How about you? Kantran. Make a different deal. He raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? Dong Van buried her face in a stuffed animal. How should I know? Just do not tell my mom. Okay. Kantran stood up, looking at her once more. All right then. Remember this, take good care of your mom in that world. I have heard things are chaotic over there. Dong Van giggled happily. Yeah, do not worry. Once you get a chance to jump to that world, I will protect both of you. Seeing her so determined, Kantran felt a bit relieved, then left her side. Later, sitting on his bed, he muttered to himself, well, tonight was not a total loss. At least I confirmed that Dong Van is a time traveler, and since I am still competing for the hair position, having an ally beats going solo. His eyes flicked over new info on his phone. A secretive overseas group was offering big bucks for armor parts and futuristic tech from the other world. Anti-aging items, a 002 serum, with a note saying none of these meds have been tested or researched in this world yet, and all of them have life-saving properties extending lifespan. Maintaining youth, boosting physical abilities. Our organization tested these drugs and confirmed they work on humans here. Usage involves swallowing coated pills or direct application. Kantran scoffed at their methods. These people would go to any lengths to smuggle goods from the other world. He knew all these tactics were driven by money. If a rich guy had terminal cancer, his last hope would be those life-saving drugs from the other world. That guy would pay any price. What price could truly match a life? That is exactly what they are after. He put down his phone, lost in thought. While he was still figuring out how to become a superhuman, others were already making deals. Delivering the real stuff would definitely blow his cover, but he could always copy the tech onto a used drive. However, normal time travelers can handle nuclear tech from the other world yet, maybe in the future, but not now. After weighing it all, the best move was to get close to Uncle Lei. Last he heard, he was still holed up in locker 18. Hard to even get outside news, so building a good relationship with Uncle Lei was priority number one. Suddenly Kantran noticed something. Wait a sec. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. This secret group was harvesting armor tissue from bodies just days ago. Someone lost their legs. Now they are offering big bucks to collect more tissue, which would only push criminals to attack time travelers more. He thought about those thugs by the school wall again. He could not help but peek over the curtain to check, but the two guys were gone. They would already left. Feeling a bad vibe, Kantran called the police. Hello, I am at Building 12. Block 4, Hanthu Street. Tonight I spotted two suspicious men nearby. They did not seem friendly. Suddenly a sharp scream echoed from upstairs. It was Lei Dong Van's voice, tense and strained. A frantic voice urged the cops on the other end. Send officers here. ASAP. Thanks to you. Your sharp gaze locked onto the stairway. Those guys are targeting Jian Tayat. Kantran jumped up to find a weapon and grabbed a medium-sized metal rod from the shelf. Fear churned inside him, turning his face pale. These were two grown men, maybe even more. Kantran twisted the door handle, wondering how could he possibly handle this. The metal rod in his hand was no joke either, but Kantran could not just stand by. He was not a hero. And yeah, pretty selfish too. He would even ignored his friends going crazy locked up in prison 18. With determination, he wiped sweat from his brow and headed toward Jian Tayat, but sitting there watching a kid like Lei Dong Van fall into the enemy's hands, He just could not. Quick as lightning, Gan-chan swung the rod and struck the attacker. The big guy crashed down the stairs. Jian-tai slowly got up and peeked out the door. He paused to check on the two of them. She whispered softly, "Thank you." A floor above, Gan-chan asked, "Just one guy?" Jian-tai stepped down 2 stairs and replied, "There was another, but he ran off." He did not forget to ask about the little girl. "Is little Van okay? She must be scared." Without hesitation, he dashed off to find the other guy. "I called the cops already. You go check on little Van," she called after him. But he was already gone. On the ground floor, Gan-chan spotted the fugitive running left. Knowing the layout well, he veered right immediately. If his guess was right, this route would cut off the guy's escape. Gan-chan smoothly leapt over a wall partition, his footsteps slowing as he closed in. Now all he had to do was wait for his mark. His eyes locked on the street ahead. The rod was ready in his hand. Gan-chan took a deep breath and focused. He gripped his weapon tight. 2. I've got him in sight. 1. Gan-chan swung with all his might, striking the guy's leg dead on. The man collapsed, howling in pain. Seizing the moment, Gan-chan bolted for home. At the door, Jian-tai and Dongvan waited. The bloodied little girl told him, "Bro, the other guy got away." Gan-chan smiled confidently at Dongvan. "Don't worry. I caught him already." Jian-tai anxiously eyed Gan-chan's hand. "Your hand's ripped." "Wait here. I will grab some bandages and disinfectant." She silently thanked her luck it was just a tear. No serious injury. Gan-chan's attitude toward himself was harsh. He was not some special hero. Just a regular guy with a genius brain but a body that did not quite keep up. He politely declined her help. "Don't bother. I have got some at home. The cops will show up soon. I am heading back." Gan-chan forced a weak smile, hoping she would remember. "Tonight, I did not do a thing." Jian-tai did not quite get it but respected his wishes. "All right." He turned back to his room, thinking, "Looks like it is time to ramp up my training in the inner world." The next morning at dawn, a loud voice called from outside, "Hey, Gan-chan." Dongvan's tears streamed down her face. "Gan-chan, please help my mom." When Gan-chan arrived, Jian-tai explained, "The powered armor unit ran out of energy." Calmly, Gan-chan exclaimed, "Their reinforcements suck. Those fighters inside the inner world have been battling at insane levels." She quickly added, "They use energy towers to generate power and cloud towers to transfer it. The inner world perfected wireless charging home devices are always charging. This pay-per-use power system is strictly managed. Everyone has a payment ID, like a citizen ID number. As long as you pay monthly, you enjoy all the conveniences. The corporation charges based on each person's electricity consumption." Gan-chan thought it over, realizing what it meant. Even in the inner world, there are power generation towers and cloud towers everywhere. Even in the wilderness, there are cloud towers, but transportation there mostly runs on oil engines. Especially the military oil engines use lots of energy and have high torque, perfect for specialized military vehicles and long-distance trucks. Thinking it through, it made sense, though it posed some challenges mostly because the trade routes are just brutal. Getting out of the city is a real headache. You have to pass through customs built by the tax agency and verify you have the proper paperwork. The financial department in the inner world holds massive power, not just enforcement, but even their own intelligence division. He paused, weighing all the factors of the inner world. But from everything he learned today, the most valuable insight was that the strongest currency there is gold. Solid, powerful gold. Currency here means money that outsiders are willing to accept instead of their own country's cash. 5 financial giants base their cash flow on the amount of gold reserves they hold. A sly smile tugged his lips. Finally, he would crack the code on how to make money in this world. Getting back on track, Gan-chan asked bluntly, "Tu Van called you here for what exactly?" Jiang-tai replied, loosening her arm because it was drained of energy. Mainly, with her hand like this, she could not cook for Tu Van today. The girl seemed to count on his help, so she said, "Here, you take care of her for me." The little girl, stomach growling, looked at him pleadingly. "Gan-chan, cook some food for me and my mom. Please, I am starving." He thought it was no big deal. This was easy. Suddenly there was a knock, and a man's voice called out, "Hello. Anyone home?" Gan-chan narrowed his eyes at a black car parked by the window. It was an official vehicle from the Divine Agency. Wearing an apron, he headed straight to the kitchen. "Tu Van, go open the door for our guest. I will make some food for you and your mom." The little girl happily ran off. "Thanks." Gan-chan, outside, several figures appeared. Lovian flashed a sly grin as he greeted Jiang-tai. "Hello, I am Lovian. We have met before. I am one of Miss Luan's people." Gan-chan opened the fridge to grab food but caught every word. "Miss Luan, their organization is called Miss Luan." Jiang-tai welcomed them warmly. 10 people. Tu Van, quickly pour fresh water for the guests. As they sat down, Lovian asked, "What is wrong with your arm?" She answered, "Same as before, the armored part has run out of energy." Gan-chan ordered in a low voice to his secretary, "Record this." One sentence and he understood a lot. It seemed even they did not know the armored part could run out of energy. Maybe, just like Jiang-tai had said, This organization was newly formed and did not know much about the inner world. Dong Van B handed over 2 cups of water while her mom talked. What brings you guys here? Lovian cut to the chase. We want to ask you something, and brought up last night like an accusation. 2 bad guys escaped from your place, and one of them got ambushed and scratched up. The mention of golden scratches made Kanchan's jaw tighten. Do you know who did it? Lovian chuckled at Jiang Tiat. Don't worry. We are not here to press charges, just want to ask a few questions. Lovian and his team sat opposite Jiang Tiat and Dong Van. The teammate next to Lovian scribbled nonstop, the scratching of the pen filling the room. Jiang Tiat looked a bit sad but said, I have no idea who did it. Maybe some good Samaritan. Why do you want to investigate this? She said it out loud. But inside she would already made up her mind. No matter what, she would not let anyone dig into Kanchan's business. He was risking everything to protect her daughter. Lovian noticed her thoughts drifting and quickly reassured, don't get the wrong idea. We are no law enforcement, and we have no intention of going after this kind-hearted guy. His teammate, a sharp-eyed guy with glasses, added, exactly. We're just going off what others told us. This guy's hands are skilled, and his timing for ambushes is precise, not something an average person could pull off. That is why we want to find him, see if he is really a time traveler. We are just trying to figure out the strange events happening lately. Right then, Dong Van's eyes widened as she spoke in her clear kid voice. No lying. Not in front of you. After what happened yesterday, my mom and I stayed home all day. We do not know who did it. Kanchan, standing behind the door, heard it all. He mused silently. Dong Van explaining things would only make them trust her more, because everyone assumes kids never lie. Then he remembered how much he and the girl had in common. Their childhoods were eerily similar, full of parental fights and domestic abuse. Let me tell you up front, that girl and I are the same kind of people, calm on the surface, but underneath, a raging storm of fierce darkness. Dong Van's eyes narrowed, a deep sadness and crushing disappointment shining through. Sir, the person you are talking about helped my mother. So why are you guys looking for him? Are you planning to capture him? Are you even human? Seeing the girl start to doubt him, Luyuan quickly placed his hands on the table and smiled, trying to ease Dong Van's worries. Little one, do not get me wrong, and calmly explained why they were here. We mean no harm. The Kowloon organization is new, and we are just trying to find and gather like-minded talents, and added some info for Rang Tiat and warned her. Also, there is another organization in the inner world. A few powerful corporate groups have discovered the outer world's existence. According to our records, 21 people have mysteriously died after crossing over, each subjected to brutal interrogations before their deaths. More than 10 others claim they were captured by inner world organizations. Rang Tiat, you need to stay sharp, do not let them catch wind of you. She listened intently to his words, while Dong Van just stared blankly at her mom. Luyuan reached out toward her, though subtle. It was clear, once your identity is exposed, things get dangerously real. Rang Tiat absorbed this warning fully. Tears welled in her eyes, worry flooding her face. All right, I get it now, she thought quietly. Turns out, being exposed in the inner world is way more dangerous than she imagined. Suddenly, the assistant's phone buzzed with a notification. Xiaoxiao's appeared again. Luyuan's face flickered with surprise. Dong Van blurted out, Uncle, who's this Xiaoxiao guy? Seems like you know a lot about him. Luyuan still clutched his phone. Little one, you know Xiaoxiao too? Luyuan replied, we are after him now, but he is a master of hiding. So far, we have not been able to track down who he really is. Logically, there should be some trace left behind, but all evidence tied to him has been wiped clean. Halfway through, Luyuan and his team suddenly stood up. You have said enough? We won't keep you any longer. I will be going now, Rang Tiat said softly, standing and nodding politely. It is inconvenient for me to walk, so I won't see you off. Luyuan waved dismissively. No need. Really? The door. Luyuan's eyes suddenly widened as he spotted a pair of plain black sneakers on the doorstep. Hey, whose sneakers are these? Rang Tiat and Dong Van took turns answering. They are ours, my dad's. Luyuan muttered. Oops, my bad. Then quietly shut the door. Once they were out of sight, the mother and daughter collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief as if they would just dodged a bullet. Kanchan stepped out calmly. Sorry to have troubled you. Dong Van gave a thumbs up, signaling all was well. Rang Tiat, sitting by the door, responded, don't say that it is your family who dragged me into this mess. If nothing had happened to you, I would not be involved. Watching Kanchan handle the dirty dishes beside her, she asked, is the fridge empty? Then go buy some more, get spare ribs. Dong Van and I are growing kids. We need plenty of meat. Hang on. I will get Dong Van to grab the money for you. After a while, Kanchan stood at the doorstep, bowing slightly as he left. Once outside the apartment, he glanced cautiously around, but saw no sign of Luyuan's car parked nearby. Cutting through the crowd, Kanchan's face caught everyone's attention. All 200 agents were watching him closely. The car stayed parked a while longer, Yet Kanchan made no move to head inside to shop. Luyuan lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and exhaled smoke that curled thickly around him. It is not him, he muttered. A puzzled colleague asked, you know there is someone inside, maybe even hiding from us. Why not just go check? How many resources have we wasted on this job? Without looking away from Kanchan's silhouette, he replied, boss already told us, Kowloon is new. We have to build relationships with the cross-world people. It is not about using force or tricks, but not every cross-worlder gets accepted. Kowloon is not some charity that takes in just anyone. He stayed calm, but anyone watching would think he was making a huge mistake. But that is the smart move in the long run. We can teach us work with anyone. We need people who share our vision. We have to wait here. If it does not work out, then so be it. A new era has dawned. Some people are destined for greatness, not ordinary at all. Maybe we do not even need to search for them. They will just show up. Kanchan is already at the supermarket. Shopping, he is multitasking, scanning items with one hand, scrolling his phone with the other, all while walking and thinking while chatting with Jang Tyet. Lovian's hidden secrets started to slip out bit by bit. Even Kowloon could not figure out Tut's true identity, and he was not fooled by her either. He kept scrolling through websites. In this internet-driven society, wiping out all traces of yourself is nearly impossible because TUTU holds tech or maybe some kind of time-bending power beyond this era, making outsiders totally clueless. TUTU calls these dimension hoppers time travelers, since when they enter the inner world, time outside freezes. When they return, time in the inner world stops. Right now, time travelers are gathered across 19 cities: Vu City, Kun City, Nam City, Lak City, Shuayan City, Chung City, Them City, Kan City, Ha City, D City, Deng City, Hang City, Fuck City, Quang City, Lan City, Hem City, Ho City, Tan City, and Dai City. Other areas might have a few time travelers, but that is pretty rare. According to TUTU, if you want to become a time traveler, head straight to these 19 cities because the third group of time travelers will appear tonight. Since playing in the inner world is insanely hard, he thinks time travelers teaming up will boost their chances of survival. Lastly, TUTU warns everyone, never reveal your identity. He suspects someone's already been exposed and met a brutal fate. That is why he is so serious about the warning. He stopped in front of the meat counter, pointed at the cut he wanted, his mind racing nonstop. But not all time travelers are as chill. Inside prison #18. There is a threat. Even Liu Dukchu can to stand. The butcher chopped the slab into pieces, bagged it in plastic, and handed it over. Little did he know, TUTU treats the inner world like a game, but it is safe to bet he is the most famous time traveler, and his power is going to cause a massive stir. He might even rally others from across dimensions to quickly gather at those 19 cities mentioned in that power move. Yet one thing worries him. The inner world has spawned a ton of con artists. Kantran grabbed his phone again. Namkan then bombarded him with messages. Someone in the time traveler group is selling immortality pills, and they are surprisingly affordable. What is crazier? The seller claims Kun Shi Huang himself sent 3,000 kids to get them. Even with all that, it did not work before, but now you can just buy it for cheap. Kantran replied, how do you even know if that is legit? Plus, you are from this side. What does that have to do with the inner world? Namkan then answered like a total innocent. He said he is from this side, and that the kid did not go to the island. He actually time traveled with the 3,000 kids. Kantran was speechless, just thinking, well, if it makes you happy, fine. Kantran pocketed his phone, grabbed the meat, and walked off, thinking sometimes he can tell if Namkan then is a total idiot or just pretending. Right now, there are only 13 hours, 8 minutes, and 19 seconds left until time reversal. Back at the dorm, he did not see Lovian's car. Finally, Kowloon's people are gone. Thanks to Kantran's skillful hands, the dishes looked insanely delicious. Just looking at them made your mouth water. Dongvan folded a piece of meat and fed it to Rang Tyet, who smiled and opened her mouth to eat. This peaceful scene made him think love has a way of making Rang Tyet stronger, especially when protecting her child. Dongvan believed that during this time travel, the girl would arrange the best armor unit for her mother. Thinking this, his heart clenched. He realized he could only rely on himself. Suddenly, Rang Tyet asked, Tu Tran, you do not often see your parents, right? They are really busy. He replied shortly, yeah, super busy. Knowing his situation, she suggested, I noticed the phone at your place is broken, and since we are so close, from now on, just bring your clothes over and I will tailor them for you. No need to be formal with me. After school, do not bother cooking, just come eat at my place. Rang Tai flashed that trademark, gentle smile of a mother. Even if you do not come, I will still cook for Ring Ven. It is just a match made in heaven. After all, Kantran lowered his head a bit. Touched? All right. Thank you. Rang tight. The clock struck 11:59, its round face glowing brightly, lighting up Kantran's whole room. He lay quietly on his bed, thinking, the more this whole time travel thing happens, the more it feels like second nature. He closed his eyes, the world around him fracturing, If he had to pick just one world to survive in, maybe he would choose the inner world. Strange numbers appeared. 1.01. A prisoner's desperate screams echoed. Is anyone there? Let me out. Contron lay still in his room, hands behind his head, the cries repeating relentlessly. Where am I? Let me out. Who gave you the right to hold me? Do you even know who my father is? Hearing this, he chuckled dryly. Contron smiled faintly. Newcomers, welcome to prison 18.12. Came the announcement. You are not in the inner world yet. Contron sat quietly, deep in thought, his gaze locked on his arm. The numbers on his arm kept shifting. This countdown was set at 7 days. He furrowed his brow, pondering, why is this happening? Is there some kind of rule? Looks like I need to dig deeper into the laws of time travel. Contron casually stepped outside. Everyone quietly avoided his gaze. He looked toward La Kuang-yena, who smiled and flashed a sign at him. Distant noises stirred. Welcome, newcomer, Contron thought, even though all La Kuang-yena's actions would piss off the other two factions, sparking conflict any day now. Contron figured this guy entering prison 18 was actually paving the way for him. A sacrificial pawn has to embrace their role once you step forward. There is no turning back. Success means survival, failure means death. To carry this burden, you have to pay with your life. Plus, Thuxiang seemed to tacitly approve of Lu Kuang-yena's moves, like he wanted to see what his plan was. Contron scanned the area. Today, 7 new prisoners had arrived while Lu Kuang-yena was rounding them up. 6 looked like repeat offenders. Experienced prisoners knew better than to resist. Taking it was easier than making things worse. He watched as Lu Kuang-yena caught the last prisoner, who kept trying to run away, but this guy did not have any armor parts on him. How could a normal guy outrun those iron and steel beasts? Hey, stop. Don't hit me. Why are you grabbing me? Let me go. Another shouted. Don't mess with this guy. One move from him and you are walking straight into the house. The others buzzed with confusion. What is he saying? Some of it made sense, but not all. Contron looked down silently. This was the local dialect of Xwine Chu. This guy was a time traveler too. He was puzzled why would a time traveler end up in prison 18. According to the rules he and Tuten discovered, there are only 19 cities in the entire country where time travelers gather. Plus, it seemed a time traveler could only jump to one location, so the people from left then should only appear here. He thought it over. Could their theory be wrong? Can the jump location actually change? No way! There has to be something special going on. Thuxiang issued an order. Capture that guy. Interrogate him thoroughly, including Liu Chiju and Hong De-tin. He muttered, I have a feeling they all came from the same place. Contron worried if the two sides are not allies, maybe these events will reveal something important. It is only a matter of time before the inner world learns about the outer world. There are just too many time travelers now. That fan guessed it right. The local sounding name Sendai is the mastermind behind all the weird stuff happening lately. Suddenly, Lam Tutu stepped up, and Contran's look told the whole story. Things just got way more intense. This time, he is not sitting idle. He is letting Lam Tutu take the lead. Lam Tutu shoved everything aside, saying, give me that guy. He refused. Our boss has to approve first. Everyone around started buzzing. Wait, is not Lo Kuang-ye the boss? So why is there a female boss now? Turns out Contran is not just some lucky kid who stumbled upon his uncle's true identity by chance. The Khan family is actually the owner of Lo Kuang-ye, the powerhouse behind the Khan Corporation. Lam Tutu smirked. You know who my boss is and still dare to stand in my way? Bold move. I like it. Contran silently watched as that prisoner took a beating. Lam Tutu did not hesitate to grab the prisoner's name. Contran panicked. How can the uncle's men just let some guy roam free inside prison? No. 18. He pondered, if he is free to roam, then why has not he just walked out of here? The cat let out a long yawn over the chessboard. Contran wondered where Lam Tutu had gone. The uncle replied, something shocking happened, though honestly, I still do not know what that shock was. He shared, but whatever it was, it definitely blew past anything I could be imagined. Before, if someone sketchy showed up near me, I would know they had a plan to snatch something from me, but this time, no plan at all, like no target. Contran thought hard times running out, and that fellow from Xian Chao is still out there. Just this Liu Duck-chu alone could not stand Lam Tutu's interrogation, and Lam Tutu's got that eerie mind-reading power too. This power makes people spill the truth without realizing it, and naturally, the world outside's secrets get exposed super fast. Go Thean, the madman from Nahaduan, Dipe Van quickly warned. Don't he just sit there eating? Was not that guy just your boss? That in that wilderness? There's even a place where they speak some strange language. Goothian wiped his face. He's not my guy. That kid does not look like he is from the wilderness. Have you ever seen wild folks with skin that's soft and white? He replied. Fair point. Goothian laughed out loud. Our guys have all been found by our bro Contran here. Don't you worry, I am basically riding solo now. He kept going. Hey, can those 3 bros of mine get a bite? Deep Van said there is no shortage of meat in the wilderness. Goothian whined. We get raided by the corporation every 2-3 days. Where's the time to raise livestock? Plus, there are 2 more forbidden zones there. Crossing them means death. It is not as spacious as you think. He tried to butter Contran up. Of course, if bro Contran joins us, you get to eat whatever you want. Contran glared at Goothian. Forbidden zones. That is a new one. Sounds like it is tied to some cursed stuff. He slapped his shoulder warmly. Bro Contran, Why do not you come with me to that wilderness? I can promise much else. But whatever you want, you got it. Whatever you want to eat, you eat. The uncle chuckled slyly. You are really trying to lure him over. Ha, don't you see? He's gone, corpse guy. Being their shadow is not worse than your wilderness. Is it? Goathian shot back. No way they are the same, and he might not even become their shadow. That shadow selection is dangerous as hell. Why risk it? What is wrong with coming with me to the wilderness? It is not that dangerous. The uncle smiled softly. What is so scary about your wilderness? On what basis do you expect people to follow you? Cantran spoke up. Just some empty promises he cooked up. He glanced at the time. Lam Tiu should be back soon. Cantran thought to himself, I am about to face the most dangerous test of my life, and I do not have a single card to play. He is lost in thought, knowing full well what he is up against, but there is no way out. A dark shadow looms. With nowhere left to run, the clock strikes exactly 3:30 p.m. in interrogation room. The new prisoner still has not come to. Lamshot feels powerless. This kid, he's got no battle experience, from dreamland to reality, and yet, he has been holding steady for half an hour straight, without a single slip. Meanwhile, in interrogation room B, he's reviewing the interrogation results, smirking with quiet pride. This hall is all mine. This guy, Lidu, claims he is a high schooler from a parallel world who time-traveled here, plus, his hometown is a lost city where tons of people have crossed over from other worlds, but they all crossed over randomly. None of them knew where they would end up before they crossed. Xiaoxiao falls silent, deep in thought. But there is one more thing to keep in mind. Lu Dizhu says he approached the boss because someone told him the Iron Fist in Prison 18 could offer a path to a career. We need to find out who spread that rumor. Xiao recalls. Even though this whole time travel story sounds unbelievable, according to Lu Dizhu's testimony, it is surprisingly consistent and worth pondering. Suddenly, he slams the table, snapping Lu Dizhu back to attention, and there is one last question. He is asking if he has ever heard the song Farewell March. When dinner is served and everyone eats in silence, Kan Chen eats while pondering. Xiao is sharp and clever, but not the scheming type. He is deep in thought, turning back to the meal without mentioning the interrogation results. So the answer's clear. There is a secret tied to someone sitting right here. Kan Chen guesses it is him. He watches the Iron Fist, wondering how he will handle this. A powerful man like him won't let things spiral out of control, no matter how much goodwill came before. When faced with a superior, it all means nothing. Iron Fist puts down his chopsticks and orders, Xiao, take the guys from the theatrical troupe somewhere else. Xiao nods. Yes, sir. He gestures for Go Hujin to come over. Come on. But Hen refuses to stand. I am not going anywhere. A sudden noise catches Hujin's attention and is fiercely attacked. Hen whispers to Shang. Xiao said we are still looking for this class artifact here. If not, do not take another step. Go Hujin grumbles. Ha, if you do not listen, you do not listen. Iron Fist questions. These past few days you let Guanji leak info on the new prisoner just to find them. Kan Chen replies. That is right. He chuckles, calmer than I expected. When I was your age, I was not this composed. Kan Chen almost replies. It is not calm. It is just that stressing one help. Even though Xiao did not tell him the results, he is sure there is a huge secret at play. He has never faced a problem he could not control without holding back. Iron Fist asks again. Have you thought maybe he is depressed? Maybe you won't make it past tomorrow. Kan Chen glances at him, then looks around at the prisoners and the machines still running this massive, terrifying system. He admits, yeah, I have thought about it. He smiles soft. Living here these past few days was not so bad. If I could, I would like to start over and be friends again. Iron Fist speaks up. The first time we sparred, you won. So I still owe you a favor. Tell me what you want. Now's the time. Kan Chen's voice makes him pause. Can you play Farewell March again? He is puzzled. No encore, Kan Chen thinks. My life. No reruns. And I can to change it anyway. Iron Fist agrees. Alright. I like your spirit. Consider this song a gift from me. And that favor, you can ask any time. He gently lifts his instrument, and the melodious tune fills the prison camp. Kan Chen listens with delight, thanking him as the midnight silence blankets the prison. Footsteps stop outside Kan Chen's cell. One person with a black bag is caught by him while two others help escort him away. He is dumped somewhere no one knows. The door slowly closes as Kan Chen begins to wake up. Time stretched through the night. Lost in a dark void. No clue where he was. No one to talk to. Not even sure what day it was. Loneliness and fear swallowing him whole. He thought deeply. But the truth was, he was not really alone ever since his parents split. Loneliness had been his only companion. Gan Chen licked his lips lightly right now. Dehydration was his biggest enemy. He glanced at the time on his wrist. Rewinding time did not change a thing, but at least it helped him keep track of the hours. Running out of options, Gan Chen resigned himself and turned on his movie. Staring at the big screen, since he could not do anything, he figured watching a movie about a prison break matched the vibe perfectly. Time to watch Redemption. He kept watching the clock rewind, then flop back. Exhausted, he would already binge watch 8 movies, even dozed off a bit, but the hunger gnawing inside him was relentless, and time was running out. The countdown showed 98 hours, 9 minutes, and 1 second left. Gan-chan thought. Damn, this is getting serious. His head started spinning, his body swinging between hot and cold, lips cracked and dry, classic signs of dehydration creeping in. Frustrated and sleepless, his hunger gnawed harder, his spirit slowly eroding away. Time kept ticking down. 74 hours. 9 minutes. And 1 second. Deep into the silent night, Guangai screamed at the top of his lungs. Lai Shudong, get me out of this damn cell right now. Not, where's my boss? I won't forgive you. And neither will Can she, came the stern reply. Lin Xiaoxiao turned back to the monitor showing 0000 and whispered, Boss, it has been 4 days. He murmured, Boss, Kan-chan's been in there for 4 days straight. Not a single word. No signs of giving up, Lai Shudong replied. This guy was sharp since day one. He had been controlling his breathing to conserve water. 4 days and nothing is cracked yet, Lin Xiaoxiao explained. Even so, staying silent for 4 days straight, that is rare. He's not acting like he is suffering torture, more like he is waiting. But 4 days without water. If he does not drink soon, he is done for. Boss, you value talent, right? Cut him some slack. Divan quickly interjected. Boss, maybe the dark room is not breaking him. You should let him out, Lai Shudong spoke up. Switch him to the stone chamber. Lin Xiao jolted. Boss, he is dehydrated now. If he sees water, he will drink it immediately. If that happens, Sao warned, Kan-chan will die. Lai Shudong's voice darkened. Life or death is his choice. How can he walk my path if he has never faced true death? Kan-chan was strapped tightly to a chair, his face covered by a stark white cloth. Lin Xiaoxiao stood nearby, lost in thought, watching Divan pour water over Kan-chan's face. Kan-chan clenched his fist fiercely, determined not to utter a single word. Water streamed down his body, but he endured it silently, refusing to break. Daixiao stood off to the side. Impressed, who would have thought Kan-chan could still stay so sharp at this point? Did he even realize what he was up against, using his last shred of willpower to buy a chance at survival? Suddenly, a fresh wave of water crashed over him. Kan-chan felt like he was drowning in a bottomless pool. Then, he heard a voice calling. Taiyu Trun. His eyes snapped open, and memories flooded his mind instantly. He saw a woman grabbing his hand, whispering, Taiyu Trun, your dad's not the same anymore. He does not want us anymore. Then he saw a street vendor selling candied fruit. He called out, Mom, I want some candied hawthorn. Fuong bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she replied, Okay, I will go get some for you now. Little Kan-chan happily took the candy from her hand, unaware that her grip was trembling. Then Fuong melted into the crowd, leaving a message. Taiyu Trun, eat here. Mom's going to the restroom for a moment. Kan-chan did not suspect a thing. He stood there eating his candy, waiting for his mom to come back, but time slipped away from the scorching sun to the fading dusk. His mother never returned. Heavy raindrops began to fall. The gourd tree had already dropped its fruit. Kan-chan stood there, shivering from the cold. Kan-chan buried his face and sobbed, tears mixing with the rain. A guard saw this and offered his umbrella, pulling him inside. But Kan-chan shook his head, refusing to go. Then a woman ran over. It was Fuong. She embraced him, and mother and son cried together in the rain. Kan-chan seemed to realize everything. He had been abandoned. Back in reality, his heart ached like 1,000 thorns piercing through, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. In Kan-chan's subconscious, Fuong turned her back, softly saying, Come with me. But Kan-chan, now firm, replied, No need anymore. Mom. Sadness lingered in Fuong's eyes as she pleaded gently, Come with me. He stood his ground. No need. I told you, no need anymore. Return to reality. He opened his eyes to see Lam Tiu looking at him worried. She tried patting his back hard, trying to wake him up. Duk-dong approached, coldly asking, Why did not you beg? I still owe you one favor. Kan-chan took a deep breath, then answered, Because you do not need one, a weakling like me. Duk-dong silently stared at him with a complicated look. Right now, Kan-chan's whole being radiated the strength of a fierce wolf. Like Duk-dong pressed, Can you forget what I did to you today? Kan was drenched, guns blazing, but he did not hold a grudge. Uncle Duk-dong gave a sly, half-hearted smile, turned on his heel, and left with a blunt, Well done. From now on, I will guide you, take you down the longest, toughest path in this world. Saying that, Uncle Duk-dong strolled off like he owned the place. Xiao Tu watched him go, guessing the boss must be in a great mood right now. The boss already has an heir for his warrior legacy, even if he never says it aloud. Just look at how he carefully picks each candidate one by one. They failed. The boss must be anxious by now. This path is brutal, so tough that even Dite Van and I do not want to walk it anymore. Smiling, you plopped down next to Kan and said, I am seriously impressed. No clue how you lasted 4 days straight locked in my room. After all, we could not even last 36 hours at first. Dite was a bit tougher, made it 47 hours. Dite Vin squinted and fired back. Bit tougher. Xiao Tu's face darkened from the jab. Way tougher, like a whole generation difference. Got it? Gan, gasping for breath, asked. You guys got locked in there too? Xiao Tu smiled brightly. For normal people, it is torture. For us, just another test we gotta pass. When the boss threw you in the dark room, I knew he had his eye on you, but if you failed, he would not give a damn about your survival. The boss has seen too much life and death. His heart's ice cold now. But that is just how it has to be. This is the way of the world. You can expect him to die for you. Diet Vin handed Gan a towel. Wipe your face. Not many can endure the water trial like you. Normal folks usually break. After that, Sao Tu and Diet Vin went at it, betting on what I would eat tonight. Looks like passing the water trial made not just Uncle Thuk Dong happy, but these two too. Diet Vin laid down the food tray. Look at that. Someone who survived the dark room and water trial deserves to eat ribs first, no matter how harsh the outside world gets. It is nothing compared to what we have been through these last few days. Meanwhile, kids our age are just living their normal school lives, love, games, fun while I am stepping into an unknown chapter of life. Not even sure where it will take me in the end. The three of us ate together when Sao Tu asked. After coming here, you did not even know you belonged to the Khan family, right? That is why you clashed with the boss to protect yourself, but in reality, you have zero ties to the Khans and no urge to go back home. Khan shrugged. Pretty much. Sao Tu grinned. Not bad at all. The boss probably considered that before deciding to take you in. Diet Vin nodded beside Gan. You can relax. This place only has us. Sao Tu and the boss know you are from the outside world. Even Lai Dongchach does not know. We will keep your secrets safe. Kan sighed. Thanks. But who the heck is this Lai Dongchach guy? Sao Tu kept that bright smile and cheerfully replied, Lai Dongchach is from the Hanks. Hankse is the organization under our warriors' command. Warriors are way more powerful than you think. And since you do not know much about the outside world, we have got to catch you up on everything these past 2 days. Diet Vinin chimed in. Right? That guy Lu Kuangya is loyal to you too. He has been through hell these past few days, almost threw hands with the boss. Gan just casually replied, yeah. Thanks for the heads up. You know Lu Duk Ho and Honti Sin. And that guy Jian Sen who loves to mess people up. I know Lu Duk Ho and Honti Sin. But it is not like we are close. They were just my high school classmates. Xiao Tu got excited and interrupted. Wait. Hold up. So in the outside world, you are just some regular high school kid. I thought you were some badass out there. Your skills and willpower do not look like ordinary high school stuff. Gan answered. The outside world's pretty peaceful. No supervillains. No armored bodies. No shady organizations or gangs. It is safe. Even a regular person can live comfortably there. No life-threatening danger. Xiao Tu whispered in admiration. That sounds awesome. Gan suddenly remembers something. Looks up and asks, where did the guy speaking the local dialect get swallowed up? Can I ask him a few questions? Lam Xiao nods confidently. They are all family here. No problem. From now on, you will be staying in house number 18. You do not have to worry. That guy was swallowed just a few rooms away from the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, the captured man is shouting nonstop. It is right here. Kana's face is covered. He shows a few written lines. The man sees the writing and asks, are you the guy who crafts the land? Gan stays silent but quickly jots down a few words. Let me ask you something. Are you from Lessie Then? Why did you time travel here? Are you from Lessie Then? The man replies irritably, I used to do business in Luffy Then, but somehow ended up in this dump. Gan writes a few more words. That is your karma. The man responds then blurts out, damn. Are you really from Luffy Then? Hearing this, Kan ignores him, turns around, and walks out, leaving the man grumbling inside the room. Lam Xiao watches Gan leave, surprised, thinking, he just survived the dark room and the water test, and yet he is still keeping his cool like a pro. The three of them finish eating and head outside. Gan walks thoughtfully, his deductions and Xiao Xiao's theories proving accurate. Because the scholar appeared in Luxthun, he got dragged through time here. Wherever he time travels to, that is where the old traveler's future lies. Yevin chimes in. No need to worry about your cover being blown. Xiao Xiao already spread the word that you are snooping on Boss X005. That is why you got a light warning. Kan nods slightly. You guys planned this pretty well tonight. Suddenly, a desperate, pitiful shout cuts through the air. Kan recognizes the voice instantly. Frowning, he asks, you have locked him up for 4 days now. Xiao Xiao replies bluntly. Don't worry. He has been getting food and drinks all along. Gan skeptically asks, have you checked everything about his past? Xiao Xiao answers straightforwardly. Checked. He was running protection rackets at the nursing home in the cooperative. Gan questions. Running protection rackets at a nursing home? Xiao Xiao explained. People in that world do not really take care of their elders. When someone hits 60, they get dumped in a nursing home, while their kids blow through their retirement savings. The so-called protection racket means he took fees from the elderly, pretending to be their kin to scare off other bullies so the old folks would not get harassed. Gan wonders why that nursing home thug is the one who came to help him. This is way too weird. After thinking, he hesitates. Can I visit him? Xiao Xiao does not hesitate. Of course you can. Inside the cell, Kwang and lies sprawled on the floor, too exhausted to breathe properly but still mumbling. Let my boss go. At that moment, Cao arrives and opens the door. Upon hearing the noise, Kwang Ina jumps up and sees Gan entering from outside. He is so moved he nearly cries. Right after, Kwang Ina starts running around, checking Kan for any injuries. He keeps crying like crazy, probably thinking Kan is sobbing too. Kan feels slightly annoyed and coldly cuts in, "I heard you went looking for trouble with Lothar through Jung." Kwang Ina replies smugly, "Just visiting as 00. Do I really have to treat people like that?" Kan sighs reluctantly, "Let us drop it. You can just bow down on their turf." But Kwang Ina stubbornly shouts, "No way, tomorrow. I am going all out against Lothar Thing." Kan can't hold back and retorts, "All right. Stop pretending." Kwang Ina scratches his head awkwardly. "Pretending? I am not pretending at all." Kan narrows his eyes, looking like he has seen right through him. Kwang Ina slumps to the ground, sighing. "Boss already saw the real me anyway. Honestly, this is just how lowly folks like us survive in this messed up world." Hearing that, God knows Kwang Ina understands he will be fine, so he is putting on this act to show loyalty. After a moment, Kan-chan fell silent, then said, "You do not have to cling to views just for me. Everything you have done these past few days, I appreciate your loyalty. Don't you worry, just do not betray me, and I won't ever throw you away." Of course, Gan-chan warned him to stay humble if he was going to follow him, no more acting like a hotshot drunk warrior. Kwang Yugia smiled and nodded. "Tell me what to fix, and I will make it right. No excuses." Gan-chan laid down the law. "Take all the gold off your armored arm. Keep it simple. I will hold on to that gold for you, and remember, no more cocky moves." Kwang Yi obeyed immediately, pulling off the gold thread and handing it to Kan-chan. With that secured, he took off. As he walked, Kan-chan calculated that gold thread was pretty long. Given gold's density at room temp is 19.23, it weighed over 30 grams. Wonder what gold's worth in the outside world. When he stepped outside, Tatiyu caught Kan-chan's expression and casually asked, "Got more business to handle?" Kan-chan nodded slightly. "Yeah, I've got a plan to confirm something. At this point, you have got just over 40 hours left on your countdown." From that day on, whenever they saw Kan-chan, whispers about you would break out. Also from that day, Kan-chan stopped eating with Thuk Dong and started eating with Kwang Yingia instead. While Kan-chan was eating, someone set a meal beside him and cheekily asked, "How'd you get on Thuk Dong's bad side to get tortured like this?" Turns out it was Hu Thian. He quickly sat next to Kan-chan, who eyed him suspiciously. "Aren't you afraid of crossing Thuk Dong?" Hu Thian shrugged. "Paffed. Why would I be scared of Thuk Dong?" Kan-chan raised an eyebrow. "So what brings you to me?" Hu Thian answered bluntly. "I am not like the others. I really admire your skills. I am thinking of inviting someone sharp like you to join Hat Dao." "No thanks." Kan-chan rejected without hesitation, then stood up and walked off. But just a few steps in, he sensed something was off. Behind him, two convicts were sneaking along, trying to tail him. They would been following him for a while until Kan-chan suddenly spun around, freezing them in terror. The two exchanged glances, scheming. Suddenly, blades popped out from their armored arms. Without a second thought, they lunged at Kan-chan. He casually sized them up, completely unfazed. When they got close, he moved with ease, and both thugs crumpled to the ground. Tatiyu watched from afar, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, after Kan-chan took down the two, Kwang Gia jumped in without hesitation, throat-slitting the pair. He even snapped their necks. Kwang Gia quickly warned, "Boss, they are poisoned." Kan-chan was not surprised. These two were part of the same group that came in with Dan Sin 5 days ago, along with 3 others who died earlier. The plan worked. Their real target was not the poison, it was you. So who is out to kill Kan-chan? Someone from behind the scenes? Looks like this shadow war is way deadlier than you imagined. At the Tae-Fit-Con Corporation, these shadowy killers won't hesitate to use any dirty trick in the book. Their deadly competition is not about who is stronger, it is about who is more ruthless and determined. At that moment, Kwang Yiga hesitated, asking, "Boss, what do we do now?" Kan-chan thought for a moment. "Wait until they start talking. Then I will rest." Just then, the door suddenly opened. Kan-chan stepped out and saw Tatiyu below. Waving at him, Kan-chan slowly descended. Thuk Dong frowned and asked, "You got questions? We gotta handle some stuff before you ask." Kan-chan locked eyes with Tatiyu. "Who wants to kill me?" Thuk Dong's brow furrowed in shock. "Someone wants you dead." Tatiyu spoke up. "Can't he say yet? Those two are tough nuts to crack. Even under hypnosis, they refuse to talk. But do not worry, give me 7 days, and I will get you your answer." Uncle Dong nodded after listening and said, "Ultimately, those juniors from the Kan family want that shadow position, so danger is inevitable. You have got to brace yourself mentally." Kan-chan frowned slightly, pondering for a long moment before asking, "Why the heck is everyone fighting over the shadow position, even if it is a lifetime appointment? Why not just chill?" Uncle Dong chuckled softly at this and then explained, "Because since who knows when, the Kan family set a rule. Only the shadow can become the family head." Kan-chan was stunned but asked suspiciously, "The shadow alone can become the head of the family?" Uncle Dong recounted, "Since the dawn of human civilization, the Kan family has its shadows. They are just pawns to be used and discarded. Then some powerful shadow, aiming to become the head, created the rule that only shadows can take on the role. Every 10 years or so, they pick the next generation. One family head's reign lasts over 10 shadow eras. Those vying for the shadow position must surrender their power in exchange for a token of immunity. They say because the family head's choice is often useless, it ultimately turns into a free-for-all fight among their underlings. At first, it just felt like a mission strongest one wins. Now, whoever survives becomes the shadow. And it has been this way ever since. Maybe the Khan family head knows this too. If they were not ruthless, they would not hold the power they do today. Ganchan fell into silence, then said, "So I really have to watch my back now? Since everyone running for the position wants to take each other out." Uncle Dong nodded slightly, saying this is beyond what I expected. I did not think someone would try to off others right at the start. It was not this fast before, but now people see you as a serious threat. Is it because I am close to you? Ganchan blurted out a reason, but Uncle Dong quickly shut it down. Nope. Even before I knew you, the assassins were already here. You will see soon enough. Ganchan watched his back and asked suspiciously, "Can I avoid this shadow power struggle? Joining the Knights, does that clash with staying in the Khan family?" Uncle Dong shook his head, telling him to keep his Knights membership secret. "From now on, I will come wake you up at midnight every day. If after 3 days nothing changes, I still do not recommend you trying to dodge the shadow power struggle." Then the two of them headed into the training yard, Uncle Dong sitting cross-legged on the ground. Uncle Dong asked, "Anything else you want to know?" Ganchan hesitated before asking, "I have seen weapons made in the other world. Even guns. Are there any cooler, deadlier weapons?" Uncle Dong replied coldly, "Yeah, but not many. There is a small mepa grenade designed to counter armored units, plus some special weapons, but the army of the Tycoon mainly uses guns, and most bullets are made of copper." Ganchan frowned, asking why the weapons are basically the same as the outside worlds. Uncle Dong answered bluntly, "Because one bullet is all it takes to kill someone." Then he got serious again and said, "All right, enough about weapons. Let us get to the real talk." Ganchan knew what was coming. Uncle Dong asked, "This is the path to the ultimate prize in life?" Damak nodded, and Uncle Thuck confidently said, "That is right. Extend your left hand here." Ganchan obeyed quickly, holding out his left hand in front of him. Without hesitation, Uncle Thuck grabbed his hand. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through him. Ganchan bit his lip, feeling a fierce mental willpower taking control of his breathing so intense it even regulated his blood flow. Uncle Thuck, standing opposite, was using some unknown technique to do this. Suddenly, a blazing heat radiated from around his neck. Gritting his teeth, Ganchan endured as Uncle Thuck took his pulse, like a lock was being slammed shut on his body. At that moment, a fierce fire erupted inside him. It flowed from his throat straight into his organs. The overwhelming heat twisted Ganchan's face into something unbearable. Outside, Dipvan saw this and urgently shouted, "Can and hang in there." Ttiu also yelled out loud, "Remember what I said. Only through a life of pain can you stand above others." Ganchan's pain was so intense, his lips cracked in blood. Titiu's voice grew even more urgent. "Stay awake. Stay sharp." Who says the pain Ganchan once forgot one to flood back. When it does, he will collapse. If he can't get through this trial, no one can save him. Just as Tutiu said, Ganchan's mind was flooded with childhood trauma. He vividly recalled the searing pain of his hand being cut. Even the initial sting when his fingers were severed while enduring the icy water, it felt as if cold needles were driving into his lungs. In the dark room, the sensation of suffocating from thirst clashed with the earlier torment of the cold water. Then came the sunlight from the day his mother left, and the shadow she cast while dragging her suitcase. Those memories washed over Ganchan like a raging flood, pulling him back to that frozen moment. Inside the memory, Ganchan heard his mother's voice. She smiled softly, beckoning him, "Come with me, darling." Ganchan stared wide-eyed at Nian Fuong, frozen in place for a long moment, but quickly, he stretched out his hand, ready to grasp his mother's arm. Just as his fingers were about to touch, a vision of his mother's happy family life flashed through his mind. Ganchan immediately forced a faint, bitter smile. Then he let go, realizing why Uncle Thuck said if you can pass these trials, you can follow his path. He has already walked through so much, now it is up to him to finish the journey alone. Ganchan no longer needed to hesitate or doubt. There was no turning back. The road ahead was all that mattered. He would felt this agony before. Only those brave enough to face every wave of pain can escape the abyss, break free from their past, and move forward. Tutiu below sighed deeply, maybe because his superhuman memory made forgetting impossible. He never forgot those memories, and that extraordinary recall brought endless torment too. After who knows how long, Ganchan finally exhaled deeply. Uncle Thuck squinted at him, impressed. "This trial is tougher than I thought." Ganchan looked at his palm, confused. "What is this breathing technique about?" Uncle Thuck explained slowly. "It is just a supportive skill. Breathing technique means controlling uneven breaths. You can do it yourself yet. After I teach you a few more times, you will get the rhythm down." Then he suddenly realized he forgot Ganchan's super memory means he can remember the rhythm instantly. "When we first started, I had to make him repeat this breathing exercise 40 times perfectly. No mistakes allowed." According to the summary, after passing all 8 life and death trials, The lock on your potential will open. In the beginning, only those who complete all 8 trials become official warriors, but over time, the number of knights dwindled because the life or death trials had to be done out at sea, and that entire ocean area had turned into forbidden territory. In the inner world, ranks are split into 6 tiers, and F. Complete all 6 trials and you hit rank. At this, Contran raised an eyebrow skeptically. So what rank does that make him? Before Thetsudon could answer, Defon blurted out, boss's rank, leaving Contran stunned. But what is so magical about this breathing technique that it helps unlock the gene key? Thuxing slowly explained. It is similar to dopamine. Dopamine is a chemical that gives humans pleasure, but there is a twist. The comfortable, relieved feeling after exertion actually comes from endorphins. Usually, dopamine does bring pleasure, no doubt, but you've got to understand, Contran, the feeling it creates is not pleasure, it is craving. Pure addiction. Contran furrowed his brow again. What about endorphins then? Thutsang continued. Endorphins start bitter but end sweet. When combined with physical exertion, they help ease pain, but that is just the basic effect. A senior named Tenon Sin discovered that after knights survive the life or death trials, they release a massive surge of endorphins. He believed endorphins are the key to unlocking the gene. So the Knights organization added another rule. At this point, the Thutsang hesitated, then after a moment added, but this time, I think you will agree only those who've suffered can truly stand above others. Contran blinked in surprise. How does the breathing technique tie into endorphins? Why do you have to support it with breathing to unlock the gene? Thuxing explained patiently. It is essentially a body control skill. Using the breathing technique to train your body. You can cover in 3 months what others take years to achieve. Contran listened intently, asking everything he could think of. Does it have any other effects? Thuxing replied coolly. I will tell you the rest when you have cleared your first life or death trial. Contran frowned, then asked, isn't it possible to just inject endorphins directly into the body? With our tech here, it should be easy to do that without side effects. Thuxing smiled knowingly. This is the age where even love can be synthesized, but listen, any external help or shortcuts won't work on us. They might understand how endorphins work, but the gene key remains unsolvable to this day. The secret of the gene key is still out of reach for knights. It can only be unlocked the old-fashioned way, by obeying ancient rules. That is why I say this is the ultimate path. There is only one way to become a god, and that is through grueling hardship and cultivation. Hearing this, Contran seemed to get it and nodded softly. Got it. I will remember. But if I manage to use the breathing technique to clear the 8th life or death trial, what then? Thuxang sighed and shook his head. That question's pointless. But Contran stood firm. It matters because out there is no forbidden zone. Hearing that, the Tuvang paused, then smiled. Right? No super criminals have ever been there. How could there be forbidden zones? So you really could clear all 8 life or death trials in the outside world? Over the years, countless knights have been stuck at this level, unable to break through, and now suddenly, a teenager like you might surpass the legends of the elders. Contran asked curiously, what exactly are forbidden artifacts and forbidden zones? Defon explained slowly, both come from the super criminals. Taigyu, standing nearby, chimed in, when the super criminals died. Their strange, potent blood seeped into the soil, poisoning the life forms there. Ants, snakes, centipedes, any creatures living there, even plants and microbes, all became twisted. That is how those death zones evolved into forbidden territories. Legend has it, the powerful TD Felt Lassie Corporation built a submarine to explore new forbidden zones, and they captured a massive whale skeleton at the sea floor. According to 2TU's explanation, all of these were created by super offenders, like the Black 12 window train running through the wasteland near City 16. That black train with 12 windows constantly rolls across the frozen wasteland, occasionally coming to a halt. If you toss a 50-gram gold coin into the last carriage, you become a passenger riding it to the very edge of the world. The last carriage is filled with nothing but gold coins. Many big corporations trade supplies for these coins, but if you try to mix in fake gold, they trap you there until the counterfeiter dies. So the last carriage has become a ghostly tome. Of course, there are also some forbidden artifacts unrelated to super offender powers. If you manage to tame them, they will serve you. If not, they become a deadly threat. Facing forbidden artifacts, humans are like hunters gripping their swords. We know the forest hides fierce beasts, and that not all beasts are the same, but as the number of savage beasts grows, we need specialized hunters to deal with them. That is why the forbidden artifact judges emerge. They are not just enemies to the beasts, but also rivals to the beast tamers. They collect forbidden artifacts and also capture super offenders who can create these artifacts, because they do not want a day when beasts multiply enough to wipe out humanity. Then Uncle stood up and said, from now on, Dipai Vin will train you in combat techniques and physical conditioning, along with the tricks of the 8 forms. I admire that you were born in the outside world, but that does not matter. What matters is, maybe Contran can change the course of time. Saying this, Uncle stood up, he smiled broadly and said, let us get started. I can't wait for that day. Contran lifted his head, gazing at Uncle, lost in thought. Even locked away like this, he felt a glimmer of hope and freedom. Compared to the bright outside world, he preferred this place more. Then the conditioning began. During the session, Depvin handed Contron a bowl of rice filled with meat, clearly thinking he would burn through all his energy and need to refuel. But what caught Contron's attention most was a strange breath he sensed within his body. It seemed useless, yet somehow it could be suppressed. For this, he would have to ask Uncle for answers. The next morning, while eating, Taiju could not help but ask, "How's the progress? How long can he hold out?" Dipven straightforwardly replied, "From 11 p.m. to 3 am." Hearing that, Taiju gasped, "DP, man, do not wear him out to death." Dipven smirked, "With breathing techniques? What is there to worry about?" The boss led the way. "I am strict." You know, Taiju shook his head in disbelief. "Even with breathing techniques, he will get tired." Dipven quietly denied it. "I have never met anyone like him. If he is here, he will become a super offender soon enough." Taiju frowned and thought for a long moment before nodding. "That is a good thing. If he awakens early, he won't be normal anymore and won't follow your path." As he spoke, he saw Contron carrying his bowl of rice, walking by with sharp, clear eyes. Taiju could not help but glance at Uncle and ask, "Boss, maybe tonight I should get a shot at training? I think you can try." Uncle said, but then refused. "No way, you are out already." Taiju protested. "I am only 27, Uncle coldly replied. "The longer life goes, the more pain it brings. After 20, you face more worldly suffering you can escape." He thought youth was hard, but adulthood, those two pains are nothing alike. Uncle sighed deeply. "Though I let you all act like you are being excluded, it is to keep anyone from messing up the endgame with me." Just then, the visitor alert sounded. Tron's eyes lit up at the sound of his code. After all this time in this world, it was his first visitor. Shortly after, he followed the jailer to his assigned room. Not only him, but many inmates were getting visits too. When Contron opened his door, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. His visitor was a girl. She had a delicate face and big, round eyes, clearly from a noble family. As Contron stepped inside, she watched him closely, her cheeks flushing deeper by the second. Feeling awkward, she quickly lowered her head to hide it. After a moment, the girl finally dared to glance at Contron sitting across from her. Contron silently observed him too. This was clearly not Gandagon. Could it be that the time traveler's secret was out? Lost in thought, he finally spoke in a deep voice. But before he could finish, the girl cut in. "I am your fiancé. My name is Brandon Soren Noam." Saying that, her eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Contron was a bit stunned, staying silent. He had no clue why Noam was here. This had to be their first meeting. Just then, the prison announcement blared. Visiting time was over. Noam, after her intro, said nothing more, just quietly watched Contron. Finally, she blurted out, "He's sitting quietly like this is actually pretty great. He looks so handsome right now." Contron could not catch her words clearly, so he asked suspiciously, "What is that?" Noam quickly clasped her hands. "Nothing." With that, Contron stood up and left. As he walked back, he wondered, where did this engagement even come from? What is going on now? Noam stood behind, watching his retreating figure, a hint of a sly smile in her eyes. Contron returned to the cell. Kwang Gia saw him and hurriedly asked, "Boss, did Kongan say anything?" He shook his head slightly. "That was not Kongan. Just stick to my plan." Hearing that, Kwang Gia leaned in close, whispering, "So you really cut ties with Lai Thukdong?" "Damn," Mac nodded. Contron replied calmly, "It is done. But since we are on a mission, we were not planning to rely on outside forces anyway. Right?" Kwang Gia agreed, nodding. "Makes sense. Boss, you have still got me." Contron had just over 5 hours left in this world. Meanwhile, outside the city, for some unknown reason, a glowing winged blossom suddenly appeared in the sky. It lit up the entire city skyline. Along with it came mechanical sounds and weak phone signals. Even though you had the best 3 million experience activated. On the streets, a girl carrying a large bag wandered aimlessly. She seemed lost, just drifting along the main road. Unbeknownst to her, someone was watching. The girl walked into an alley. Suddenly, 2 people blocked her path, one speaking formally, "Hello." Jiang Tayet. Hearing her name, she looked puzzled. "Can I help you?" The man pointed to a box and said solemnly, "Our company is pleased you have successfully joined our stock. As a token of appreciation, we have been sent to gift you the latest armored arm model." Jiang Tai felt moved outside. People said big corporations were scary, but these guys seemed super friendly. Not just gifting stocks but handing over armored limbs for free. While she pondered this, the girl continued smiling. 2 years ago, you accidentally saved a certain Miss Trung Yen. She is a member of the wealthy Lai family. So all this is just her way of saying thanks. The 2 arms the Lai family gave Jiang Tayet are top tier, packed with high energy weapons, super durable, and 97% sensed with the nervous system. But that is not all. The girl went on. "Miss Lai also asked me to tell you that you are incredibly kind, and she is very grateful." She believes you will make a wonderful mother. Jiang Tai was left speechless, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Second cell 18. Gantran was still grinding through his training, just half a month more, and he could start heavy auxiliary training that is the real game changer in about half an hour. He would return to the outside world, no telling how many days till he could train again. While Kantran trained, Dukdong entered laughing. You heading back out soon, right? Kantran paused, turned, and asked suspiciously, what is up, master? Something wrong, he replied straight up. I want to witness the time travel process myself. Maybe I will uncover some secrets. Gantran hesitated for a moment but agreed. All right, deal. Then, Divan handed him a piece of meat to eat. You've got to admit, using breathing techniques to heal works well, but it burns through a ton of energy. No wonder he was starving already. While eating, Gantran noticed Uncle Dong still staring at him. He asked suspiciously, what is up, master? Is there something else? After a pause, he finally said, well, could you jot down a few more wall scrolls for me? Gantran hesitated briefly, then nodded. No problem. Then he devoured all the meat in the box. Gantran's body quickly filled with energy. At that moment, he pulled out the golden thread from his pocket. Seeing it, Divan spoke up. No wonder I did not spot the golden thread on your arm anymore. Right then, Gantran's countdown began. Only 10 seconds left. Uncle Dong watched intently. When the timer hit 1 second, a radiant energy burst from Gantran's body, like a barrier between two worlds shattered, and he vanished. In the blink of an eye, Gantran returned to the outside world, spitting out his mouthpiece but still clutching the golden thread. Glancing at his wristwatch, he frowned. Another 7-day timer? Seems like the time traveler's trips are getting longer. How long will this go on? Will there be a day he never comes back from that other world? But bringing that golden thread back means he has got at least one edge over the others when he returns. After returning, Gantran kept up his relentless training, following the methods taught by Diet Fan. He did not skip a single day. Only when the season changed did Gantran finally step outside. Taking a break, his thoughts drifted to the girl named Kongham. He pulled out his phone to review what she had said earlier. After understanding, he muttered confusedly, what does she mean? Plus, the Brandon family just speaks Mandarin. Why speak Japanese then? Is she a time traveler from another world? Or maybe the Brandon family keeps the tradition of speaking Japanese. But if she is a time traveler, then why does Kongham speak fluent Mandarin? Hey, not many Japanese can speak Mandarin that well. While Kantran was lost in thought, his phone buzzed a message from Kandan. The gist asked if he knew how tough the guy next door, Duck Chu, really was. Kantran, puzzled, asked back, what do you mean? Kandan did not explain, just teased, hurry up and get to school. So Kantran quickly changed into his uniform and rushed out. Kandan spotted him in the crowd, hurriedly waved and shouted, hey, over here. Kantran looked over curiously. What is going on? Kandan pulled out his phone and said, check out this hot gossip. Kantran glanced at the news on the phone. Feeling a bit dry inside, gotta say, Dachu and Jin Sen really are the unluckiest duo ever. Time travelers usually have colorful lives, but these two ended up swapping places and landing straight in prison. Might as well just stick to simple time hopping. Last time they came back, Duck Chu admitted he ended up in prison no.18 and even told everyone he talked to Uncle Dong. Now that Jian Sin's secret is out, anyone seeing the gossip will think of him immediately. Now Jian Sin's secret's out, and anyone seeing the news would think of him. Duck Chu stood outside the classroom, leaning against the locker. Looking drained, classmates swarmed him, bombarding him with questions like he was some kind of celebrity. They did not notice his face turning pale and then pale again. Besides him and Jian Sin, there are other time travelers in prison 18, the real big boss. Duck Chu's just taking the fall for them. Duck Chu even wants Kantran to ask that big boss to spare him and Jian Sin. Can you believe that? Actually, the person Jian Sin mentioned is not Duck Chu but someone else. But at this point, what difference does it make? Everyone's still buzzing about the hidden time traveler who made Duck Chu break down in tears. Another day of classes wrapped up, and it is time to head home. But outside the school gates, it is not just parents milling about. Reporters are swarming too. Meanwhile, in the hallway, as Gan was leaving, he accidentally knocked over Kandan. At the back gate, a stranger suddenly climbed over the wall and sneaked in. As soon as Han landed, he boldly shouted, "Who here slew Bat Chu?" Two nearby female students got scared by Han's aggressive tone and nervously pointed toward a distant classroom. The stranger dashed straight into that building, shouting nonstop, "Who is Lu Bat Chu?" Some students overheard and skeptically asked back, "You mean Lu Duck Chu, right?" And quickly nodded, "Yeah, that is the one, Lu Duck Chu." Then someone pointed the way for the stranger to go in. Turns out this guy was a scholar dragging along a few people resembling Duck Chu, all looking like they were from Vangsin. "I know well that inside prison, no? 18. You are quite the big shot. The super criminal who interrogated me that day was following you too, so your status must be pretty high." Suddenly, Duck Chu got grabbed by Han, panicked and shook his head. "Not me. You have got the wrong guy." The scholar was quickly seized as well, and was dragged outside but kept shouting, "Don't worry. I am not here to arrest you, I am giving you money. Kan then watched this scene, sighing with regret. If you had not pulled me away so fast earlier, we might be overheard what they were saying. This is the fastest way to get intel on that world. Kan then smirked. No way, I am eavesdropping. He stared at you suspiciously. So you like the idea of time travel? Ha! What if we both end up in that world and become super criminals? Then we would have to form an underground alliance. Just think about it, sounds wild. Kan then muttered nonsense as he stepped back, but just as he glanced over, Kan then pulled out a medical book. You asked. Puzzled. Why suddenly medical stuff? He awkwardly fidgeted and said, what if we buddy up with Lu Duk-chu? Kan then shook his head, smirking. No need. I am not some time traveler or anything. Of course, you know Duk-chu's name is fake, but others do not. Considering the number of time travelers across the country has hit the hundreds by now, would not someone be drawn to his identity? Big event like this happening today, why have not Loon's organization's people shown up yet? If the hair ceremony of Uncle Dong did not catch their attention, then something is definitely off. Time passed, and by 9:20 p.m., Kan then had finished self-study and quickly rode his bike home. Meanwhile, Duk-chu was also on his way home but soon noticed a car tailing him. Inside were two shabby-looking strangers, not exactly good news, so Duk-chu sped up. They seemed to catch on and blocked his escape, ramming their car into his. Duk-chu was slammed hard onto the ground. The two jumped out quickly, trying to grab him. They had iron arms, definitely time travelers. Seeing that, Duk-chu freaked out, bleeding and crying out desperately for help. Just when things looked dire, bright headlights suddenly flashed down the alley. Another car came racing in. No hesitation, and smashed into the two attackers' vehicle. The two immediately turned their attention to the unexpected car barreling toward them. But at that moment, a figure appeared on the pedestrian bridge above. Before they could react, the two were knocked down by this mysterious figure. They were pinned to the ground. Completely trapped, Duk-chu huddled in the corner, terrified beyond belief. The man quickly dealt with the two attackers. Then he turned to Duk-chu and introduced himself. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Trine Vin Vu. Luna's handler. Duk-chu was still in shock, staring blankly at Vin Dun. Without a word, Vin Dong silently opened a portal. He pulled out a sword and, without hesitation, swung it down. The car in front of him was sliced clean in half. Just then, someone stepped out of Vin Dun's car. It was Lewin, who calmly reported, Boss, turns out it really is the exact spot you predicted earlier. Vin Dong was sharp as always. He would just caught wind that they went missing in V-Than and realized they were targeting Wai Chi-chur. But these guys are sneaky, they dared to pull stunts like this right inside the mainland. Ivlang frowned and said, they are just reckless, stirred up by the chaos inside the other world. What we need to do is make sure they understand the outside world is not some playground for their chaos. Lewin nodded slightly, saying, lately, more and more people like this are popping up. Maybe it is time we recruit more time travelers. Vinzang responded quietly. No rush. The nature of the organization and the importance of the threshold matter way more than raw power. Blindly chasing strength is not the goal we are after, just like you thought. There are definitely others watching Yi Ka-chia, because behind him stands the uncle, the current leader of the Mystic Knights organization, the very man Lun Alung Trech calls uncle. In the inner world, getting close to those guys is like trying to reach the heavens. That is why we have stationed people to watch around the school. And when the rescue team for Iji Chiju was heading home, they finally caught those little rascals. Thinking that over, Ivang looked at his men and asked, is he hurt? One hurried back, left arm and leg, and left demon mark all injured, but nothing serious. Nodding twice, Vindong glanced at Daidichichu reassuringly. No need to worry, tonight we are here to protect you, and we will keep guarding you for the next 24 hours. Hju gave a grateful smile. Vindong shook his head and said, no need for thanks, then added a few cold words before stepping into the car. At the same time, the police car arrived at the scene. Hju stared blankly at the officers getting out, eyes full of confusion. Are they really just going to leave it like this? They did not ask him anything, did not pull him aside. Why? Meanwhile, after getting in the car, Vindong spoke quietly. Don't you find it strange? Lewin looked puzzled and asked back. Strange how? Boss, Vindong explained slowly. This student has zero backbone. Not even the barest shred of caution. How could someone like that be protected by Uncle Elo? Lewin thought for a moment before replying. Maybe Uncle Lo is not really protecting him. Vindong shook his head firmly. No way. According to what Jin Sin said, all the super criminals serve that secret time traveler, so that guy must have Uncle La's trust. I suspect there is a third time traveler inside locker number 18. But it does not match the intel this world's people have. Contran is crazy smart, hiding in the shadows, gathering intel from this world, while quietly pulling strings in the inner world. People like him are next level tough to deal with. After hearing Vin Vuong, Lewin asked suspiciously, Boss, are not you going to recruit Lu Dijie Chidi into the Mystic Knights? Vin Meng shook his head coldly. He does not qualify. The two continued their conversation as they headed back. Meanwhile, back at home, Kantron was already deep into his training. While doing push-ups, Kantron caught sight of the gold coins he would grab from Kwang Nina. He thought to himself, looks like I gotta convert these to cash, or I can cover the food expenses. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. It was little Ling Van, carrying a plate of binda, happily offering it to Kind Trun. My mom just finished frying these. She asked me to bring some over for you. Then Ning Van hurriedly dashed back home. Kind Trun watched her retreating figure, as if something clicked in his mind. He spoke quietly. Actually, you are pretty sharp. Ha, you know exactly what I am talking about. Ing Van's footsteps suddenly slowed outside the window. After a moment, she turned back to Kind Trun. Eyes shining. You are a time traveler too, are not you? Kind Trun chuckled softly. Playing dumb. How do you figure that out? Ing Van thought for a bit, then said, because yesterday, when my mom hit Dad, you brought me inside and then hid behind the door, secretly watching the Mystic Knights. You have met them before and you are hiding from them. Kind Trun could not help but be surprised, even from such a small detail. She would figured out his identity. Guess he is not as clueless as he acts. But before this, Gan Tran had not realized that Dong Van lived in a family just like his. She is a kid with an old soul and sharp smarts who'd waste time doubting a little girl like her. The thing is, Gan Tran already knew her identity in the other world, but she would have a hard time finding him. The next morning, just as Gan Tran stepped out to head to school, he spotted some unfamiliar faces. They were moving stuff, so he asked suspiciously, what is going on here? One of them quickly replied, moving house. Gan Tran pressed on, where's the landlord? Since we are neighbors, maybe I could ask him something. The guy shook his head. No clue. We are just hired movers, do not know where the landlord is. Hearing that, Gan Tran stopped asking and fell silent. Room 102 across the hall had been empty for ages, so why suddenly are there new neighbors? Not just 102, it looks like even the floors above have new tenants. What is going on? 2 moves at the same time. That is definitely not normal. But it is just movers, no sign of the landlords anywhere. Judging by the stuff they are bringing in, these movers are not dealing with poor clients, they have got some clout. But why would someone wealthy move into this old apartment? Unless they are here for something else. Like business from the other world, maybe they are after Rang Tayat. Thinking that, Gan Tran passed by Rang Tayat and her mom. Kindly warned. Rang Tayat, you better watch your back. Rang Tayat did not say much, just nodded slightly, letting him know she got it. After the warning, Gan Tran headed to school, passing by Duck Chu's class. He noticed the guy looked pretty rough. Pulling out his phone, Gan Tran saw the news Duck Chu's injury had already hit the top 13 trending spots. That photo from across the school. Definitely paparazzi, but Gan Tran was not impressed. What is hotter these days than a time traveler? Even mainstream news and social media can compete. While staring at that photo, he suddenly noticed something else. It was a video he quickly tapped to watch, and a cheerful voice filled the air. Today, I am introducing you the Forbidden Zones. Gan Tran watched the video on his phone with rapt attention. According to a TUTU, there are 139 Forbidden Zones in the other world, each insanely dangerous, some even have bosses, so everyone teams up before storming them. Just as Gan Tran was absorbed in the video, Gan then suddenly called out, Gan Tran, check this out. Gan Tran glanced up and saw 2 female students standing outside the classroom door. The teacher stepped in and said, I have something to tell you. 2 new students just transferred to our class. I hope everyone will stick together and help each other out. Now, 12 of you come up and introduce yourselves. The 2 girls quickly stepped in. The one in the baseball jacket smiled and said, Hi everyone. I am Vong Van from Haidan. The other girl introduced herself too. Hello. I am Batch, also from Haidan. Hope you all can help us out. The class instantly burst into warm applause, especially Kandan cheering loudly. After a moment, Hai Long pointed to a spot near Gan Tran and said, You 2 can sit there later. Gan Tran is one of the best students in our class. If you do not understand something, just ask him. Then the teacher asked some guys to move 2 sets of desks. Almost immediately, a few boys jumped up to help. One guy cleared his own desk. Then he placed it next to Gan Tran's desk and told Vong Van, You sit here first. Vong Van hesitated. What about you? The boy smiled. No worries. I will just grab another set from storage. Vong Van politely said thanks. Then the 2 quickly settled into their seats. Vong Van looked over at Kandan and asked, Hey, do you know Lu Duck Chu from the class next door? That question hit Kandan like a ton of bricks, shattering his dreamy gaze on the 2 girls. After a moment of silence, he finally said, But I can go introduce myself. After the boys' chatter died down, the class officially began. Throughout the lesson, Gan Tran kept a close eye on the 2 new students. Certain of one thing, Vong Van and Anai are time travelers too. They transferred schools with one target in mind. That guy. Within 45 minutes, Vong Van glanced at his arm 6 times, and Anai 5 times, all at backward timestamps, and get this Can then checked it 21 times. Soon after, the break bell rang, and Vong Van and Knight quickly slipped out of class. Then they headed down to the schoolyard to meet up with 2 other boys. The 4 of them gathered there, seriously hashing out their plans. Gan Tran watched the 2 boys. If you are wondering, yeah, they all knew each other. That is when Kandan spoke up. These 4 transferred together. I just eavesdropped from the next class. Those two boys moved to class 4. Grade 11? Contran, if you have questions, shoot. Can then nodded slightly and said the guy with gold-rimmed glasses is Ho Tiu Gu. Apparently, this morning he drove the other 3 to school in a G63. The other boy's name is Truong Thien Tran. Can Tran burst out. He is the driver, the whole day. Vong Van and Bak and I did not say a word to the class. Every time class ended, they would step outside to talk only with Tiu Gu and Thien Tran, never giving anyone else a chance to approach. These two girls are smarter than Can Tran expected, naive and practiced with the 2021 top 4 exam paper. Vong Van tackled the biology Olympiad test, something he would never even seen before. Plus, once when he passed the hallway bathroom, he overheard their conversation in English. Key phrases were time traveler, dimension hopping, and how to get from City 7 to City 18. That afternoon, near evening self-study time, Can Tran grabbed his bag and headed out fast. He mumbled to Can then, I am heading off now. If anything happens, text me. Vong Van saw him bolt out and asked suspiciously, he ditching class? Can then just casually replied, that is the perks of being a good student, he does not even have to tell the teacher where he goes. Vong Van heard that and did not press further, just grabbed her bag. Then she said goodbye to Can then and left with Nai. Can then sat there alone, feeling like he was the center of attention but deep down totally isolated. Meanwhile, at Can Tran's small apartment, after getting home, he quickly changed clothes, grabbed a small bag, planning to sell the golden thread he got from Kwang Gia, but just as he stepped out, he saw someone coming up and he knew them. It was the 4 new transfers, the 2 girls Vong Van and Nai, plus the 2 boys. Can Tran did not expect to see them so early. Vong Van spotted him too and said in surprise, didn't I expect to see you here? Tuyu looked puzzled. Who is this? Vong Van quickly answered, classmate of ours. She added that he is actually one of the top students in the grade. Tuyu nodded slightly, stepped up to Can Tran, and politely extended his hand. I am Hodu Gu. Looking forward to working with you. Can Tran shook his hand politely, nodding. Yeah. Same here. Looking forward to it. After that, nothing more. Can Tran did not get close to them and quickly left to handle his business. Meanwhile, Tiu Nugu upstairs quietly observed Can Tran, muttering, why does he feel so familiar, right? It is like when we reject some classmates, polite and formal on the surface, but secretly full of arrogance. Then he looked at the other 3 and smiled. You guys notice anything weird? Later, at the 2 girls' place, all 4 gathered there. Nganyan spoke up slowly. Today I asked the 5 Kandan sitting nearby. They said this classmate has always been in the top 3. Even if he is a bit arrogant, that is normal, top students usually are. Vong Van scoffed coldly. Top students in a small city. Their levels way too low. Forget it, we do not have much to do with him anyway. We are just neighbors, that is all. Then Vong Van looked at Tu Nguyen and said, honestly, we could just stay at the hotel. We do not have to stick around here. Everyone's goal is to win over Lu Dukshu, and rank tie it is not anything special anyway. Donna thinks so short term. Sayuan shot back immediately. If we are moving from City 7 to City 18, we better make some friends here. Haven't you seen a TUTUS skills? We need to band together. Hearing that, Vong Van just flopped onto the table in frustration. I am thinking, why not just buy the Immortal Kai directly from Tangayan? Thien Chan scolded him, saying if you choose to come to Lacthan, you have got to be ready to endure some hardships. Seeing them bickering, Dongyi stepped in to calm things down. Right now, we need to focus on building connections with Lu Dukchu. Money is not everything. There are plenty of people richer than us out there. When someone tries to buy Tangayan from Dukchu with money, having strong relationships will give us the upper hand. Feeling that made sense, Vong Van straightened up and asked, so how are you two progressing? Dongyi answered slowly, Lu Dukchu is easy enough to approach, but if you start asking too many questions, he climbs up. Suddenly, Vong Van remembered something and blurted out, hey, have you guys heard? Ung is planning to transfer schools too. The 3 of them all gasped in unison. Thien Chan asked suspiciously, could she be transferring here as well? Tunin did not pay much attention and quickly stood up, but Dongyi warned, don't jump to conclusions. I have never heard Ung's a time traveler. Let us go greet the newcomer first. Saying that, he grabbed a box from the shelf. A little later, at Jiang Tai's house, Vong Van came up and knocked on the door. From inside, Jiang Tai called out, Vong Van, can you open the door? It might be in Can Chan. Vong Van happily ran over, and Can Chan, wait a sec, I am coming to open the door. But when she opened it, she saw 4 strangers standing there, and her smile instantly died. Vong Van greeted them warmly. Hey there, little sis. But just as she finished, the door slammed shut with a bang, leaving the 4 stunned. Inside, Jiang Tai and her mom were talking loudly. The soundproofing was terrible. Our group caught every word. The 4 of them, including Vong Van, heard a familiar name. Can Chan. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley in southern Lacthan, the rain kept pounding down on the rooftops. Outside a pawnshop tucked deep in the alley, Can Chan, wearing a raincoat, stepped in and asked, how much for gold today? The owner, busy working, looked up and said, Got a receipt? Kan-chan shook his head. The owner stood up and said, no receipt makes it tough. If you want to sell, it is 220 yuan per gram. I want to ask where you got it. Kan-chan did the math quickly. 8,580 yuan. That is a lot for me, but at least it solves the immediate problem. Then, Vongvan looked toward Xiaomo and said, seal the deal. 39 grams, but I need cash. The old man nodded slightly, counted out the cash for Kan-chan, and could not help but remark, you are young but cautious. In this line of work, being careful is no surprise. Quickly, the owner handed over the money and added, next time you have something to sell, come see me. I can bump it up by 5 yuan per gram. Whatever you have got, bring it in. Meanwhile, Kan-chan inspected the bill's watermarks. Crease marks, no flaws missed. Then he handed back some bills and requested, swap 50 yuan bills for 20s for me. The owner scratched his head, bit puzzled, counting the cash. In gold dealing, it is usually cash and carry, but you are one of those rare careful types like me. Kan-chan took the fresh bills, and the owner warned, if you want to make a profit, do not try to scam people with fake money. With that, Kan-chan quickly left the shop, deciding to make a few more rounds before heading home. When Kan-chan returned, he was carrying a big bag of meat and some supplies packed with protein. Just as he arrived at the door, Dongvan popped her head out the window. Just as he reached the front door, Dongvan poked her head out the window. The little girl waved and asked. Kan-chan smiled back at her. He thought for a moment, then waved back, telling Dongvan if anything happens, just come downstairs and let me know. The first thing Dongvan said when she entered the house was, hey Kan-chan, who is the new neighbor? Have you talked to them yet? As Kan just put away his stuff, Tulan spoke up. They came from High City, right? I have heard them speaking English. Must be from City. No. 7 in the inner world. Dongvan was stunned and asked, wait, you actually understand English? Kan-chan casually replied. Kind of. They are staying here. They are definitely after my mom. Time travelers from City 7 have no base here, so they are targeting City 18 to find an opportunity. Dongvan asked again. City 18 is run by the Low Family Corporation. Why would they want to come here? Kan-chan said straight. They speak English. I just listen to what they say, and I get the gist. The girl looked up at him, suddenly blurting out, they are talking right in front of you. That is so bold. Kan-chan turned her around, smiling, because they are not as clever as you. After getting the info, Dongvan turned and ran off, still clutching Kan-chan's clothes. She said excitedly, Mom told me to grab the clothes you just changed out of, so do not make it hard on me. I am just following her orders. Kan-chan did not stop her, just watched as she ran off. Then he turned back to his empty, rundown house and just stood there quietly. After a while, he started training alone, telling himself, no stopping now, keep pushing forward. He would heard people say that those who live alone are either wild beasts or heroes. If he could not be a hero, then being a wild beast was not so bad. The next morning, Kan-chan showed up early at school to swap seats with Kanthan. Kanthan chuckled vaguely upon entering and said low, I thought you were not interested at all, but you actually took the initiative. Why did not you say so earlier? We could be switched seats yesterday. Kan-chan rolled his eyes at him, thinking, so you assume I want to be near Ving Vane? That is hilarious. But he kept quiet. The popular guy kept rambling nonsense, making Kan-chan feel pretty annoyed. Just then, Vidring Van and Uni walked into the classroom. Seeing them, Kan-chan switched seats. Yunanhai whispered in English. Why did you two switch seats? Vigven coldly replied. Who cares? Then she glanced at Kan-chan. Noticing he was jotting something down, she continued chatting in English with Yununai as if Kan-chan was not even there. The two quickly sat down, whispering quietly. Unintentionally, Kan-chan caught every word of their conversation. They were right, even he would struggle to do homework while analyzing their dialogue. But all those sounds were locked into Kayan-chan's memory. His life could not restart, but his memories could rewind. Soon, recess arrived, and Tina Nai took the lead to find Vian Vian and Yuno Nai. They gathered outside, speaking in English. Ta Nai asked, did anything weird happen on your side? Yuno Nai squinted and said, nothing unusual. Just some guy deliberately switched to sit behind Vig Ven. Tingan Hai looked suspicious and asked, is he a time traveler? Maybe he switched seats to figure out if you guys are also time travelers. Vigven and Yununi froze, locking eyes. Vigven hesitated. That can be, right? The four of them quietly continued their conversation outside. To be safe, Tinai suggested, next class, keep an eye on him. See if he keeps staring at his own arm. Vigven got the hint and nodded. I will watch. Soon after, the next class started. Just like Tu said, Vidrivan spent the whole class silently observing Kan-chen. She even accidentally dropped her eraser on the floor. Taking advantage of the chance to pick it up, she took a closer look at Kan-chen's arm, but his face stayed calm and collected no sign of slip-ups. Shortly after, recess rolled around again. Taeyunu frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, let us put aside the idea that he is a time traveler for now. Normal teens would not be thinking this deep. If they did, that'd be downright terrifying. Maybe Taeyunu likes Vindin, and Vidrivan is pissed off and fighting back. How are you guys doing? Any progress? Atayunu calmly shook his head. Nope. Maybe Aludu Irichadris already shut down? We can squeeze info out of him, yet we need to build trust slowly. The Chen, after hearing that, suggested, why do not we start with Jian Tai? At least we can get a feel for what is going on in City 18. Vaina nodded. That is our only option, but Jian Tai is not exactly easy to approach. Everyone agreed. Then Chan suddenly glanced at Kai Chen, hesitated, and said, maybe we should start with this guy? Kan Chen, Vidrig Venom nodded in agreement. Yeah, start with Kan Chen, then go through him to reach Jian Tai. Meanwhile, Kan Chen was in class, scrolling through news on his phone, but not long after, a voice cut into his thoughts. Kan Chen, hey. Kan Chen, we just got back from the school cafeteria. Brought you some drinks. Kan Chen looked up and saw Vidrig Venom entering with 2 bottles. Flashing a super sweet smile, Kan Chen reached out to take them. Curious, these for me. Vig Venom just nodded softly. Here you go. Kan Chen lit up like he hit the jackpot. Grinning. Awesome. Thanks. Vidrivan ignored him and handed the drinks to Kaiyan Chen. He politely accepted. Thanks. But you do not have to be so formal. Vigven kept smiling warmly. We are neighbors. Gotta look out for each other. Hearing that, Kan Chen fell into deep thought, but the classmates were not so chill. Dozens of male students shot glances at the two, making Kan Chen sweat bullets. He watched the 2 girls closely just moments ago. They were totally indifferent to everyone. Now they are all sweet and caring. Definitely something fishy going on. While Kai Chen was lost in thought, Vigven leaned in close and asked, what has got you so focused? You did not even notice me calling you. But the moment he looked, her face turned ugly as hell, making the girl next to her squirm in discomfort. On the phone was a news report about a major crackdown and arrests. Criminals captured 12 time travelers and locked them up in the Bee-Hong factory on the outskirts, using threats and intimidation to extract their identities from the inner world. At the crime scene, law enforcement seized a huge stash of drugs smuggled from the inner world, mostly love potions and cancer cures. Kan Chan was deep in thought. This news was earth-shattering. From now on, no one would dare reveal they are a time traveler. Everyone would have to keep their mouths shut like they are hiding in the darkest forest, because one careless slip could land you locked up like those 12, trapped in some strange place, just a pawn in someone else's game. Even the people attacking Jian Tide had that same twisted plan. Time passed bit by bit, that crime news spread nationwide, shaking every time traveler. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley of Luffy Then, a young man wearing sunglasses strolled slowly down the alley, clad in a long black coat. When he stopped in front of a house, he raised his hand and knocked. Quickly, a head popped out, and a cautious voice asked, "Who is there?" The young man took off his sunglasses and smiled. "Sia Chiju." Kim. No sooner had he spoken than a door slammed shut, followed by a terrified scream. Boss Kim Hyu. But not long after, the wooden door swung open again, and Hithu stepped inside slowly. Inside, people quickly lined up in 2 rows, eyes wary and defensive. Hithu smiled. "No need to be scared of me. Where's the boss?" Livine appeared and chuckled. "Boss has not come back yet." "Boss, you are an honored guest. Come have a drink with us, and our boss will be back soon." Hithu nodded lightly and took a seat inside. He complained, "Living in this old-fashioned place feels way too stiff, really uncomfortable. Hey, you all got somewhere to sit. I'm not drinking just anywhere." Seeing this, someone could not hold back and scolded, "How dare you sit in the boss's chair?" Levine rushed to stop it. Just then, the door was pushed open by someone else. Along with that was a slow, low voice saying, "Between stars, there is a guest visiting. Of course, there's got to be some meat to lean on. If the news is coming in, there's got to be firepower ready." Hearing the sound, Hithu stopped what she was doing and looked up, a sly smile on her lips. "Yesterday, I invited the boss to a meeting, but the boss turned me down, so I had no choice but to make the trip to the capital on my own." Vindang slowly sat down, calmly asking, "What is so urgent?" Hithu smiled at him, recalling his question, "Has the boss seen today's news yet?" Vang nodded slightly in reply. "I know you just saved 12 time travelers, but you are not here to brag to me." "Are you?" Hithu coolly replied. "Bragging's not my style. I just want to know what the boss thinks about my proposal." Hun said, "Right now, in Taiwan Zune, the number of Kowloon is only shrinking, which does not fit the needs. The world's getting harsher, with so few Chuan left. How can security be guaranteed?" Vindang stated bluntly, "We have ideological differences. You want to monitor all time travelers, but I do not see the point. A group mixing all kinds of people is not a good thing." Hutha paused for a long moment before speaking. "You know, if we do not keep them under control, many other time travelers will get hurt. Today's incident is just one example." But Vidlu did not respond to this concern. He slowly sipped his drink. Then he asked back, "You have Hiyu in your hands. Do not you?" Hithu hesitated for 2 seconds before smiling. "Why did not you take a guess?" Hearing this, Vindru put down his cup. Voice low, "What is your real goal? Is this about power, Or do you actually care about the time travelers? Hithu did not answer. She calmly stood up, her tone I already know the boss' answer. As for what I want, you will find out this afternoon. Saying that, Hithu quickly walked out. Vayama narrowed his eyes. Watching her retreating back after a moment of silence, he spoke up, I hope when the enemy shows up, you and I will still be on the same side. Hithu's footsteps paused immediately. She smirked. Yeah, sure. Old boss. Right after, the door to Kulu's room slammed shut. Hithu walked alone down the narrow alley once again. That same afternoon, Itiudu hit the social media scene, spreading news like wildfire. Students at school were glued to their phones, all watching the latest updates. In no time, it blew up, and Kantron was also tracking this guy closely. He frowned thoughtfully. Who the hell is this Hitutu? Acting like some kind of god, daring to create a chat group like that. Looks like he has got a solid grip on the tech from the inner world. But everyone's time travel windows are so short. How does Hitutu know the tech so well? Did he smuggle devices from the inner world? Or maybe Hitutu is not just one person? If a bunch of them pooled their parts together, each carrying a component, maybe that could explain it. Kantron did not dare join the group. He wanted to keep his identity under wraps. In the video, Hitutu said outsiders could not hack in, but the real kicker was how easily he accessed info on almost everyone. This group system is like a crab trap, and Hitutu is the crab catcher, just sitting on the boat, setting a steel cage in the northern sea, then tossing it into the depths, waiting for the king crab to crawl right in. Meanwhile, Kantron was skipping class, bringing some food to the house of mother and daughter. Jiang tight, Ingven and Rand opened the door, happily shouting, Kantron is here, the girl suspiciously asked. Kantron, you skipped class again? He did not answer, handing over the bag. These sweets are for you. Give the fruits and veggies to your mom. Ingven hugged it and asked again, where are your friends? Kantron shook his head. No idea. Don't bother with them. Hearing this, Ingven stopped asking and pulled him inside the house. Oh yeah, come check out mom's new armored arm. It is seriously cool. Jiang Tight was cooking using her metal arm. Kantron examined it, then asked suspiciously, you just got this. What is the upgrade like? Jiang Tight grinned. 10 times better than the last one? In the inner world, I saved a big shot from the low corporation. Kantron's eyes flicked toward Ingven behind her. The girl panicked, quickly pulling him away. Mom, hurry up and make dinner. I am starving. The two of them quickly sat down in the living room. Dongvan squinted playfully at Kantran and teased, Hey Kantran, did you ask my mom that just to figure out who I really am? He shook his head slightly and replied, Not all. I was just curious and asked. Dongvan did not buy it. Chuma whispered, You have not even told me who you really are in that other world inside your head. Gantran smirked and said, Try to guess. Dongvan put on an adorable pout and cheerfully suggested, How about we swap secrets? I will tell you who I am. You tell me who you are. But Gantran flat out refused. No way. Dongvan got annoyed and nudged Chumwa. He is just cheap. He must already know my identity. Even a kid could fool him. She chuckled softly. Gantran shot back, like you are some ordinary kid. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. When Dongvan opened it, she saw 4 people. Vongvan waved and smiled. Hey little sis, we are classmates of Kantran and pretty tight with him too. Dongvan glanced back and asked Gantran, Do you know these guys? Kantran hesitated, about to answer, but before he could say a word, Dongvan looked outside and Chuma said, He said he does not know them. The 4 Vongvan folks were left standing outside, locked out again. They never expected to be rejected so bluntly. I thought you were tight with him, Vongvan muttered. Why can Kantran get along with his family, but not us? Just then, Jiang Tai came out and opened the door. He spoke up. Hey kiddo, sorry about that. Kids do not always get it. You all must be the new neighbors, right? Come on in. Vongvan looked down at Jiang Tai's armored arm and gasped. Woo, that is some high-end gear right there. Jiang Tai ignored his stare and told Dongvan. Siovan, go pour some drinks for our guests. Will you? Outside, dusk was settling as the 4 Vongvan returned home. Vongvan slumped into a chair, and after a long pause, muttered, Maybe we were wrong all along. From the very start, everyone quickly turned their eyes to Xiao Yao. He went on, From Haicheng to Leicheng, we had to ship sofas by air. Look around the opponent's house, those old, solid woods. Then Xiao asked, Did anyone notice Jiang Tai's arm? It is packed with intricate details. That is why. Outside, they are just rich, but in their world, Jiang Tai's the real deal. Because of arrogance, they can be friends with Kantran, Jiang Tai, Dongvan, or even Dukshu. But I and Y was not convinced. But we are stronger than them. Saya's face darkened instantly, like a pot bottom. I and Y had no choice but to sigh. All right, then what do we do? Sayo quickly suggested. First thing tomorrow, we get the school uniforms. You gotta understand, we came to Leicheng looking for hope, not to act all high and mighty. Vongvan heard this and Chumua chimed in. But the uniforms in Leicheng are really pricey. Why not just wear our own clothes? We've got tons of outfits anyway. Nope, Sayo shot down the idea cold, leaving the two girls speechless. 4 days remained in Cantran's countdown. He woke from his dream and headed into the bathroom. Looking into the mirror, he clearly saw the defined, sculpted curves of his abs growing stronger. Fiery veins appeared on both sides of his face. Then he started getting dressed, whispering to himself, "No wonder Lai Thuk Dong said just 3 months of respiratory training could get you to a level others take 5 years to reach. That is crazy." Cantran went to school as usual, but when he entered the classroom, he spotted the two Vong Van boys already in uniform. Sitting inside, behind them sat Cantran, eyes full of mischief. Throughout the class, the two Vong Van boys chatted and laughed happily. Cantran glanced over and realized these transfer students had switched tactics. They were starting their approach plan to get close to others. Cantran glanced over and immediately knew those transfer students had switched tactics and were now trying to cozy up to others and pulling out math exams like a tutor. He already spilled the beans to Cantran, causing all kinds of jokes, but it seems Cantran's actually pretty happy about it. He shrugged off Cantran's teasing with a cheerful grin and said, "You tell me when he said give it to me, does that mean he likes me or what?" Cantran stayed silent, then spotted the book in his hand and frowned. "In the inner world. Are you into hacking or something?" Can then chuckled awkwardly. "Nah, just messing around." Cantran snorted coldly, said nothing more, but thought, maybe it is time to actually learn something. For example, body language. This was Cantran's opening move back in prison no. 18. Thinking it over, Cantran suddenly remembered Japanese. In that other world, he suddenly had a fiancé, but to understand what she said, he always had to get it translated. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. So Cantran went online to dig up info on a guy named Brandon Soren. After some digging, he finally found him, and the guy looked exactly like his fiancé from that other world. Just then, Wang Yun walked over and caught sight of the info on Cantran's phone. Surprised, she blurted out, "So you are into Japanese girls? Ha! You have been staring at that screen like a lovesick puppy." Cantran shook his head lightly. "It is not like that. He was just curious about Brandon Soren. Did not expect to actually find her." That Brandon girl said nothing during the interrogation. Her dad's a big shot. Mom's Japanese, no wonder she is bilingual. She just landed the lead role in a horror flick directed by Dookie I. From what he found, the Brandon family and others showed no signs of being cut off by the sea. Anyway, Uncle Tong said a huge stretch of ocean has become a no-go zone, so time travelers on the island end up crossing over to the mainland along with the ones from the mainland. During break, the four in the group gathered again. Sayo asked, "Any new developments?" Wang Yin sighed, "That Nam Kandan guy and Cantran are total dorks." Cantran just stared at that Japanese actress the whole period. Bing Yai raised an eyebrow. "Wait, is not Cantran supposed to be a model student? Doesn't look like it, chasing after some girl and all. What is up with that?" The two started gossiping. Sayo Nu snapped back annoyed. "What did we say yesterday? Chill out with the arrogance. If you still think those two are idiots, how are you going to be friends?" Just then, Sayo heard someone calling out, "Cantran, foreign language teacher's calling you." Cantran dashed out of the classroom. On my way, Sayo went over to the boy nearby. Curious, "Hey, do you know why the foreign language teacher's calling Cantran?" The boy shrugged. "How should I know? They are friends. Even study kung fu together." Sayo-gu was shocked by this info. Just that was enough proof. Cantran's English listening skills were actually pretty sharp, totally different from what people thought. Then Sayo-gu went back to the group and joked, "I am starting to suspect he is a time traveler too. Let me ask you guys again. Did he hear you talking?" Because after thinking it over, first thing's clear, he was working on math problems. Totally tuned out everything else. After hearing that, he clenched his fists tight. After a while, he said, "Still can rule out suspicion. Gotta find a way to confirm it." That night, at Jiang Shu's house, she was busy cooking. Two girls, Wang Yun and Dong Yun, sat on the couch chatting. Wang Yun softly asked, "Hey, little sis, can I ask you something?" Dong Yun innocently replied, "If I answer, is there chocolate involved?" Wang Yun immediately pulled out a bunch of chocolate bars, smiling. "Of course, this good stuff." "Okay." Dong Yun happily nodded. "Thanks, sis. I love chocolate." Seeing that, Wang Yun asked, "All right, here's my question. Does Cantran remind you of your mom at all? Also, is he a time traveler like her?" Dong Yun shook her head. "I do not know." Wang Yun blinked at the girl. That reaction was normal. If the girl had been certain yes or no, that would be raised suspicion. Besides, how could a 10-year-old lie about something like that? Yuan Yan nearby asked, "Have you ever asked him yourself?" Dong Yun answered honestly, "I did ask, but he just said it is better to focus on studying hard and passing college entrance exams than waste time thinking about stuff that might not even be real." Vong Van felt suspicious. She frowned and asked, "Did he say anything else?" Dong Van tossed a candy into her mouth with a smug look. She said, "He said those time travelers are not anything special anyway." Hearing this, Vong Van fell into deep thought. If Cantran is a fake time traveler, how could he say that? It honestly felt like she was both jealous and admiring him while also biting her own pride. Guy in Han, standing nearby, spun Dong Van around playfully and kept praising, "Su Van is really amazing." After getting the answers they wanted, Vong Van and the others quickly left, Guinan followed behind, quietly asking, "Do you think she is telling the truth?" Vong Van answered confidently, "She is that obedient, so she must be honest. Plus, she would not lie about stuff like this." What they did not know was that Dong Van, hiding behind the door, had overheard their entire conversation. The girl remembered the past, how Vong Van's jerk of a dad once used candy to lure her into a room, then started beating Rang tight, leaving Vong Van traumatized. So when Vong Van offered chocolate to tempt her just now, Dong Van already decided she would not get what she wanted and threw it straight back at her, her eyes blazing with resentment. Just moments later, someone suddenly knocked on Can Tran's door. Can Tran opened it and saw Dong Van standing there. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and said, "All right, spill it. What is going on now?" Dong Van glanced at the pressure gauge on the table and asked in surprise, "Can your mom cook meat for you?" Can Tran replied casually, "She is great at it, but no worries, I will manage myself." Dong Van poked her head back in and handed him a candy, smiling. "Here, this is for you." She laughed happily. "Those two older sisters asked me today if you are a time traveler. I gave them hints for you, but they must have noticed something that made them suspicious." Can Tran raised his eyebrows. "Must be because of the foreign language teacher thing that I got exposed." Not dwelling on it, he asked curiously, "Where did you get this chocolate?" Dong Van sat down and smiled. "I bought it for you. Consider it my gift." Can Tran nodded softly, then said, "From what I have seen, this group just pissed off the enemy in City No. 7 Tran Act Do." Dong Van immediately asked, "So they came here to escape trance control?" "Honestly, I do not need that kind of info." Can Tran frowned. "Curious. Then what do you want?" Dong Van blinked and smiled slyly. "I want to know who you really are." Can Tran hesitated, then shook his head. "No way." Dong Van's eyes sparkled as she said, "All right then, can you help me with my homework?" Can Tran still refused, helping her with a mock test. Such a buzzkill, especially with those guys just a wall away, staring at us like hawks. "Maybe we should figure out how to get rid of them." Can Tran shook his head. "Not that easy. Being under suspicion is a real pain. Trying to cover it up all the time won't work either. The best move, distract them. And of course, that means using Uncle Duck to shift their focus, not only to divert attention, but these rich, powerful hairs have the money and influence Can Tran needs. Looks like this time travel gig means he has got to have a real talk with Uncle Duck." While he was lost in thought, Dong Van chimed in, "Hey Can Tran, National Day's coming up in a few days. Let us go hang out." Can Tran was caught off guard. Surprised, "Why the sudden invite?" "I gotta think about it, or maybe we can talk after a few days." Dong Van did not push and simply replied, "All right, you better think it over." Then she left Can Tran's place. Left alone, he pulled up an app to check something. The countdown hit 10 seconds, and Can Tran bit down on a USB he was carrying. When time ran out, space seemed to tear apart. Can Tran, now in prisoner garb, appeared in cell No. 18. Seeing him, Duck Dong smiled softly and said, "You are back already?" Can Tran nodded quietly. "Yeah, I'm back." Then he pulled out the item from his mouth. This test was effective. At least now he could figure out exactly how much gear he brought through. Can Tran lowered his head, staring at his arm. This time, the timer read 2 days. The second young master did not get to enjoy a smile. He was back in the familiar prison No. 18. Only this time, it was not a cold solitary cell. Someone was waiting for his return. Uncle Dong's group seemed like they were waiting for Can Tran to come home. Sure, this place was a bit gloomy and deserted, but for now, it was enough. Thinking it over, Can Tran handed the US to Uncle Dong. "Master, here's the track you wanted. Do you notice any changes since I crossed over?" Before, he would figure out the rules on his own. Now that someone was watching, maybe they would spot details he missed. Uncle Dong nodded slightly. "Previously, you said that after crossing into another world, the new world lost one string. That is not entirely right. From my perspective, it is more like it lost less than one string." Can Tran was a bit shocked. So his whole body really had crossed over. But then, where was his original self in the old world? Where had he gone? Had he died there, lost in thought? He questioned, "Master, the fire inside me is real. But I have not finished explaining yet." Uncle Dong cut him off. "It is still not the right time to explain all this. It just came up earlier than I expected." "Master," like this time, Uncle Dong shook his head. "No need to rush. Come with me." Can Tran, feeling a chill, asked suspiciously, "Where are we going?" Uncle Dong grinned calmly. "I am taking you to see the world outside." Hearing that, Can Tran asked skeptically, "Why do I need to see the outside world?" Chuckling softly, Uncle Dong replied, "Aren't you curious about the outside world?" "Of course I am." Can Tran snapped back. "What is this about a city inside a city? A city like a jungle of steel. A place that does not feel real. Like some 3D dreamscape. Look, others cross over into dazzling, colorful cities. But where I ended up was a metal box in a prison." Still hesitant, Can Tran said, "I think now's not the time for sightseeing." Uncle Dong smiled calmly again. "You know how to hold out, but as your master, I can let you fall behind others. The more Kantran heard, the more confused he became. What do you mean by that? Uncle Dong chuckled softly. Other time travelers get to enjoy the view, my student has to see it too. Tonight, I am taking you to see the most beautiful sight in city no. 18. Just then, Rinvan approached from behind, handed Kantran a box, and said, "Put this on. You still can't reveal your identity." Inside the box was a mask. Moments later, the four of them headed toward the gate where Ensang was standing. Kantran glanced back once more before leaving. The freedom he would always longed for was right there, just within reach. A little later, in District 1 of City No. 18, at a grand restaurant, the staff were busy turning away customers. This made a male guest grumble. "I have never seen the Silver Coin Club rent out an entire restaurant before. You are not joking, right? Is it the Lee family or the Kan family covering the whole place?" The staff quickly handed him a sign with a name. Lang Saya. Lai Dongji. Seeing the name, the man quickly left with his girlfriend. Only after they stepped outside did she dare to ask, "Why leave so suddenly?" He awkwardly replied, "All right, next time we will check the time first before coming." As they left, another car pulled up in front of the Silver Coin Club. Staff lined up respectfully on both sides to welcome this honored guest. It was Uncle Dong and Kantran. The staff promptly handed a towel to Uncle Dong and greeted them warmly. "Lai has already prepared the menu for you, sir. All the cameras in this wing have been turned off." Kantran was almost treated like a VIP too. The staff were very courteous, but he waved them off. Uncle Dong, ahead of him, spoke up, "Maybe one day you will get used to this. In this world, as long as you have wealth and power, everything falls perfectly into place." Kantran said nothing, just cast his gaze down to the scene below. Then he asked suspiciously, "If I can go outside any time, why stay locked up here in prison no. 18. Uncle Dong explained honestly, "Because I still have unfinished business." As soon as Kantran heard that, he cut in sharply. This guy's way of working was just too reckless. Totally baffling. After a moment of silence, he pressed on with his questions. "It is already 1 in the middle of the night. How is this restaurant still open?" With a soft chuckle, Thichi Gang, ever calm, said, "Life in any night city is just getting started." The two quickly headed for the elevator to go up. Kantran asked as they walked, "Don't people sleep here?" Thutsang explained slowly, "The neural cell connection tech means humans only need 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day." Kantran's eyes widened in shock. "No side effects? Are you sure about that?" Thutsang nodded confidently. "Of course there are. After about a month, even if you want to crash, you just can't. Science is a double-edged sword. No one can say if it is a blessing or a curse. Like how the Lal family once engineered rapid growth in rice, soybeans, and mutated genes. When people do not need much sleep anymore, their reproductive abilities do not improve. Instead, their spirits weaken even more." Kantran listened carefully, his eyes scanning the lavish scene below. A yacht hovered in midair, cruising around the city. "I know what you are thinking," Thukling said, calm as ever. "No need to stare. Every meter the yacht patrols, powered by methane and oxygen, is soaked with the sweat and blood of those pioneers." Soon after, they sat down to eat. A plate of delicious braised meat was placed on the table, but there was just one plate, and no utensils for Kantran. He paused and asked, "Where are my chopsticks?" The guy bit into a juicy piece, then laughed. "You are wearing a mask. You can't eat yet." Kantran was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Thuksrang took another bite and playfully asked, "Hungry?" Kantran nodded. "A little." Hearing that, Thuksang glanced at a staff member and said, "Bring him a bowl of noodles." Milan. Quickly, a staffer brought Kantran a big bowl of noodles. The Gong waved his hand gently, signaling the staff to step back. Then he spoke again, "Take off your mask." Andy. Kantran nodded quietly and swiftly removed the mask, thinking this building must be one of the tallest in City 18. Looking up, he saw just 2 other skyscrapers reaching for the sky alongside this one. While he was observing, Thuxiang spoke again. "That is the building of the Khan and Lo families." Kantran jumped slightly. Startled, Thuxiang chuckled softly but said no more. Kantran asked, "Is this really the most beautiful view in City 18? The guy nodded gently in reply. The Vinang building was built atop 6 other skyscrapers, giving it the height and grandeur it has today. If you ignore the graffiti, dirty water, and crime, this spot really is the city's best view. If he gets the chance, he promised to show Kantran the city's ugliest sights too." Then, pointing to the distance, Thukling said, "See that telescope by the window? It is for guests wanting to admire the view. You should check it out." Kantran looked back and spotted the telescope, curiosity pulling him closer to investigate. At that moment, he saw a spaceship below, and people descending from it. It was a well-trained squad, and their target was the very building where Kantran and Thessi Zhang were dining. The Thung saw it too but stayed calm. "Eat first, then worry about it," he said. Kantran nodded slightly. Returning to the table, Thitsung asked skeptically, "Aren't you scared?" Kantran calmly slurped his noodles and smirked. "It is the first time I have seen a squad get taken out for sightseeing. They are not going to die on the way. If they did, it would be a total fail." Hearing this, Thuxine could not help but laugh, but down below, nothing was cheerful. Soldiers armed to the teeth rushed into the building. Not just that, 2 helicopters hovered closely overhead. These were fully equipped regular troops, weapons ready for anything. Meanwhile, far away at a temporary military base, a large spaceship hovered silently in the sky. A serious man spoke up, pausing to check the status of the machinery, then reported back to me. The team behind him immediately followed his lead. Right after, the lead man warned again. The boss made it clear, if you want to make it out alive tonight, no shooting, remember that. No dragging others into this. Hearing this, someone hesitated. Captain, I do not get it. The captain replied firmly. You will understand later. I will say it once more, no firing. Just then, a sudden step blocked their path. It was a man wearing a black hat, raising an eyebrow as he greeted. Good evening, everyone. The moment they saw him, the group froze in fear, but before they could even draw their weapons, he was already upon them in a flash. Within seconds, they were all down. The man smirked. Don't bother ruining someone else's dinner. Meanwhile, in the scholar's carriage where the 2 masters were dining, an uninvited guest arrived. A white-haired youth appeared, his posture and scars signaling someone high status. His eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene before him. The master noticed the youth entering and waved a hand. If you have something to say, wait until I finish eating. The youth did not dare argue, standing respectfully and silent. Meanwhile, Kanchan was leisurely slurping his noodles, savoring every bite. After a while, he finally finished. Kanchan quickly put on his mask and calmly said, I am done eating. The youth approached the table, and the master chuckled softly. Captain Chan's disciple, is that you? I heard you just leveled up to class A. The disciple shook his head solemnly. Master's promotion means little. We have no intention of starting a war with the knights or the guilds. We just want you to return to prison. No. 18. Let us keep this quiet. The master smiled lightly. Don't worry. We are just here to talk. The disciple exhaled in relief. Good. We won't trouble you. Once you leave, we will go too. He then stood off at a distance, waiting. The master glanced at the helicopters outside, chuckling ruefully. If I step outside, it will stir up a hornet's nest. Kanchan looked puzzled. So that is why you do not go out. They are scared of you. The master nodded slightly with a mysterious smile. At this level, even stepping into the demigod realm does not guarantee invincibility. It is not fear, they are wary of the flames. He glanced at a small flickering flame beside him, pondering, then said, let us go home. The 2 masters quickly left the carriage, got into a car, and departed. Kanchan gazed down at the city below, a fire burning in his eyes. It is all right. Sooner or later, you will be back here. The disciple watched their car disappear from the carriage window. Then he asked, have you found the all-out battle team yet? The female staff behind him answered immediately, found them. They are all unconscious. Someone must be ambushed them at the emergency exit, and then retreated. Hearing this, the disciple could not help but smile bitterly. The master sighed. This tells us our net is not tight enough. Time to pull back and get some rest. In just one night out, the entire city's power players had been rattled, but this was not something the 2 masters worried about. They calmly got into the car and headed back. The master then asked, do you know why I let you wear the mask? Kanchan replied plainly, because you did not want outsiders to know about our connection. The master nodded and continued, do you also know why I accepted you but never officially acknowledged it? Doesn't that seem unfair? Not all. Kanchan shook his head softly. I figured you worried those chains on you might trap me too. Thank you, Master. The master smiled warmly. You have always been sharp and strong-willed. That is exactly why I did not want you to carry any burden when you step onto the battlefield. As a teacher, I can guide you just a bit, then watch how far you can go on your own. While he was lost in thought, Kanchan hesitated and asked, will we get another chance to go outside again? Uncle Dong chuckled softly. You still want to go out and play? Ha! Kanchan nodded firmly. Yeah, I do. Hearing his tone, Uncle Donger could not help but laugh and cheerfully said, all right then, let us wait a few more days and find a chance to sneak out. Hearing that, Kanchan felt a rush of excitement, then bowed his head to check the reverse time ticking on his wrist. 3 hours. Ha, this is legit, top-tier stuff. Meanwhile, at a crowded, shady tavern, Luyuan and Yuan-dong were there. Yuan-dong pulled out a chair and sat down seriously, asking, have you checked the news yet? Luyuan nodded quietly. Yeah, I did. I think we still need to try getting close to Liu Dizhu. Even if he is covered up, remember he is the one who has been closest to Li Shudong. Danmo shook his head as Yuan-dong said seriously, I trust my instincts. A guy like Li Shudong won't even glance at Liu Dizhu. There is definitely still time to find the 3rd practitioner in prison, no? 18. Luyuan furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, so what do we do now? Yuan-dong squinted into the distance. Determined. We find good. The reverse time hit 3 in District 9. City 2. A pair of boots, polished black, appeared in this damp area. Van Nian, wearing a worn-out outfit, stepped into a small house where a woman was watching the news. As he arrived, he rapped on the door, making the woman jump in surprise. It was Athu. Seeing him, the woman panicked. Boss, sorry. I did not notice you come in, he smiled lightly. Don T. Stress. I've got 2 pieces of news I need you to send out quickly. First, tell Tiu to temporarily cut off contact with them. Wait until he returns. Then continue. Second, have Tiu gather and tell only Shudong a sap. The woman nodded immediately upon hearing this. Athu pondered a moment, then said, looks like we need to pull Liu Dizhu before Ko Luan makes a move. We need him. He locked eyes with the woman, voice heavy with expectation. Hope you understand the mission we are carrying. After you get back, go find the instructor to ramp up training. Got it. The woman hurriedly shook her head. Athu snorted coldly. All right then. Decision made. A few hours later, at prison no. 18. After returning, Ganchan quietly slipped into his cell to sleep. Seems like no new prisoner was brought into prison no. 18 last night. Thinking that, he turned over and quickly fell asleep. The next day, in the dining hall, Uncle Dong was as calm as ever, going about his routine. Tatayu saw this and could not help but sigh. Everyone outside is losing their minds over last night, but boss just acts like it is no big deal. Totally unfazed. At that moment, Huthin came over, teasing. Hey, what was boss doing outside yesterday? If it was fun, you gotta take me next time. How do you know about that? Tatigu frowned. Even though chaos is unfolding outside, Huthin does not have a comm device. How does he know what is going on? After thinking for a moment, he realized. Smirking, did the psychic team from Black Peach show up? How many of them came? Huthin said coldly. Just me. Seriously, what was Lai Shudong doing out there? Tatigu smirked. What if I told you just went out to eat some braised pork? Would you believe that? Huthin scoffed. No way. Something that big can be without a reason. Hearing this, Tatigu could not help but grin coldly. Yeah, I know nobody believes it, but last night, boss really did not do anything. He just wanted to take Kan-chan out for a walk. Everyone only remembers how dangerous he is and forget that he is actually pretty chill. The more Tatigu thought about it, the more he found it hilarious. Then he looked up for a long time, sighing. If boss is calm, then fine, but how can a 17-year-old like Kan-chan stay that calm and even manage to sleep so soundly? Just then, the prison's announcement system blared. Visitor for cell 010101. Kan-chan snapped awake from his dream. Huthin was shocked too, yelling, wait, are not visits only once every 3 months? But I remember just yesterday 2 people came to see this guy. So the next day, Kan-chan was led by 2 robots to the visitation room. Having some experience, he strode in and saw the girl sitting there. He could not help but be stunned. The visitor was none other than Kong M. He wondered aloud, why are you here again? Kong M smiled brightly. I came to bring you some food. It is. With that, she handed Kan-chan a box of food, her eyes warm as she said, I asked around. The prison food is not great. So I made you some myself. Kan-chan reached out to take it, then thought to ask, I am really curious. We do not know each other well, right? At least not enough for you to visit every single day. Kong M hesitated a moment before answering. This time I came to City 18 with some seniors. They want me get close to you. Plus, I am not really friends with them. Hearing this, Kan-chan could not help but look at her a little longer. Then he picked up a bite to try. Under Kong M's expectant gaze, the flavor quickly melted in his mouth. Leaving Kan-chan impressed, he had to admit, this girl's cooking skills were top-notch. He kept eating the rice porridge while Kong M watched him closely, making him a bit self-conscious. Noticing her reaction, Kong M chuckled softly and said, it is nothing special, just a phrase only our tribe understands. Well then, Kan-chan, see you later. Saying that, she stood up from the table and left, but not before dropping a line that made him nearly spit out his drink. Meanwhile, Tuti was bored out of his mind. Ever since Thuk Dong told Kan-chan to keep his identity under wraps, this monastery felt like it lost all its fun. Even when he wanted to chat with Tu, he had to pretend to be cold and aloof. Just then, the door behind suddenly swung open. Startling him, he saw Duk Chu being dragged in by a robot, which made Tutiyu even more panicked. He could not let that kid see Kan-chan leaning close to Thuk Dong's ear. He whispered, Boss, we can let this guy roam free. Thuk Dong replied plainly, then lock him up. Wait until tonight to talk. Right after, Tutiyu ran out to talk to the robot. Without hesitation, the robot turned back, making Duk Chu scream, Wait! Didn't you say you would release me back to the workshop? What is going on? Why am I locked up? Did I do something wrong? No matter how much he screamed hoarsely, he was locked up anyway. He yelled to himself, Why am I always dragged into this other world and stuck in prison for days every time my sentence ends? After a while, the door opened again and someone slowly walked in. It was Gontran, but wearing a mask. Duk Chu, puzzled, asked, Who are you? But he quickly recognized him as time traveler No. 3 from prison 18. Realizing this, Duk Chu's fear deepened. He said, What do you want? Gontran said nothing, just wrote some words on the screen and handed it to him to read. Seeing the message, Dutchu instantly panicked and pleaded. Big bro, I do not mean to save your identity. I already gave it up. From now on, I won't reveal anything. This time outside, I will just lay low. Kantran wrote a few more words, leaving Dutchu confused as he asked, Big bro, what do you want? Kantran said nothing and just wrote more on the board for Dutchu to read, but seeing the request, Dutchu immediately refused. No way. I am already being harassed enough. Then he started whining about his troubles, though Kantran barely cared. Kantran asked, Do you even know how long your sentence is? Dutchu shook his head slightly. I do not know exactly. I was thrown into prison as soon as I time traveled here, but then Kantran told him, according to new info, Dutchu's crimes include robbery, theft, attempted murder, and multiple other offenses. Sentence, 1999 years and 7 months. Dutchu was terrified, but quickly seemed to hatch a plan. Dutchu stared intently at Kantran and hurriedly said, Big bro, you are only talking to me through writing. Is it because I recognized your voice, so I forgot you? Or are you someone close to me? Kantran did not answer and instead kicked him hard in the ankle. Then he leaned in coldly and said, Actually, you are just a scapegoat thrown out by the syndicate. The syndicate in this world does things like this. Dutchu did not hear a word because he was busy analyzing Kantran's voice. If you have ever heard this voice, you would definitely remember it, but in his memory, he has zero impression of this sound. Kantran did not care what Dutchu thought, his voice cold and sharp. Now that you have heard my voice, can we finally talk? He hurriedly nodded, apologizing. Big bro, I misunderstood you. Without missing a beat, Hongho said coldly. Kantran's tone serious. I am here to make a deal with you. You impersonate me, and I help you get off the hook. Dutchu got up and asked suspiciously. Help how? He answered bluntly. Find the real culprits and make them confess themselves. Dutchu still felt something was off. Standing up he said, But even if you leave and stop helping me, I am out of options. Are not it? Kantran scoffed, curling his lips. Do you think you have another choice? Dutchu knew this was spot on. After a long pause, he finally said, All right, I agree to the deal. What do you need me to do? Kantran spoke slowly. I am sure someone will be attracted by your outside identity. You just need to find out their true intentions. Simply put, I want to use you to connect them all. Dutchu hesitated, then spoke up. Big bro, can't I get a little something out of this? Kantran replied calmly. Every successful deal comes with a cut or a reward for you, like insider info on the world, or being able to see outside news while locked in a closed room, or bringing some devices from the living entertainment area here for you. At these words, Dutchu could not believe Kantran. He never expected this third-time traveler to hold such power in House 18, but Dutchu still pointed to his limbs. Big bro, if that is true, I will be super exposed out there. You have probably seen the news the day after I returned. I was already injured. Kantran frowned. Curious. Tell me the full story. It has been bugging me. How exactly did you get hurt? Then, Dutchu started recounting everything to him. After listening, Kantran nodded in understanding. If that is the case, it is risky letting you keep that identity. Not that I care about you, but it is rare to find someone suitable. Losing you now would be a waste. Thinking it over, Kantran became serious. So you want the power to protect yourself? Ha, like what? Dutchu quickly answered. Gene medicine. Hearing that, Kantran fell silent, making Dutchu's heart start racing. After a long pause, Kantran finally said, I might be able to get you some. Only then did Dutchu exhale in relief, but Kantran glared at Dutchu coldly. Just make sure you prove you deserve that gene medicine, and understand what it means to work with me. With a determined look, Dutchu declared fiercely, Watch me. 4 people have already tried to get close to me, but I have not bothered with any of them yet. You do not know they are all loaded. Kantran realized those 4 were none other than the Vision Van gang. At that moment, Dutchu said firmly, After I return, I will dig into their motives and see how to squeeze money out of them. Kantran shook his head. No cash needed. I only want unmarked gold. Dutchu nodded slightly, then complained about some idiot who wanted him to join a group, but it was full of fraudsters. He even introduced some rich lady. Kantran cut him off. That is definitely that watchdog guy. Tired of his nonsense, Kantran turned to leave, but Dutchu called him back. Big bro, how can I contact you in the outside world? He asked. Calmly, Kantran replied. Don't worry. I will reach out to you. With that, Dutchu's cell door closed, and Kantran walked away. Watching him leave, Kantran felt a surge of hope. Even if he could not clash with Thuk Dong, teaming up with his successor was not a bad deal. So Dutchu is not the main player here. The real star is the guy behind the cat mask. Meanwhile, Kantran was outside, pulling down his mask with a smirk. Changing his voice was the second perk of his breathing technique. Just then, Thuk Dong approached, asking, Is that your classmate? How did the talk go? Kantran looked at him intently, then slowly said, He needs a dose of gene medicine. Hearing that, Uncle Dong immediately narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, Is this some kind of jealousy drug? For Lu Dutchu, Kantran just nodded slightly. Admitting, yeah, that is right, Tutu from behind asked doubtfully. Why though? Wouldn't that just benefit him? Gantran calmly explained. I need to use him to prove I can deliver exactly what they want. Besides, Duchu lacks guts. Once questioned, he spills everything, using a guy like that as a human shield. You do not really trust him. Let us flip the perspective. If he gets caught, he will confess everything. Then we make sure they never catch him in the first place. A while later, with only an hour left on the countdown, Gantran stepped into Duck Chu's cell again, carrying a suitcase in hand. Duck Chu looked at it and asked, What is that? Gantran slowly said, You have to remember every word I am about to say. Then he began explaining the important details Duck Chu needed to know. Gantran opened the suitcase, his voice cold as ice. Next up, this is for you. Tutu said, This is the Fevdegene drug from the Lee family. To keep boosting yourself, you have to start with type 005 first, then move on in order to 001. If you jump straight to 001, you will die. Each injection is spaced 1 month apart. It upgrades you from F level to B level. This gene drug is super effective, with low shock reaction rates, works fast and does not damage your internal organs. Gantran kept drilling into Duck Chu all the important warnings. The guy nodded like a stunned puppy. When Gantran left, Duck Chu's eyes lit up at the sight of the gene drug suitcase. After giving him the drugs, Gantran did not linger. He walked off slowly. He ignored the yelling and screams erupting behind him. When he reached the spot where Tutu and Diet Fan were waiting, Gantran hesitated and asked, Hey, what do you think? After his second shot, does he want to go for the next one? Tutu shook his head, smirking. Hard to say. The pain from these gene injections, it is bone-crushing. Lots of people quit right after the second dose. Diet Fan agreed. Nothing worth having comes free in this world. If you want to level up, you gotta endure some serious pain even if it is a fast-acting gene drug. Gantran frowned and asked suspiciously, What about the fake awakening then? Wasn't it said that fake awakenings can transcend the mundane overnight? Diet Fan explained slowly. Most fake awakenings suffer massive external stimulation. While the three were talking, the yelling suddenly stopped. Gantran sighed deeply, reluctantly admitting, Looks like I overestimated Lu Duckchu's willpower. After the trial dose, he is already scared to take the second shot. Loads of people dream of getting stronger, even thinking they are ready to pay the price. But when the real pain hits, they realize what they are facing and they back down. At that moment, Diet Fan handed Gantran a gold bar. Gantran blinked and asked, Why give me this? He explained slowly. The boss said you can refuse it, but since he sees you, he can not give it. Tutu also handed Tran a device. He smirked. This is a fake info source scrambler. It can program info channels, set up private networks, balance and calculate data flow. Gantran reached out to take both devices. Surprised, How did you know I wanted these? Tutu shook his head with a grin. Not me. The boss. This thing hides your identity in the outside world. With your personality. You will definitely need it. Gantran blinked in disbelief and shot back. My personality. What do you mean by that? Diet Fan chuckled softly. Maybe the boss thinks you are a bit of a wild card. Gantran was momentarily speechless. He glanced down at his watch. Then them spoke up. Looks like he has given up the search. Just skin deep. Hearing this, Tutu and Diet Fan immediately flashed wicked smiles and stepped forward. Your guys here, Diet Fan and Tutu announced as they appeared. Without a word, they moved in perfect sync. One pinned Duck Chu down while the other started injecting the jealousy drug, making him scream and plead. Please, let us work something out. Too bad. The needle kept plunging straight into his flesh, ignoring all his begging. Just 1 second left on the clock. Almost time to wrap this up and head back to the outside world. Back on this side. After returning, Gantran translated the last words of Boyam from that day. After hearing what was said, Gantran's face showed a flicker of confusion. Honestly, he could not figure out what this girl's angle was. Looks like he's got to learn Japanese for the royal party. Boyam kept pulling these weird stunts right in front of Gantran, and he was stuck playing translator like a total bystander. Plus, according to the intel, only the Japanese and Koreans had not come to the city where he was staying. No one in the outside world knew Boyam was a time traveler, so that made it even weirder. After all, she was a celebrity in Japan. How did no one catch on? Something about the world inside just did not sit right with Boyam. That is why she came to visit Gantran, not really for him, but to lay low from the outside world. Suddenly, Gantran realized that sitting with her was the only time he felt truly at ease. No words. No pressure, no need for alliances or fights, no stressing about how to survive in this dangerous world. Thinking about this, Gantran looked down at the countdown timer on his wrist. It still showed 2 days. Just then, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. It was news about his uncle. He had just returned, and chaos had erupted at home non-stop. Reporters had already swarmed outside his house. The moment his uncle stepped outside, they bombarded him with questions, plus some snarky comments that made him blush with embarrassment. He could not take it anymore. Snapping loudly, "Back off!" But what surprised everyone was when his uncle just a hand and literally pushed the reporters flying. He sent them hurtling a good distance away. Staring at his hand in shock, his eyes filled with confusion, but he quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly rode away on his bike. As he left, he thought to himself, other time travelers say the jealousy potion is insanely rare, but he just casually asked around, someone else already had it, and the ability to tap into insider info from the inner world was no joke. Thinking this, his uncle muttered to himself happily, like playing a game does not matter if you suck at it, just gotta farm the juicy loot and know how to flex to level up. After a bit, he arrived at school. Everyone was glued to their phones. His uncle suspiciously pulled out his phone and saw breaking news about his cousin leaving house 18. The more he read, the darker his expression became. The news said Kai and family might be using the banned drug 009 to counter the sudden uprising of his cousin. Plus, the article showed a masked figure with Kai and Tran, and no one knew who he was, but his uncle did, and he sighed deeply. Turns out, he still did not fully know this boss's deal. At the same time, Kai and Tran saw the same news, wondering who was behind the Thunder King id. This guy knew a ton of intel. Even Kai and Tran did not realize the Khan family had deployed so many patrols. The outside world had the most info, but this guy was like a strategist, and Thunder King was like a war correspondent. When you break it down, Thunder King had way more current event savvy. If he is stepping into the spotlight now, he is no fool. Maybe he has got backup like Loon's organization. No need to risk lives anymore. Or maybe, like a TUT, he's got skills or tech to cover his tracks. Looks like more and more time travelers are popping up, and these are not your typical internet idols. They have got tech to fight the outside world and keep their own secrets locked down tight. With that thought, Cantran stepped out of class. As he stepped out, he saw his uncle laughing happily with two guys, Tiogu and Thean Chan, and he was rocking a flashy watch on his wrist. Gantran immediately got annoyed. He told him he did not need a watch. Yet here he was ignoring that. Gantran messaged his uncle to check on his progress, but he just brushed it off, saying nothing new. That answer only pissed Cantran off more. He thought this guy did not get the hint. Looks like his uncle was planning to pawn off that watch and squeeze some profit from his boss, like with Gene drugs. In the end, Dutchu was raking in cash non-stop, and you and Tiogu just became his cash cows. If it were not for Cantran next door, El would have been totally played by now. Meanwhile, Dutchu still does not realize he has been exposed. He is all excited, asking questions. Those kids from Haithan want to know how to quickly find their footing in City 18 should they take a little cut. Gantran quickly fires back, like wristwatches. For example, in a blink, Dutchu's face stiffens like it has been glued on. Panicked, he looks around nervously. He is wondering if this boss guy is a classmate or just someone from school. Then Dutchu hurriedly backtracks. My bad, I was wrong. Please do not punish me. Don't worry. I will return the watch later, and I swear, no snitching to the cops. A moment later, he leaves the bathroom looking totally crushed. Tuyo spots him and asks suspiciously, why you out so long? Come on, let us hit the bar. Since we moved here, I have not even been once. Dutchu shakes his head softly. No bar, just give the watch back. We keep this deal going, but next time, we trade in pure gold. For now, Happy New Year. Wishing you smooth sailing and good health for your family. Tuyo pulls a face. What kind of weird talk is that? At the same time, Gantran also steps out of the bathroom. His phone suddenly buzzes with a notification. Someone just sent a top-secret message. It is from Dong Van, the girl sharing some urgent news, always sending him cryptic warnings. Word is, 99 suspected criminals on the run have already hit Lac City. In the last 24 hours, 2 time travelers have disappeared. He has got to be careful. Gantran goes deep in thought. The 9 criminals are ruthless. Chances are, many time travelers are going to get caught in the crossfire. After thinking, he texts, are you still in touch with your mom? Dong Van replies immediately, I am right next to her. No danger so far. But she wants to ask if she and her mom can crash at Cantran's place tonight. Cantran reads the message and falls silent, deep in thought. So he sneaks back into the bathroom to chat with Dong Van, who forwards a message from Ko Luan to him. Cantran reads it, his brow furrowing. The gang rushing to Lac City won't have time to dig into details, so as long as the Rangtaet mother and daughter are not home, these guys want to find their target. Thinking this through, he texts Cantran, it is Friday, come home earlier than usual. We can meet at the front door around 5:40. I will check the route first, making sure no shady characters are around before we plan. After school, Cantran grabs some food and heads home. Meanwhile, he casually replies to a message from Duck Chu, just testing the waters to see his reaction. Step by step, Cantran walks home, lost in thought. These 9 suspects are not like the 2 reckless ones from last time. They are organized and strategic. It has been a while, and they still have not fallen into a trap. A crime syndicate like that is the real threat. So far, everyone in this neighborhood is familiar, no strangers. Everything's the same as before. No one's touched anything, not even the creases on the window screen. No ambushes in the house. Cantran quickly arrives home, texts the Rangtaet duo. Doors unlocked. Come on in. Soon after, the door swings open. No surprises, it is Rangtaet and her mom. Once safely inside, Rangtaet thanks him profusely, then heads to the kitchen to start cooking. Cantran watches her, feeling a swell of emotion. She has always been so selfless. Then he sits down to chat with Dong Van. She shares a story about Lithuk Dong in the other world. Dong Van smirks. I heard from my sister there that Lai Thuk Dong has been missing for years. This appearance is definitely going to shake things up. Seems like that sister worships Lai Thuk Dong big time. Cantran listens, walks to the closet, and grabs a pillow to place on the chair. He smiles casually. You and your mom can crash in my room tonight? Little bug. You will have to tough it out. I will sleep in the living room. Dong Van's smile lit up as she looked at him. Then she spoke up. Right? When Lai Thuk Dong went outside. Where was he exactly? Cantran replied coolly. Where was I? I was on the subway. Only caught a glimpse of a blimp floating toward the Vinhang building. At that, he looked puzzled and asked again. Wait, why did Lai Thuk Dong end up in jail? Dong Van shook her little head. Pouting. I do not know. I am still a kid. You can just take his files. I've already spilled a lot of info. I think you owe me some updates. Do not you? Cantran calmly sat back in his chair, casually dropping a few nuggets of info to the girl. Like how he suspected a TUT was not just one person, it is actually a whole organization. They are plotting to recruit every time traveler out there. Dong Van frowned. Clearly annoyed. Cantran, you are only sharing intel from the outside world, right? If I spill secrets from the inside world, the risk of exposure is huge. Cantran replied softly, not saying more. Suddenly, something upstairs sparked and flickered. Both Cantran and Dong Van's faces instantly tensed. The ceiling above them started shifting and twisting strangely. Cantran's eyes darted upward, panic flashing across his face. He frowned, muttering, no one should be upstairs right now. Dong Van's whole body stiffened, recalling the intel she heard earlier that afternoon. The girl kept still, and Cantran signaled her to stay quiet. Just then, the tea blared loudly. Dong Van reached for the remote to turn it off, but Cantran stopped her. When they got here, they saw the lights on inside, meaning someone's home. If we pretend no one's here, that is when things get dangerous. He then patted Dong Van's shoulder to reassure her. Hey, do not be scared. I have got you. The girl nodded softly, wiping tears from her cheeks. Cantran comforted her, then slipped inside the house and passed a note to Rang Tyat. Basically, they were already inside. From now on, the three of them had to act just like before. Act normal. Keep cooking. They won't suspect a thing if we stay calm. Rang Tyat nodded, understanding, and kept cooking, though Rang Tyat was using the note as a guide. Soon enough, she finished cooking. The note returned to Cantran, who anxiously asked, what is the plan now? Before he could answer, heavy footsteps upstairs sent both their faces draining of color. Cantran froze, eyes fixed upward, lost in thought. That is the weight of armored boots. No ordinary person would stump like that. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sounds above. Then he caught the subtle sound of a zipper scraping against the floor. Someone was lying on the ground, eavesdropping. Realizing this, Cantran's heart sank with unease. Outside, sharp flashes of gunfire crackled through the night, signaling a restless, dangerous evening ahead. The three of them inside the house tried desperately to hide their presence from the enemy troops outside. Cantran sat in his chair, plotting their next move. Soon, he scribbled a note telling Rang Tyat to contact Ko Luen discreetly, only by no calls. They could be listening, but when Rang Tyat pulled out her phone to text, she realized there was no signal. The expression on Cantran's face darkened, even further panic setting in. No signal here. These bastards came prepared, yet the communication device showing on his wrist was still picking up a signal. After thinking it through, he ordered the mother and child to wait quietly at the front door for now. They quickly sat down at the table to eat, and Cantran nodded in approval. Good. Let them think we are just having dinner. But fate was not on their side. Cantran noticed something troubling. Voices echoed down the hallway, some guy calling out, hey, not sure if the mother and kid are home. I have already sent someone to get fresh beef. Cantran instantly panicked. These fools were planning to storm Rang Tyat's place, and they were already at the door. The three of them felt like they would just been thrown into an ice cellar. Dong Van was so scared she started crying, curling up into Rang Tyat's arms. Cantran's face was getting uglier by the second, and right then, Jian Tyat suddenly asked, what now? Are we going to save them? Cantran did not answer. He just stood there silently. Soon enough, the sound of fighting echoed from upstairs, then abruptly stopped. Senda had seriously underestimated the fighting power of this crew. Even the small-time fools are not usually taken down that fast. It is just that those little idiots are not dead yet, and with the shady suspects' usual tactics, they will treat time travelers like rich marks. They won't kill them. So there is still hope. Cantran shut his eyes, forcing himself to focus. In no time, he came up with a plan. Just then, the signal from Duk Chu rang out again. Cantran told him to jump in a car and head to house number 12 on Duong Hanthu Street. Then wait. Immediately, Duk Chu asked in confusion, Boss, what is the plan? What am I waiting for there? Cantran quickly replied, telling Ho Tiu Gu it was because the first mission was done. So let him collect the gold. Duk Chu got the order and dashed out. After ordering Duk Chu, Cantran could only wait. Maybe this random time traveler could not contact Ko Luen, but Duk Chu could. Surely Ko Luen had set up an ambush around him by now. Meanwhile, Jian Tyat and her kid were still trembling with fear. Cantran was powerless too. All he could do was wait quietly. Over here, Duck Chu was already sprinting out of the house. No sooner had he stepped out than Kowloon's people spotted him. Someone shouted, "Heads up, the bird's flying." The bird's in Tuong's car. Duck Chu jumped into the car and told the driver, "Head to hospital no. 4 on Dong Hando. And make it quick." Lovian immediately ordered everyone to tail them. The bird just reported something suspicious. Ban Thu. Sun Cha. You two speed up and find a hiding spot near there. Just as Contran predicted, Duck Chu was unknowingly leading Kowloon's team straight to his building. Very quickly, the car carrying Duck Chu came to a stop. Duck Chu hurriedly got out and started running, but the driver called after him, "Hey there, handsome. This used to be the boss's spot. What is the plan?" He grunted, "Just here to pick up some gold," then took off running. The people in the car quickly radioed Kowloon. "The bird says he is here to grab some gold." Lovian raised his brow, muttering suspiciously, "Gold? Could it be some deal with another time traveler?" Earlier that day, someone had tipped him off about a recent murder and a gang trying to capture a time traveler. No wonder Kowloon's convoy was rushing here. Meanwhile, Duck Chu silently crept closer to the train car. He sneaked in like a shadow, probably thinking no one would notice. Duck Chu quickly reached the door of car number 12 and just sat down to wait. The Luyuan team arrived and immediately saw this scene. Mumbling in confusion, "Why is he just sitting there? What is he doing in front of car 12? What is this guy up to?" Just then, a foot appeared at the door of house 12, followed by a shadowy figure stepping out with their head covered. Plus, they looked filthy. Definitely not someone with good intentions. Duck Chu's face went pale the moment he saw them. The stranger noticed him too and sneered, "Hey buddy, you look kind of familiar. Haven't we met before?" In a flash, he realized who'd just arrived. Duck Chu stammered nervously, repeating some confusing words over and over. The stranger quickly radioed his crew, "We got a problem." Seeing the call for backup, Duck Chu scrambled to run. The stranger tried to chase after him, but after just 2 steps, he spotted Lovian's men. He immediately spun around and dashed back inside, making Lovian panic. Lovian had also spotted movement at Jin Taiet's window. He ordered, "They have spotted us. Surround him. Be careful. He is dangerous." At that moment, Jin Taiet's window suddenly exploded. Lovian jerked his head up, eyes sharp. He quickly realized their plan. They were trying to escape through the back window. Kowloon's team quickly scattered, surrounding the building. Lovian hurried inside to make the arrest, but at that moment, he realized something, quickly growing serious and cautious. Just as he spoke, an explosion suddenly erupted ahead, sending Loon's people flying out. Levin rushed over to check on everyone's condition. That blast came from explosives the enemy had buried when they arrived, stuff they shoved into containers to buy time before sneaking quietly into the snow house. If discovered, they would smash the back glass to lure attention, then detonate along the road to cause chaos and casualties, giving all of them plenty of time to retreat. After confirming not too many were hurt, Levin ordered a quick regroup. If these guys got away, who knows how many more time travelers would be in danger. But after just a few steps, Levin suddenly stopped. Something felt off. Those soldiers capturing time travelers, their armor was not top-notch. They could not survive a drop from the 2nd floor, let alone carry 10 others down with them. From the moment the glass shattered, that mysterious figure on the 2nd floor deliberately made sure Levin saw him, then turned and fled to trigger the blast on the road, all to draw them out the front door. Realizing this, Levin panicked, biting his lip and ordering, "Fall back, follow me." While running, Levin contacted his team, throwing out some chatter, bragging that he would made it by noon. The team was speeding down the road like mad, yelling back, "Almost there. Almost there." Levin did not rush to the front door with them. If he guessed wrong, it would be the same as letting the enemy escape from the back. But he trusted his gut. In no time, he was close to the front entrance. A black car was parked there, surrounded by shady figures, clearly not the friendly type. The moment they spotted Levin, one pulled out a weapon, ready to fire. Without hesitation, Levin dashed forward. The car seized the chance to move, and he deftly dodged the incoming bullets. Then he shouted, "Self-respect. Take him out." Self-respect's team was closing in fast, hitting the gas hard, and bam, 2 cars collided with a crash. Taking advantage of the chaos, Levin stepped back, ready to strike. The thug's face twisted in anger as he glared at him, but it did not matter. Levin flew at him like a bird, smashed the car window, and with a swift kick, sent the thug tumbling down. Every thug's face ended up getting kicked to a pulp. Before long, all 4 were knocked out cold. Levin barked orders again. "Finish them off. Kill them." As he spoke, Loon's people arrived, and a fierce brawl broke out. After a tense moment, the battlefield was cleared, and the thugs were arrested by the police. Meanwhile, Tron had been watching the whole scene, eyes wide with surprise. Turns out Levin was a top-tier operative too. This organization was way more sophisticated than he would imagine, not just a ragtag bunch. Though their individual strength was not impressive, their teamwork and strategic planning made them a serious threat. After thinking it over, Tron glanced at mother and child Rang Tight and reassured them, "It is okay now. But we can't leave just yet. Just relax and eat." Rang Tight finally exhaled in relief. "Thanks so much. Without you, Me and Taeyu Ven would have been in big trouble. Let me go warm up the food. In the end, only Kantron and Dongvin were left in the living room. After the shock passed, Dongvin slyly asked, "Hey Kantron, did you call Loon over, signal as dead?" He replied, "How could I have called her?" Kantron shrugged and smirked. "Looks like I accidentally revealed a lot today." Sooner or later, Dongvin would piece together the truth from those little clues. Thinking this, he reached out and ruffled Dongvin's hair, asking, "What is up?" Dongvin nodded slightly, then said, "I know you do not want your identity revealed, but if I ever got into trouble in my world, would you save me?" "Of course." Kantron nodded without hesitation, gently tussling her hair, but Dongvin replied sorely, "Then do not go spilling your identity to anyone else. Okay, you even want to keep it from me. I am just a kid. Kids do not have bad intentions, right?" Kantron said nothing, just smiled softly at the little girl. He remembered her question, "Who told you to change the channel?" Dongvin nodded quietly. "Thanks." Kantron, if Dongvin had not suddenly turned off the TV, and if Kantron had not reminded Jiangsu to keep cooking, things might be gone sideways. Jiangsu was still shaky, barely holding herself together. A moment later, Jiangsu set out a delicious-looking spread, and they all started eating again, the tension easing. The two kids could not drink alcohol, but Dongvin insisted. Kantron can drink, so it is fine. But after one bite, all three fell silent. Jiangsu's face twisted in embarrassment. "I forgot to add salt because I was too scared while cooking." Kantron quickly reassured her, "It is normal to be scared. I was scared too." Meanwhile, at the hospital, the captured kids were taken in for treatment and kept under watch. Sayu was there too, but still trembling uncontrollably. He realized this was an overload reaction after a low-dose jealous drug injection. Not long after crossing over, they already had so much of this drug must mean the boss is pretty well known in the inner world. Luyuan was helped by teammates, quickly demanding, "Switch me next to Hokuseo." The other hesitated, "But I already arranged a private room for you." Luyuan shook his head low. "I've got some questions for those four friends first, right? Tell Fenthu to investigate them." The other left quickly, and Luyuan was moved next to Xiao Niao's bed. Sinai looked gratefully at Luyuan. "Thank you all for rescuing us in time." Luyuan smiled softly. "It is what we are supposed to do. Did you think we were heroic back there?" "Honestly, I was not scared even when facing those gun barrels. Stayed calm as ever. If Boss Trine had seen that, he would definitely give me a raise." Sao now looked at Luyuan suspiciously. "But how did you know we were in trouble?" Luyuan casually replied. "We did not find out. Someone else did. We just showed up at the right time." Sana was surprised. "Someone else? Who?" Luyuan shook his head, sighed. "Can't he say?" Just then, someone from Kowloon came in, holding 4 dead phones. "These were found in your gang leader's car. Want them back?" Sino nodded slightly and took back his phone. Immediately, he saw a message from Duck Chu. It looked like a deal was made this time. "Remember the gold." "Okay." Seeing those words, Saonao's eyes widened in shock. He had not processed it yet, just stared at the message on his phone. A moment later, it all clicked. The timing and consequences all lined up perfectly. Duck Chu had found out they were in danger, creating the chance for Kowloon to capture their gang leader and save them. That is why Duck Chu said the first deal was done. So the deal was basically saving their lives. It is just that Xiao Niu does not get it. How did Uncle Liu know those 4 were in danger? And how is he going to send Lun over here now? After a moment of thought, Xiao Niu finally replied, "Thanks. This cooperation has been smooth and pleasant. Since it is our first time teaming up, I will pay double." Uncle Liu had just gotten home when he saw this message. His eyes immediately lit up like stars in the night sky. What kind of divine partner is this? Double the pay. Ha! Could this really be the world of the rich and powerful? Plus, this time he can pocket a gold bar without anyone even knowing. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Luyuan suddenly spoke up. "Wait, why were you guys captured?" At first, he thought they caught Jiangsu and Dongvan, but when they opened the bags, it turned out they were not there. Had not even met those guys before. There were too many suspicious details. So Luyuan wanted to get info from these students. Xiao Nu quickly explained, "We are new transfers to class 12, students at Luxthorn International School. Today we just wanted to greet our neighbors at house number 201, but somehow ran into these thugs and got kidnapped." Luyuan frowned. "Aren't you time travelers?" "Just coincidence then." Xiao Nu nodded slightly. "Just a coincidence." While they were talking, someone came in from outside and said, "We have found Shu." After the news, she and her daughter escaped to a friend's place. The informant quickly relayed the info to Luyuan, who read it over before saying, "Since we warned her early, those thugs could not catch anyone. But to think 4 kids like Xiao Nu still got caught." "Ha!" The other nodded quietly, then whispered, "Chase the chief. We gotta pay for the medicine. But we do not have enough." Luyuan snapped, annoyed. "Damn it! Such low pay and we still gotta front the meds." Xiao Nu overheard their talk and quickly offered, "If it helps, I am willing to donate to Miss Lun personally." But before he could finish, Luyuan cut him off. "Hold on, if you donate every time you and ordinary folks get into trouble, who am I supposed to save first? You always rescue whoever's closest, right? But if that person happens to be you, People might start questioning Miss Lun's fairness. That is not something I can just say on behalf of the East Institute. Luan reassured Xiaonu. The East Institute sure knows how to rake in the cash. Then, as he helped Miss Lun's people, he leaned in and whispered, his dad transferred him to Liu Dukchu's class. Hearing that, Luan suddenly understood and smirked. No wonder all he talks about is money, it is all about the cash. Thinking it over, he looked at Xiao Niu and asked, Xiao Niu, how many gold bars did you agree to give Liu Dukchu, and how many grams each? Xiao Niu hesitated for a moment, but Lu Yuan's gaze was too serious to dodge. He admitted, 100 grams per bar, 10 bars total. Lu Yuan nodded. That fits. When Dukchu was in Xiao Ying's car, he accidentally mentioned the gold bars, so it turns out Xiao Niu hired Dukchu to buy resources inside that world. With that in mind, Lu Yuan immediately ordered the registration of all four as time travelers, a 1-to-1 count. No mistakes. Right after, he messaged the East Institute with everything he would gather today. After reading, they replied with a few words, not bad. Quite the logical analysis, which made Lu Yuan beam with pride, but his smile faded quickly when a new message came through from the East Institute. You got it wrong. He sighed hard and hesitated. Boss, where did I mess up? The East Institute explained slowly. After Xiao Niu set up that meeting with Liu Dukchu, he did not just sit at home twiddling his thumbs, he went around greeting neighbors. Do you really think someone would visit neighbors before such a crucial mission? Lu Yuan frowned, then replied, that does not make sense. You mean Xiao Niu did not even know Liu Dukchu would show up, and they did not plan this ahead, right? The East Institute answered bluntly. Exactly. If you were Liu Dukchu and someone called for help, would you just stand outside their house for 20 minutes and not get pissed off? Lu Yuan quickly shot back. No way. I would want them to yell louder. The East Institute guessed his thoughts and went on. What if I made you wait half an hour? Would you still stick around? Lu Yuan hesitated. Boss, do you think I would not wait? Just as he mentioned that, he suddenly realized something and gasped in shock. Wait, are you saying LG Ugechieta has a mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes? Gavanga did not answer directly but fired back. So you think your earlier conclusion was spot on? Turns out, Levine just realized he never even checked the port. Gavanga pressed on, saying someone deliberately hid a clue, which is why you got it all wrong. This clue might be the vaguest, but it is the most critical piece of the puzzle. So who exactly told Zachishuju to head to building No. 4 on Trial Road? Who could make him patiently wait over 20 minutes without a fuss? Tonight, there is another player behind the scenes they do not even know about, pulling all the strings. Vineblade's voice turned serious. This person has to be the third-time traveler from prison No. 18 I told you about. He said this mysterious figure has been shadowing Geichi's moves tonight, waving the threads to bring everyone together. But do not worry, at least for now. Their intentions seem good. Lovine hesitated, then asked, Boss, maybe I should try questioning LGGHU myself. That way, we might find out who this person really is. Vinayang shook his head softly, warning that could turn friends into enemies. Levine took a moment to think, then said, Wait, what about the suspicious kid next door to the Snowy Alley restaurant? I have always felt something off about him. Vi blinked in surprise, asking, what is so weird about him? After a pause, Levine said, not handsome or anything, but now that I think about it, that is not it. We found those thugs carrying signal jammers. If he is that close, there is no way he could contact Golduyer Chiager. Meanwhile, at Kantron's place, he was already lying on the floor, getting ready to crash for the night. But Kantron just could not shake off what happened today, even with Veikuchudo under interrogation. Others only knew he had some mysterious protector behind him, but no one knew who. Tonight's mess seemed like it had nothing to do with him, yet Kantron was the one connecting all dots, the cause and effect, like a chess player who always prefers to control the game, not be a pawn. And he was not about to let himself be played like one either. As Kantron brooded, Ingvenin quietly tiptoed in from outside but still got caught. The girl sat next to him, whispering, Kantron, can't he sleep? He raised an eyebrow, asking, why are not you asleep? Where's your mom? Ingvenin answered bluntly, she is already asleep. Hey, what do you think about what I asked you last time? Kantron played dumb. What are you talking about? She smirked. Come on. You are too good not to know what I mean. Today's the 29th, tomorrow's the 30th, and the day after is National Day. Kantron nodded knowingly. That, ha, Ingvan suddenly brightened up. Let us go out and have some fun. So much has happened. We need to blow off steam. Kantron gave her a sidelong glance and said straight up, if you want to go, then go. Why drag me into it? Ingvenin quickly countered. If you do not come, my mom won't either. She says it is dangerous out there. Kantron seemed to catch on to her plan, asking seriously, you just want to go out and have fun, right? Ingven hesitated before answering. Not exactly. If we do not go out for National Day, I gotta go to extra classes. Hearing this, Kantron could not help but smile. Compared to the sharp, quick-witted Zingvin, this sounded way more like a kid. Kids never escape extra classes. After thinking it over, he said. You want to go out? I might not be able to convince your mom, but... Hearing that, Van lit up. No worries. As long as you say yes, I will talk her into it. Under cover of night, Contran and Van struck a secret deal. Then, she happily hopped back to her room. All smiles. Just then, Contran's phone buzzed. A message popped up. Contran, are you online? He asked suspiciously. What is up at this hour? The day after tomorrow's National Day. Vidra Venice inviting a few classmates to catch the sunrise at Lao Quan Mountain. You coming? Reading the message, Contran was skeptical. What is the catch? Those 4 little fish guys are just using this as an excuse to cozy up to ZK Cheyu. Trying to prove their worth. After all, he just saved their skins. They want to show they are valuable too, but Vidra Ven invited Contran too, yet also did not invite him. That is a bit weird. Thinking it over, Contran texted back. Does he know you are a time traveler? Contran denied without hesitation. It is not me. Leaving Contran feeling a bit helpless. Normally, this guy would have slapped time traveler right across his face with 5 big letters. For sure, Vig Venin has already uncovered his secret, which is why they roped this no-name into their scheme. The night slipped away, and the countdown reversed. Only 17 hours left. As sunlight streamed through the window, Contran slowly woke up from his haze. Still groggy, he quickly headed outside. Jiangtai was busy cooking in the kitchen. Seeing him, she called out, You actually cook sometimes? Looks like you've got all the spices here. Contran nodded casually. Yeah, eating out these days is crazy expensive. Jiangtai sighed. Your parents are so weird. How can they just leave you like this without a care? Don't worry. I will cook for you from now on. Just keep studying hard, and you will be fine. Then she even suggested extra classes for Contran, making him a little speechless as Ding Vian started dodging responsibilities. Later, Jiangtai asked about his trip to Luo Kun Mountain. Since he promised Ding Van, Contran could only give a few words. That was enough to get her to agree immediately, which threw Contran into a bit of a panic. Things were getting serious. While they were hashing this out, Ling Van finally woke up from her daze. The next day, Contran showed up at class as usual. Right away, he spotted Contran and Vig Vian standing together. Contran let out a reluctant sigh. The scene looked more and more like a date, and skipping just one class had already made him miss so much drama. Seeing him, Contran spoke up immediately. Contran, have you decided yet? Are you going to Luo Kun Mountain or not? The question sent Ving Van into a panic. Rushing to stop him, Taiyu Nam. We are already full. At Taiyu only rented a 47-seat bus. Both classes have already signed up to capacity. At that moment, Contran turned down the offer. I am not going either. What is your plan for National Day? Or maybe I could tag along. Vidran Vince's face instantly twisted in displeasure when she heard that. Contran caught the change in her expression. Thinking it over, he approached Contran, draping a hand over his shoulder in a low voice. If someone is inviting, why say no? I really have things to do, or I would have said yes to you already. By the way, when are you guys leaving? Vidran Ven hurriedly answered. 7 Tomorrow. Meet at the school gate. Then she put on a look of regret, silently staring at her without saying a word. After that, he stepped outside and saw the 4 Tiuanja boys surrounding Jie Chuju. Since that violent incident last night, his status had clearly risen. Cheju was busy lecturing and looking for someone, which confused Tiu Yinch. Duka, who are you looking for? Cheju shook his head quickly. Nothing. But you all need to be careful. Do not get involved with anyone in this school. Hearing that, Taivu looked even more confused. Why is Olduka bringing this up again? Hi refused to explain, casually adding, he is just scared you will mess with the wrong people and screw up his business. Even if working with the boss feeds his ego and brings in real gold, improving life back in the slammer, the constant feeling of being watched makes him uneasy. Definitely not a good vibe. Meanwhile, autumn has arrived. Golden leaves scattered across the ground. A lone figure walked down the path lined with maple leaves, clutching a gold coin. This was Hithu, the mastermind behind Sia Chu. Hithu seemed aimless as he strolled, but there was clearly a purpose behind his steps. At that moment, someone approached from behind. Their slow, low voice cutting through the air. You are not staying in the capital. What is the point of running all the way here, wasting time? Hearing the voice, Hithu immediately turned around. It was Vin Xing. Hithu smirked. Isn't he the boss here too? Looks like we both wanted to show up. Vindung narrowed his eyes and said seriously, I am curious what exactly is pulling you to Lechi Then. Hithu chuckled softly. I heard from Tsu Lun that you caught the gang. I came to check it out and maybe drop by to congratulate you. Hearing that, Vindai's tone grew even more serious. This is his Chi Lu's internal business. No need for congratulations. Besides, there are still 5 people on the run. No one has time to celebrate. Hithu smiled subtly, wanting to say, internal business. Ha, Boss Tren keeps reminding me that Si Chuyu is the one breaking the rules. Isn't he, Boss Tren, in a hurry about this? Vinzang replied coldly. In a hurry for what? Hithu chuckled. Once Hitigotiu sets up the group chat, every time traveler in the country will be under Si Chiyu's control. When Tulun has no one left, how will you prove you can complete your mission? Vindai's brow furrowed tightly at this. Then after a moment, he slowly said, everyone has their own choices. Once you decide, do not regret it. Those words made Heathu pause her teasing for a moment. After a long pause, Hun slowly asked, then why did Tulin classify all of Liu Ji's files as top secret, even though he is close to Lo Yang? Something feels off to me. He claimed to have observed Di Chia, but with Vin Zig's sharp eye, there is no way he passed unnoticed. So why place his info at the highest clearance? Is it to protect him, or is it a ploy to protect someone else by hiding behind Ji Cheju? Or a way to throw Heathu off while talking? He kept spinning a coin in his hand. Then Heathu narrowed her eyes at Vin Zung and said coldly, Boss Lut, the person you want to protect is not Liu Chi, right? Ivreg said nothing, just stared intently at the coin in Heathu's hand. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. I wonder which high-level criminal left behind the forbidden artifact, K099, and yet people treat it like gold, claiming it can reveal the truth and expose lies. As soon as these words dropped, Heathu stopped spinning the coin and smirked. Boss, you really know everything. Ha! Vin Zhang replied bluntly, its power is not a secret anymore. Heathu shrugged and brushed past Vin Dung. Lips curled. Alright then. Looks like today we are not getting any answers. With that, he strode away, flipping the coin in his hand once more, not without gaining something from the encounter. Right after, Heathu hopped into a sleek black car waiting nearby and headed off. As soon as he sat down, he plunged his hand into his pocket and quickly pulled out a thin gold bar. Pressing it against the coin, in an instant, a golden energy aura burst forth, enveloping the coin in a shimmering glow. Heathu muttered an incantation while controlling the energy. In Gutrai's hone, as he spoke, the coin spun endlessly, only coming to rest after a while. Heathu stared out the window, regret etched deep in his eyes, wasting effort bringing the exact coin here, only to get no answers. Just then, the driver spoke up. Boss, word is Miss Luna's side has some fresh leads. Should we use a little persuasion to get those clues? Heathu shook his head. No need. Let the boss handle it. At 5:20 p.m., outside the school gates of Kanchen, a black limousine was parked quietly. Miss Luna's people stood nearby, watching closely and reporting. Something soft with Liu Hi's side. Are they trying to rent a limo? Any orders? Should we call for backup? But before they could decide, someone else responded. At Levin, Northern Lux then. A suspicious character appeared. The road captain has dispatched his team there. Once their shift ends tomorrow, they will relieve you guys. Meanwhile, at the foot of Luoquan Mountain, the crowd of tourists had grown thick. Naturally, among them were the three from Kanchen. Vien? Hi, and Kanchen himself, all stepping down from the bus. Sin and Ka stretched out, looking thoroughly cheerful. Jiang Tai was about to get off too but was stopped by a firm hand. Turning back with a puzzled look, she asked, Kanchen, what is up? Is it dangerous? Kanchen did not answer. Squinting toward a distant 7-seater car, a group wearing sunglasses was stepping out from it. Kanchen had seen those black shoes that night. Why were they here at Luoquan Mountain? There is only one path up the mountain. If they are spotted by Miss Lun, there is no way they can escape. Criminals do not take risks. But they came anyway, definitely because of the time traveler. Seeing his expression, Jiang Tai worriedly asked, what is it? Kanchen, what did you find? He nodded slightly. Voice low. 5 people detected. Most likely 5 suspects on the run. But do not worry. They are not here for you. Despite this reassurance, Jiang Tai still suggested anxiously, maybe we should turn back. Kanchen reluctantly said, this is our last booked ride. For now, your identity is safe. We are in the clear. Ing Venin chimed in. Kanchen's right. Jiang Tai. Don't rush. Let us just trust him. Kanchen nodded softly. Keep moving forward. At dawn, we take the first ride back to Lekhthen. A little later, the 3 from Kanchen arrived at a guesthouse nestled at the mountain's base. Kanchen secretly messaged Jijech, stay put at home. Do not go anywhere. He hoped Jeju would see the message in time. If he did not show up, the Tayumayu gang would cancel their trip. That night, Kanchen stood by the window, drawing the curtains closed, but to be safe, he kept a sharp watch outside. Time ticked away minute by minute. It was already past 11 p.m. Jiang Tai woke up to find Kanchen by the window, quickly urging her, watch the window next to this one for me. But he shook his head to refuse. She had no clue what was going on with them. She covered the bowl for the kid and Xiao Yun and left. Jiang Shu thought it made sense and hurried to cook noodles. Just as she left, Dong Yun dragged a chair over. The little girl, being thoughtful, rubbed Kanchen's shoulders and whispered, aren't you tired? Don't you need to rest? Kanchen shook his head soft. I can still handle it. Better to be cautious and avoid mistakes. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Shu was about to say something, but before she could, Kanchen gave Dongyun a signal to stay quiet because he had spotted the soldiers down below. They seemed to be on patrol, and there were walkie-talkies tucked inside their jackets. Plus, Kanchen noticed something bulky in their pockets. He suspected they were carrying guns. He quickly checked his phone. 11:55. Just 5 minutes left until the countdown ends. The soldiers were now on full alert, ready to strike at any second. Thinking fast, Kanchen whispered, These soldiers' target could be the Cho family's place right next to ours. Jiangshu immediately blurted out, the Cho family's place? There are so many people there, they are in danger. Of course, Ganchan knew exactly what was going on and quickly moved aside. He pulled out a device to contact Duck Chu, but no reply. His messages were still unanswered. Meanwhile, near the northern part of the village, in Lang City's district, in a small house, despite the late hour, the lights were still on. Lu Yuan sat across from a man. Pressing him, you are the one who reported this. When exactly did you see them? The man answered hesitantly, around 3 or 4 p.m. I saw them and reported to the police right away. Lu Yuan frowned and pressed further. What color clothes were they wearing? The man dodged the question, mumbling something about outdoor sportswear city folks usually wear. Lu Yuan sensed something was off and narrowed his eyes. Were they carrying any weapons? The man shook his head slightly. I do not think so. Lu Yuan's anger boiled over. What color were their jackets? You have 10 seconds to answer. Under his pressure, the man stammered for a long time but could not give a clear answer. Realizing the problem, Lu Yuan snapped. Furious, how much money did you take to make a fake report? Do you know how many lives you could ruin with a false alarm like this? Then, Lu Yuan stormed out, fuming, only to get more reports from his team. He ground his teeth and cursed. Damn it, Tiger Mountain nonsense. What is the point of Tiger Mountain nonsense anyway? There are still 8 members of Miss Lu's unit in the city even if I am not there. As soon as the enemy makes a move, retreating safely won't be an option. But he quickly realized it was the old soldier's mountain. The countdown was over, and the space tore open again. Duck Chu returned to cell 18, and he was still being restrained. He spat some gold pieces from his mouth. Then he shouted loudly, Hey, you 2 tough guys, can you let me out first? I have been injected already. It is done. This time, Cao Tan gave me 5 gold strands. According to the system before, I should get 1. Just then, Kanchan walked in from outside, coldly asking, Why did not you answer the messages? Duck Chu looked up at the newcomer, then he scratched his head awkwardly and explained, Boss, it is not that I did not want to reply, but I had to stick with the guys the whole time, no chance to use the comms. Actually, it is because he was too busy playing, so he did not notice the house. Ganchan did not overthink it and warned, Wait until after the 7-day National Day holiday to head out again. Got it? Duck Chu hesitated. I've already been to Old Soldier's Mountain. Can I hide inside the house after I leave? Kanchan's eyes flickered with suspicion as he quickly asked, You guys are going to Old Soldier's Mountain? Which house? Duck Chu answered straightforwardly, The Cho family's place. Apparently, they are at Old Soldier's Mountain. Our group is 47 people in total. Staying there for 3 days. Ganchan questioned with doubt, Is this plan something you all set up a long time ago? Why did not you mention it before? He stammered out an explanation, saying it was not planned in advance, it was just something the transfer students from Haithan suddenly came up with. Besides, they were supposed to leave on October 1st, but the school let out early, so they left ahead of schedule. Kanchan sighed deeply when he heard this. So that playful ladder earlier, it was actually them the targets of that gang of thugs. But how did those thugs know in advance that G.E.Chi's group would be heading to Luao Kun Mountain? They even knew exactly that those people would be staying at No Chan Venanthi Inn. Something did not sit right. Kanchan fell silent for a moment before saying, There's a mole. Someone leaked their itinerary to those thugs, not just which market they would be at. They even warned them a whole day early. The HAS soldiers gasped in shock. Boss, what are you talking about right now? Kanchan spoke calmly. I hope you remember every word I am about to say, because this is a matter of life and death. After hesitating a moment, Kanchan continued, My people are still tracking down those 5 thugs. Those thugs are surrounding Nachin Venathanyev, preparing to trap everyone inside. HH's face darkened with worry. Just a moment ago, he was scheming with that golden thread trick. Now he was staring death in the face. Thinking of this, he immediately dropped to his knees. Voice desperate, Boss, your men are nearby, right? Send them to save me. Your men said those thugs are brutal and ruthless. Kanchan tried to calm Vivishishi down, but he was panicking, shouting, That one work either being caught and made a beast of burden is just as deadly. Boss, I have got over 40 friends, over 40 lives at stake. Kanchan sighed deeply, thinking for a moment before speaking again. When you get back, I need you to do 2 things. First, as soon as you return, tell Zixchu to scatter everyone, no calling for help. It is better to let the innocent slip away quietly than drag them into more trouble. Hearing this, Eichu nervously asked, Boss, can we even escape? Kanchan replied calmly, You can only fight those thugs before they fully surround Nuchun. There is no other way. Second, during these 2 days of time travel, Yiji Chijir, think carefully. Is there anyone who left the feast earlier kept texting nonstop? Izhiche startled. You mean the mole is one of my friends? Kanchan said bluntly. I know this is not concrete, but it is the most likely scenario. Just remember what I said. After that, he turned and walked away, but after only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Kaian Chen felt like he would forgotten something, a crucial piece of information. He closed his eyes, replaying every moment from that day. Then gasped in shock. One of the 4 transfer students had been dragged into a room. Thinking it over, Kanchan asked quietly, who suggested changing the schedule. HHR thought for a moment before answering. I think it was a transfer student named Bissy Yu Nei from the next class. Hearing this, Kanchen immediately stepped forward. Tu saw him heading out and quickly asked, a lot's happened these past 2 days. Huh. Kanchen nodded softly. Someone's trying to kidnap a few time travelers to smuggle goods, and Che-Chi's group is their target. Vin asked anxiously, are you in danger? Kanchen shook his head. Not yet. Honestly, I do not care if Zijuche lives or dies, now that Zijuchu has some reputation, just as he is starting to make money. His path to income is cut off, but that is not the point. The real concern is that the guardian spirit might die. Hearing this, Kanchen said sharply, let us go. Vin asked in surprise. Go where? He answered plainly, to the chaos. His words left Vin and in Four Eyes Tu exchanging uncertain glances, unsure what to do. Seeing their reactions, Kanchen explained, if I do not go into the chaos, all I can do is worry. Better to use this time to get stronger. So next time I won't be powerless facing this kind of mess. Hearing this, Taiyu could not help but feel moved. This guy's never faced death before, yet he stays so calm, burying his own fear deep down. Then, he chose the clearest path through the chaos. Meanwhile, in Uncle Dong's room, he was still deep in a game of Chinese chess. Before long, he spotted 3 soldiers marching in. Just by looking, Uncle Dong knew they were upset. He sighed and asked, you look like you are in deep trouble. Ha! The soldier did not answer, just kept quiet. After a moment, he tossed a used drive toward Xiaoxiu, who caught it. Then the soldier began to explain, this contains all the classical music I could find from the outside world. Uncle Dong smiled softly and said, I love this gift. Consider yourself owed a favor. The soldier sat down, puzzled. Oh, someone else? Ha, yeah, Uncle Dong replied casually, but that person hates me to the bone now. Even if we cross paths, it won't be friendly. Debts like that, let us leave them for the next life. Hearing this, the soldier knew there was some hidden story, probably a complicated love debt. Uncle Dong then spoke up. I know you are in a tough spot this time, but I won't be helping you out. You can face this clearly without me, which means I did not misjudge you. No way to control them. Maybe it is Earth's way of cleansing itself, or maybe one day Earth will look completely different. When they mature, not even spaceships can touch them, but as chicks, they are scared to fly, too afraid to leave the nest. So when the time's right, the mature falcon takes 7 chicks to a cliff edge. One by one, they are pushed off, spread their wings and survive. Keep them folded and they plummet to death. Usually, out of 2 nests, only 1 chick survives, but that survivor, the moment it takes flight, it rules the skies. The soldier frowned in suspicion. There is no such thing in the outside world. They are that fierce. Uncle Dong nodded slowly. Of course. Even humans would not dare mess with them without an upgrade spaceship for protection. When I faced my 3rd life or death ordeal, I accidentally wandered into their territory, chased over 30 miles by a falcon. I barely escaped with my life. Not just humans, any superpowered creature crossing into their forbidden zone risks death. Take this Than-Sen species. For example, the animals around their remains also grow stronger. Kantron frowned slightly and asked, is there any way to control the forbidden zone yet? The Tsuying Xiaoyu shook his head. No method to control it. Maybe it is the Earth's purifying principle. Or perhaps one day the Earth will look entirely different. That comment made Kantron hesitate. He asked, what do you think will happen to humans then? Uncle Dong chuckled softly. Maybe only the superhumans survive? Humans always think they are the rulers of this place, but time will teach them there is no such thing as a true ruler. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, want to take a trip outside? I will show you what a real forbidden zone looks like. The soldier shook his head gently. Maybe next time. Master, I need these 2 days to think, to figure out what to do after we return. Uncle Dong laughed. Suspicious. You have already got a plan. The soldier paused, then said coldly, kill. Uncle Dong was surprised. Questioning, you know how to kill? The soldier shook his head but said with iron resolve, but I can learn. I've got a plan. Spend the next 2 days training with Master Diep Fan to memorize all the fighting moves and enemy reactions, using strategy to seize the upper hand in battle. But then he realized the problem. Great plan, but not enough time. Uncle Dong thought for a moment then said, sounds just like when you play chess, right? Diepfan chimed in, you have got breathing techniques too, so keep training nonstop. Your skills already rival a soldier's. But if those guys have armor, you are at a serious disadvantage. Uncle Dong nodded. The human body is complex, 639 muscles made of 16 billion fibers. The human body can change far more than chess pieces. No need to list all transformations within 2 days. In fact, 1 strike is enough to kill. Saying that, he looked toward Diep Fan and said, just teach him 1 move, then tell him how many types of enemy reactions there are. That is way simpler. Diep Fan looked doubtful. Boss, is 1 move really enough? Zibamas nodded. Thutsang confidently replied, enough? After all, life is fragile. Kanchan felt a bit uneasy and quickly said, 2 nights won't be enough time. Thutsang laughed as he walked, then lock all the prisoners up, only let them out to eat, then send them straight back. That way, you can train for all 3 days. Titaiga was not surprised. Smirking, Boss is always so reckless? Daipi Fun nodded in agreement. After all, this is the current K's organizationist style. The boss is not exactly playing it safe. Kyan-chan was still catching his breath when TTU dropped another bombshell. Oh right, I killed those two Ts we caught earlier, but he smiled wryly and said, Don't worry, I made sure to get the info before they died. Looks like it was caused by T-Funk-an. But why they wanted you dead, we do not know. With that said, he left. Leaving just the two of them, Depiven hurriedly said, No time to waste, let us start training. Before we start, I will say it again, Thukling said, he is right, life is incredibly fragile. A broken rib can hinder breathing, cause lung collapse, and eventually lead to death by suffocation. Spleen damage causes bleeding, which can be fatal quickly. So Kyan-chan only needs to apply enough force to any spot to take away the enemy's combat ability. Saying that, Depiven grabbed Kyan-chan's arm. Explaining theory while demonstrating, he threw a punch toward Kyan-chan's left side. Depiven spoke calmly, but there is one spot armored soldiers often overlook, that is the area protecting the internal organs. Kyan-chan grew anxious. Wait, we all know internal organs are vital, so surely many have implanted bioskin layers, right? Depiven replied bluntly, mostly because nanobioskin is super expensive. I guess they did not bother protecting their organs. Chan's a bit shocked. Turns out poverty really limits your skills. Then, Depiven showed him some other spots, like the spleen, the neck, and the ribs. Whether it is the back or the abdomen, any vital organ can be stat, and the key is hardly anyone knows how to guard them. Plus, once you have locked in on the opponent's spleen, forget about the rest, he is as good as dead. Depiven asked if Kyan-chan found a dagger after returning, but Kyan-chan said all he found was some fruit knives. Depiven shook his head, saying no way those 1T puncture the armor those soldiers wear. Right after, Depiven pulled a dagger from his own gear and handed it to Kyan-chan. He said, This is probably the only thing you can take with you. Use this for real combat practice. Kyan-chan opened the dagger, puzzled, and asked if he really had to use real weapons during training. Depiven naturally said yes. You do not just have to master all the attack moves, you have got to get familiar with every weapon you have. Kyan-chan thought that made sense, then hesitated and asked, So what do we do now? Depiven calmly explained, To hit a vital spot, you first have to know exactly where it is, but since everyone's height is different, the weak spots vary too, so Kyan-chan has to kill a lot of people, many times over, to pinpoint them precisely. Depiven handed him a pair of glasses and said, Put these on, use them in the dark. So it won him the next day, while everyone else was deep asleep. Two shadows silently slipped into the rooms. Without a word, Depiven snapped the wrist of the person lying in bed. Then he pointed to a spot on the victim's body and told Kyan-chan, Look here, the vital organ is right here. One stab and he is done for. Then the two moved on to another victim. This time it was a bald guy, and the moment he saw Depiven, he went pale. Depiven kept pointing out the human weak spots to Kyan-chan. The cycle repeated. Find victims, identify their vulnerabilities. With his sharp memory, Kyan-chan soaked it all up like a sponge. He felt like he was taking a crash course in anatomy over 5 hours. He would felt more than 1,000 prisoners' spleens, racking up serious hands-on experience. After the theory lesson, Depiven started teaching Kyan-chan how to wield the dagger. While demonstrating, he said, If you are weaker than your opponent, ambush is your best bet. Of course, no one can stay on the offensive forever. Ambushes are crucial, but relying on them nonstop is just opportunistic. While they talked, Kyan-chan's dagger lunged toward Depiven's spleen, but Depiven quickly grabbed his wrist, pressing the dagger against Kyan-chan's neck. With a sly grin, Depiven said, All right, now I am going to teach you the key moves of Phase 2. If you reveal your intentions, you will end up at a disadvantage in battle. Of course, when you can overpower someone, feints are the deadliest tricks you have got. Kyan-chan fell silent, recalling an old saying, true love is elusive, but to win hearts, you gotta master the art of deception, even in killing. While he was still dazed, Depiven struck again. Kyan-chan scrambled to block, and the two clashed for a few moments, but soon, Depiven's blade was under Kyan-chan's armpit. He calmly said, There are over 160 moves just like this. I am gonna teach you all today. He told him to remember one thing: combat must be unpredictable. Look at the master's tactics. They fake dozens of strikes in a row, but only one is the real attack. Kyan-chan narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on every word. Then, he suddenly lunged forward to attack. At first, Depiven caught every move, but Kyan-chan faked an attack aimed at Depiven's side, then quickly switched to the left. Still, Depiven caught it and laughed, saying, Nope. Try again. Since Kyan-chan had to train, and all the prisoners were locked inside with no way out, they finally could not hold back and started a riot. Huthian was no exception. He wanted to run outside to see what was going on, but suddenly, a shadow appeared in the hallway. Seeing that figure, Huthian was so terrified he froze in place. The visitor was Thukdong, who stared at him with a deadly glare, so Huthian had no choice but to obediently turn back. Thukdong did not care and marched straight ahead. After a while, he reached the training room where Depiven and Kyan-chan were. They were still sparring in the arena. Kyan-chan's eyes looked like panda eyes after a sleepless night. Depiven reluctantly shook his head, then gently patted the guy to get some sleep. He sighed and said, You can rest now. And Kantran gradually fell into a daze. After dinner, Kantran woke up, and Thukdong immediately asked, "Well, have you grasped the basics?" Kantran nodded slightly in response. "Not bad," he said. "The impact of memory and calculation abilities in combat is even bigger than I expected." Tutu cheerfully asked, "How would you rate his progress by your standards?" Van replied bluntly, "Compared to a normal person, he is way ahead. Only a super genius could remember that much. It is scary. If he trains more tonight, taking out a whole squad won't be an issue." Tutu asked again, "What about his weaknesses?" Van answered coldly, "Still no formula to fix that. It can only be solved through enlightenment." Tutu glanced at Kantran and said, "Hey, Kantran, do not let him scare you. Those called masters by him are all respected figures in the inner world." Van glanced sharply and then asked, "Rested up yet?" Kantran nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let us continue." But this time, Tutu volunteered, "Let me spar with you." He fought Kantran barehanded. After all, he was a super genius himself. Kantran did not say a word, launching a direct kick, then faking a move to bait him, but Tutu saw right through it and laughed, mocking how childish the trick was. No matter what lame move Kantran threw, Tutu figured his target was just a decoy. Unfortunately, Tutu was caught off guard. Kantran suddenly switched attack to his hand, but luckily Tutu caught it. Tutu chuckled, "If you went any further, this boat would be flipped in the ditch." Meanwhile, Kantran was thinking, earlier Tutu said he was not a natural fighter, more like a superpower user, but even so, the fact that he can fight with just 2 fingers is unbelievable. Truly, the gap between a normal person and a super genius is like a dragon and a river impossible to cross. Only a super genius can fight another super genius. Below, Thukdong asked quietly, "How's the enlightenment ability?" Fan calmly replied, "Back then, I was not as good as him." Hearing this, Thukdong chuckled softly, then reminded, "Keep training, no slacking off." Fan nodded lightly, "Yes, the training is effective so far. It is time to teach him some sneak attacks." In the arena, Kantran and Tutu kept clashing fiercely. Late at night, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the prison room, signaling another nightmare was about to begin. Fan looked down at the prisoner crawling on the floor and coldly ordered, "Get on the bunk." The prisoner obediently climbed onto the bunk. Fan then said, "Yesterday I taught you how to identify the front direction. Today we are learning how to spot the back. Actually, finding the blind spot behind you is a bit trickier, and to keep the speed sharp, you need your left hand to block," he explained while demonstrating. Time passed, and now only 15 hours remained. At that moment, news came that someone was visiting Kantran. Kantran was in the middle of training when suddenly he stopped. Then 2 robots approached him, making Fan comment. They even sent 2 robot guards this time. Kantran asked skeptically, "What is the difference?" Fan nodded. "They can assess the prisoner's danger level themselves, so they send robot guards in quantities and levels matching the threat. Before, just 1 robot was enough to escort you, then 2. Now this many." Kantran furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Wait a minute. Could it be that this entire prison is run by that robot? No wonder you do not see any guards around at all." Just then, Uncle Dong spoke up. "That must be the girl from the Brandon clan, right? You are drenched in sweat. Go change your clothes before meeting her." But Kantran wiped his sweat away and casually said, "No need." Uncle Dong was not surprised and asked quietly, "Don't you care about your image? She's your fiancée. After all. Besides, I already checked her out for you. She is pure, not like those sneaky Brandon imposters." Kantran shrugged indifferently and said, "If I meet her and the timing does not match up, everyone will know I am the one who wiped out Van. I can see her, that is why I have to avoid her." Saying that, he tossed the towel aside and went back to training. Uncle Dong smiled, impressed. This disciple of mine is not half bad. Kantran kept training for several more hours. Now, only 9 hours remained, and the long hours were starting to wear on him. He noticed something. Van's movements were huge, but whether walking or running, not a single sound escaped. It was like he could see every muscle fiber in Van's legs moving, one after another, from the soles to the heels, calves, and thighs. Every movement was perfectly calculated. Thinking this through, Kantran decided he had to remember this technique, but not rush it. While he trained, Tutu chatted with Uncle Dong, suggesting they arm Kantran with some weapons that cause injury, but Uncle Dong said calmly, "The first kill has to be remembered. He needs to feel what it is like to take a life with his own hands. He needs to experience that unique feeling to understand what death truly means." Kantran continued training with his spear until only 2 hours remained. At this time, Dukchu was locked in a room, tossing and turning restlessly. Suddenly, the door swung open. He stuck his head out hesitantly and called, "Anyone there? Why is the door open?" After a moment of hesitation, Dukchu stepped out, but after just a few steps, he broke out in a cold sweat because in the dark corner, Dukchu sensed something approaching. He could hear breathing, but no footsteps. Panicking, Dukchu quickly crouched down and hid in a corner. Trembling with his superstition, he was convinced it was a ghost. Soon, the breathing got closer, terrifying Dukchu until he nearly soiled himself. When he looked closely, he saw a masked figure standing right behind him. He screamed in terror. Then, cursing under his breath. In the middle of the night, I turn around and bam, a creepy mask right in my face. This is terrifying. Like something straight out of a horror movie. Tutu dragged Dukchu back inside. Divan spoke up. Your technique has improved fast, but because your training time was rushed, it is not perfect yet. Dukchu muttered nervously as he walked. Why did those three drag me out in the middle of the night just to mess with me? Tutu shot back coldly. Stop whining, you are only good for causing trouble anyway. Meanwhile, Divan was patiently teaching Gantran the key to stealth attacks. Never get detected. You are rushing too much when approaching Dukchu, so the air and sounds in the hallway change. Dukchu does not notice, but his body is on high alert. Then, when the target moves quickly, Gantran can control his breathing or footsteps. Gantran listened carefully. The way to silence footsteps is to control the force when stepping, but his shoes are old. The soles are too hard. No matter how he tries, it is no good. He decides to take off his shoes. Divan stopped walking because he no longer heard Gantran's footsteps. Turning around, he laughed and said, You are one determined kid. But remember, do not run, you are not ready to move silently yet. Gantran nodded immediately. Got it, Divan continued. If you have never moved silently before, you are probably going to tear your feet up and bleed after tonight. Gantran just shrugged. No big deal. Wounds heal. Unable to hold back a smile, Javan spoke up with a cautionary tone, saying it is good to be self-aware, but once you are done, go buy yourself a pair of shoes that actually fit. Got any more questions? Gantran paused to think before speaking. Honestly, in this fight, sneaking attacks are the key. So why wait till the very end to teach me that? That comment made Japvan's steps falter for a moment. After a while, he replied, Sneaky attacks are not some simple game move. The enemy is not dumb enough to just stand there and let you pick off their characters. Usually, by the time you kill the second person, you are already spotted. Then, once the others find out Kanchan's out there, they will pull out every dirty trick to take him down. If he can't escape then, that is when things get really deadly. Saying this, Japvan turned back to look at Kanchan and ask, Now you get it, right? Before the enemy even knows you are there, taking out the first two quietly is the easiest part. That is why I taught you to cover your tracks as best as possible. Ganchan listened and then asked, But am I really supposed to risk my life just to save those first two? If it is too dangerous, then yeah, I would back off too. Japvan nodded softly. That is one thing I agree with you on. At the end of the day, your own life is the most important. No need to throw it away just to save someone who is not that significant. But that bloodlust thing, if you can control it, then it is no longer bloodlust. He said that the uncle once told him. Deep down, Kanchan always carries that bloodlust inside him. Like the first day Kanchan dared to play chess with the old man, it is part of who you are. Something you can neither forget nor hide. And once you cross that line, it is not that you do not want to turn back, it is that you simply can t. Kanchan absorbed Japvan's words, growing more silent with every sentence. Just then, Japvan suddenly exclaimed, Wait, that is right. Then he grabbed a chair, making Kanchan confused and asked, What is that for? Japvan smiled mysteriously. You will see. Well, actually, you will know in 2 days. Saying that, he placed a hand on Kanchan's shoulder and added, And there is more. The boss has not told you yet, so I will spill it for you. Kanchan glared at him. Hey, what exactly are you asking? Japvan looked him straight in the eye, sincerity in his voice. Survive and come back. With only 5 minutes left, Kanchan grabbed his mask and went to find Dukchu. He spoke coldly. Remember the 2 tasks I gave you? Dukchu kept rising nervously, mumbling his response. 1. After you return, warn all your classmates to run. 2. If they can escape, find a way to find out who among them the army captured before. Dukchu nodded, and Kanchan pressed on. In these 2 days, have you remembered anything, like who kept sending messages, or who went to the bathroom in the middle of class? Dukchu panicked, shaking his head. They all went to the bathroom. If it is about checking phones, they looked plenty too. Boss, I was just glued to the game, honestly did not pay attention. Kanchan sighed in frustration. If there was a better option, I would not have made this guy my right-hand man, but with no other choice, Kanchan spoke gravely. Listen carefully, those soldiers really want to uncover your secret, but you have to understand one thing, once they find out, that is the moment you die. Kanchan's voice turned threatening. This time, you have made a mistake too big to forgive. Next time you come back, I will help you truly understand how brutal this world is. Of course, that is if you are still alive. Finally, as the countdown reached 2 minutes. Then 1. Kanchan steeled himself for the battle awaiting upon return. Meanwhile, Dukchu kept pacing nervously, knowing that after he returned, he would face the ruthless army. Before long, the countdown hit 0. Dukchu returned to the outside world, sitting with his classmates, but at that moment, everything felt like it was splitting apart. Darkness and light, tension and joy, what was real anymore. In a panic, Dukchu finally remembered the boss warning. He had to run. Immediately, he jumped up and shouted, Everyone run, there is danger. But his classmates just thought Dukchu was losing it. Talking nonsense. They started whispering and gossiping, No one believed a word he said. The uncle was getting more and more desperate between the time traveler and ordinary people. There was a clash of time forces and news. 2 days in the inner world felt like mere moments to them. How was he supposed to convince them? Meanwhile, the little demon grew suspicious, wondering why the uncle was so frantic with his warnings. Could something extraordinary have happened inside that world? Thinking that, he asked, Loduka, what is going on? The uncle stared at the flickering flames and hurriedly said, enemy troops are surrounding this place. If we do not move, it will be too late. He was about to abandon them, turning to leave. Fine, I can explain it to you all anyway. Step aside. If you do not believe me, I am out of here. The little demon immediately urged the heavenly guard. Boss, he does not look like he is messing around. Run after him. The heavenly guard nodded and dashed off, but just as they reached the door, 2 people blocked their path. One named Leanton asked, hey, little one, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Hearing the voice, the uncle spun around sharply, his eyes suddenly lighting up. The 2 in front wore police uniforms. Thinking they were saved, he immediately said, Officer, there are enemy troops around here. At his words, the 2 exchanged a bored glance. Then suddenly a black gun barrel pressed into the uncle's chest. His face drained of color, eyes going cold and lifeless. The little demon was restrained by the other thug, who sneered, enemy troops? I do not see any. Do you? So now, they were trapped with nowhere to run. The uncle was so scared he nearly pissed himself. Damn, this twister hit way too hard. The boss only warned him about enemy troops, but never said there'd be fake cops too. Suddenly, one thug barked a warning. If you shout for help, we will shoot. Now turn back. The little demon recognized the guns. They were Glock 34 pistols with silencers. The shooting coach at Haizai-than range once said those barely make a sound. Plus, silencers are nearly impossible to get here. All signs pointed to these guys being elite mercenaries, maybe even foreign hires. This was not good at all. The little demon quickly said, let us just play along for now. We will head back to base. Meanwhile, inside the base, the students sat by the fire, still clueless about the nightmare waiting for them next. Suddenly, someone gasped. Looks like they are back already. But behind the 3 with the uncle was one more person, and the others muttered nervously, wait a sec. Why are there cops with them? They stayed inside, standing frozen as the trio moved forward. But inside, the thugs had already taken hostages. The students panicked at the sight of the guns, not knowing what to do but to cry and scatter. Hearing the commotion, one thug fired a shot. A staff member wearing a vest dropped to the ground. The thug sneered, dead meat now. Shut up. Seeing someone fall, the students freaked out even more, too terrified to move. Another thug spoke up, that girl found out about us and tried to run, but ran into us instead. Old force guarding outside. I am bringing them back. Hearing this, a smart thug realized they probably got intel from the inner world. Luckily, they would already planned for this and investigated thoroughly beforehand. He then aimed his gun at the uncle, coldly warning, don't say a word, or your friends die and the innocent people inside the base die too. Then the thug glanced at the fallen staff and jeered. Look at that, Comrade Kalu's pretty sharp. Ha, we all know no one on the mountain can take on these thugs, and it will take at least 6 hours for the Viet Minh to arrive. That is why we have stayed quiet, no point getting anyone hurt. While he spoke, Loon's people silently tapped their fingers, apparently sending some kind of signal. Meanwhile, from inside the house, another shadow appeared. The figure wore a long black coat that reached his calves. His face was vicious and menacing, definitely no good. He was probably the ringleader of this thug gang. He raised an eyebrow with a grin, saying he was glad to meet everyone today here at Old Soldier Mountain. You all can relax. I am not interested in ordinary folks. Once I find all the time travelers hiding around here, I will let you go right away. The leader urged everyone to cooperate a little. If you play along, this will be over quick. Right after that, the group of trapped students broke down, especially the girls who could not stop crying. Only Wang Yun stayed calm and steady. Everyone, do not panic. Don't hurt the little Hu Xiaomiao gang. Hearing this, they suddenly remembered 3 of the Xiaomiao crew were still held at gunpoint. If they started fighting, those thugs might lose their heads and cause chaos. Finally, the students quieted down, sitting silently around the campfire. The leader glanced at his underlings, ordering, round everyone up in the courtyard, collect all communication devices too. That noise just now was a bit loud. Tell Asai outside to keep watch and be ready if needed. With that, he fell silent and pressed a hand against his neck. Meanwhile, the monk was screaming his head off. I thought the boss said there'd only be 5 of them, so how come there is 3 more now? Can we even handle this? At the same time, someone outside the door heard the commotion and came closer. Hesitantly, they asked, did I just hear something? Did the cops get involved or what? The fake cops sneered, just some drunk troublemakers. Don't waste your time. Let us head back. The person, feeling nothing amiss, turned away, but as they walked off, a strange thought popped up. Weird. I have seen brawls like this before, but the boss next door never called the cops. Plus, that guy looked sketchy. Something's off. I should report this to the cops later, just to be safe. Just then, a hand suddenly clamped over their mouth. Next thing, a thug pressed a blade across their throat. Without a word, he dragged the poor guy into a nearby corner. Be careful with his body, then head back and guard the door like before. Elsewhere, in the hideout, the thugs started confiscating everyone's phones. In no time, almost every communication device was seized, but as they passed by Xiao Nu, the leader hesitated for a moment. The dark thug stared coldly at Xiao Nu and snapped. Got any more? Xiao Nu's eyes popped wide. Terrified crap. Caught. In the end, he reluctantly handed over a second phone. Just then, another thug spoke up. All right, let them go. Boss wants to ask them some questions. Immediately, one shoved the monk hard, sending him flat on his face. The leader coldly demanded, tell me why you suddenly found out about our operation after coming back to the academy. And how you knew we would surrounded this place? The monk said nothing, clenching his fists tightly, clearly torn inside, but truth was, he did not know either gun had not shared any info with him. Seeing this, the leader smirked. Not gonna talk. Fine. I will guess. He fixed his gaze on the monk with a confident smirk. He said, you still have an ally, a time traveler outside at Choyun Mountain, right? The monk raised an eyebrow slightly, so the guy knew the boss was close by. But even if he guessed right, he did not seem worried in the slightest. That is because they had another ace up their sleeve. Or maybe these thugs were not even the full crew. Meanwhile, at Gan's hideout, he had already returned quietly, watching Choyun Mountain carefully. It would been several minutes since he left, and the house owner still had not come back. So those thugs had started moving. Soon after, he grabbed some gear and headed out. Seeing this, Jiangshu hesitated. Xiao Zhen, what are you doing? You are holding a weird blade. Gan, calm and steady, carried the strange blade picked from the other world. He looked at the mother and son, Jiangshu, and said, Jiangshu, you and Xiaoyun stay here. Lock the door tight and do not go outside. Don't worry, I will be fine. Jiangtai hesitated, then suggested, maybe I can help you somehow. I even have armor parts. Khan shook his head gently, refusing. I do not have combat experience. Just trust me, I will come back. With that, he stepped outside and slammed the door shut behind him. Vian, hiding near her mother, still strained to watch him leave. Meanwhile, a soldier was patrolling outside. Khan launched himself from the shadows. Landing silently just a short distance from the soldier, he pressed against the wall, watching the man intently. The enemy's taser was holstered at his waist, carried low. The electric baton in his left hand was just for show. 10 minutes ago, the soldier made the same move. He contacts his squad every 10 minutes. Khan had to act fast. Just then, a sudden flame erupted, startling Kian. It also caught the soldier's attention. He glanced sharply behind him. Something was definitely over by the wall. Without hesitation, the soldier headed that way. Kian, hiding nearby, watched the shadow on the ground inch closer. He could not help but hold his breath. This was bad. He was about to be spotted. In this life or death moment, a young voice suddenly rang out. Officer, the soldier froze, turning toward the sound with alarm. It was Ling Ven standing there, asking, have you seen my mom? The soldier looked confused, just a kid. He could not let her ruin everything, putting on a concerned act. He asked, your mom? I have not seen her. Come here, kid. I am the officer looking for your mom. Meanwhile, Khan was already sprinting away along the wall. At that very moment, the soldier realized someone was ambushing him, but by the time he registered it, it was too late. Khan was already right on top of him. The soldier snarled, swinging his taser wildly to strike, but Khan ducked under the blow. Noticing the soldier's arm drop, that move did not escape Khan's eyes. He seized the moment, slashing at the soldier's other arm with his knife. The soldier's eyes widened in panic. Too close, he could not pull away in time. Realizing this, he quickly retracted his arm. The soldier launched a full-force attack, aiming to neutralize Khan's arm first. But at that instant, Khan suddenly changed direction. He struck from the soldier's left side. Seeing this, the soldier's face twisted in disgust. Khan Chan focused his mind and controlled his breathing. Duck Dong once said, the key to fighting like a wild beast is mastering your breath. It is about locking down your stamina and staying sharp. Once you get the hang of breathing right, you can control yourself, then you control everything. Whether you are the hunter or the hunted depends on your choice. Right now, Gan Chen drove a blade deep into the soldier's left side. Fresh blood poured out like a storm. The soldier was terrified, his eyes wide. What the hell just happened? This guy acted like he already knew the whole script, swinging his baton, unable to draw his gun, trying to fight back. Every move he made seemed like it was part of Kan Chan's plan. Sensing the situation was dire, the soldier wanted to warn his comrades before he died. Too bad Kan Chan was not about to give him that chance. He charged forward again. He pinned the soldier's body against the wall, gripping his throat tight. Kan Chan covered the soldier's mouth, silencing any warning cries. Gan Chan squinted at him, silently waiting for that stench of death. The wound on the soldier's left side ripped open, blood gushing out nonstop. After a while, his body went limp, his breath fading away. Gan Chen stabbed him once more, checking if he was truly dead. Finally, he pulled the blade out of the body. The blood turned cold, then thickened. The heartbeat slowed and stopped. Kan-chan wiped the sweat off his face quietly, pondering, so this is what killing someone feels like. No wonder Thuk Dong said that the first time you see blood, you have to give it your all, even grit your teeth to remember exactly how it feels to take a life. If you do not see it, do not experience it yourself, how could Kan-chan ever learn to respect life? Even knowing this, Kan-chan's arm trembled uncontrollably, his face still tinged with fear. Right then, Dongvan's voice rang out. Kan-chan. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl. Dongvan's face was pale, probably from shock. Kan-chan went over, worriedly asking, "Scared?" She nodded slightly, whispering, "A little." He sat down in front of her, curious. "Why are you out here? Where's your mom?" Just then, Rang Tide arrived. "Mom just went to the bathroom, and when she came back, you were gone." "Dongvan, you scared me to death." Dongvan replied softly, "I just want to be with Kan-chan." Kan-chan finally understood the girl did not just show up randomly. She came here to help him, thinking that. He reached out to pat her head, but seeing his bloodied hand, Kan-chan hesitated. Dongvan grabbed his hand, totally unfazed by the blood. Her action surprised Kan-chan as she placed his hand on her head. Then in a sweet, worried voice, she said, "Kan-chan, be careful. Okay, me and Mom will be waiting for you to come back." Hearing that, Kan-chan could not help but feel moved and nodded in agreement. Kan-chan glanced back at the corpse lying by the wall. He hurriedly dragged the body inside to hide it. Then he went back to Dongvan, smiled, and said, "You have to listen this time. Wait for me to come back." Just then, a radio on the corpse suddenly crackled to life, transmitting a code. Kan-chan rushed over to check it out. Realizing he would been discovered, he reported back to them. Once the last soldier checked in, Kan-chan's face twisted in disgust. There were 3 extra soldiers. The special order from Kowloon clearly had only 5 soldiers, and Kan-chan had seen just 5 on the truck. But now, 8 names were checking in over the radio. No wonder they easily subdued 2 of Kowloon's team. It was a numbers game. Remembering Titiu's words earlier, he warned Kan-chan never to trust anyone when he returned to the outside world, because people always look out for themselves. Guess who invented the communication device Kan-chan was using? Kan-chan initially thought it was just a setup, but Cao Xiao said it was created by 2 stock market agents to cover up evidence from insider trading. So out there in the world, more and more people might dive into this dark underworld, all chasing the chance to flip their lives around. Thinking that, Kan-chan wiped his hands and said a quiet goodbye to Jiangshu. Alone, he stepped into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Jiangshu grabbed Dongvan, teasing, "Scared? Ha, you were totally shook earlier." The girl muttered softly, "Yeah, I was scared. But when Kan-chan's hand runs through my hair, I am not afraid anymore." Yet in Dongvan's eyes, Kan-chan looked like some kind of deadly performance artist, an act that could kill. Elsewhere, Kan-chan silently appeared beside the Chu Van Thong house, hiding behind an ancient tree. There were 6 guards inside the yard, and probably 1 more watching the back door. Taking down all 7 was unrealistic, especially since they were huddled together. He looked down at the bruises on his feet, sighed helplessly, wondering what state his legs would be in after tonight. Below in the yard, the students were frozen in fear, too scared to move. Chu had a gun pressed to his head, and a security staffer was shot in the leg, writhing on the ground, but his hand kept twitching, like he was trying to send some kind of signal. Kan-chan spotted it from above. It looked like Morse code. He committed it to memory, wary of surprises. But who was he trying to message? Other allies. At the same time, one thug yanked Vong Van's hair and dragged her inside. The female students screamed in horror as they watched. The small crew nearby reacted the same way. Under the threat of guns, Xiao Niu and Thian Chan could only shut their eyes and pretend nothing was happening except someone was about to fight back. On the far side of the Chu yard, where the fire flickered wildly, a thug nudged his buddy and said with a grin, "Your turn's up." The other guy nodded quietly and strode toward the group of students. He scanned the crowd, then zeroed in on one person. The girls trembled in fear, convinced he was targeting them. Luckily, he grabbed a male student instead. Xiao. The lookout, Kan Tran, watching from afar, panicked and started planning. He still had not located the thug guarding the back door, but he could not wait any longer. This was the best shot. Outside the Cho house, a thug was smoking. Suddenly, a bullet flew out of nowhere and smashed into him. He immediately dropped down, looking around wildly for the shooter, but no one was to be seen. Then the radio crackled to life, and the thug crushed his cigarette underfoot. Kan Tran watched silently, studying his every move. The moment the thug raised the radio to respond, Kan Tran lunged from behind, stabbing him with a spear. Fresh blood splattered on Kan Tran's face. The thug did not get to utter a word before he was sent straight to hell. Kan Tran gently dropped the body and snatched the radio from his hand. Inside the Chovan Thong house, another thug with a radio counted off once he hit 8. He stopped, smirking. He said, "All 8 are here, and everyone's accounted for." He added, "That means it is just you and me now." Looking down at Kan, then writhing on the ground, he sneered, Come on. Kidneys, hang in there. If I make this guy puke, Kakho won't have to suffer anymore. But no matter what, Kan then had to divert the thug's attention. Honestly, I think Hoxiao Niu and Truong Thian Chan are way better looking than me. Go find them instead. But no matter how much he begged, the thug kept advancing. Kan then knew time was running out. His Kakho was about to be destroyed. He waited nervously, and when nothing happened, he finally opened his eyes. Kan then waited nervously for a long while before daring to open his eyes. Immediately, he answered, "If we coordinate well, we can survive." Got it, got it, got it. Kan then nodded hesitantly. The soldier's voice deepened. What is your status in that inner world? Kan then's eyes went wide in shock. How did he know he was a time traveler? Seeing no answer, the soldier pressed, pointing his gun. Kan then quickly replied, I am a hacker. Hearing that, the thug sneered. So you are supposed to be a tech group time traveler. What a joke. Back in the day, no one inherited memories or knowledge from the world within worlds. So tech group time travelers are the lowest of the low. Then the thug kept grilling him. Which city? Which district? Kan then did not dare hesitate, quickly answering, City 18. District 1. Just moved there recently. The thug pressed on. So you're some rich kid in District 1. Why the sudden move? Kan then suddenly got flustered. I was just sponsored, which left the thug speechless while they were going back and forth. Suddenly someone pushed the door open from outside. Kan then had just answered when the thug saw this and, assuming it was his own people, did not even turn around before speaking. Idiots. This is a District 1 time traveler from City 18. Clean up the scene, no loose ends. Hearing that, Kan then, his face drained of all color. The thug laughed. Come quietly with me. But no sooner had he finished than a knife plunged into his back, blood gushing like a waterfall. Kan then had never seen so much blood before. He almost passed out on the spot. The thug tried to radio for backup, but a strong hand grabbed the walkie-talkie. Kantron approached from behind, snatched the device, and casually kicked the thug to the ground. Regaining his composure, Kan then stepped closer and immediately recognized Kantron. Since he had been recognized, Kantron decided to play it cool and ask, Who are you? Kantron clearly knew who Kan then was and snapped, No need to pretend you do not know me. Follow me the back door, no time for chit-chat. Hearing this, Kan then dropped the act and burst out crying. Alright. Trun, can't you believe you came to save me? If you had not shown up, I would probably be gone already. But before they could do anything, loud shouts rang out outside. Run. They are switching up the plan. Not long before, a group of students sat huddled on the ground, scared stiff someone had already died. Loon's people tried to fight back, so the thug pointed his gun and muttered, Damn. No wonder they are. Loon's people broke a leg and still fighting back. Another person was shot dead on the spot. HHO's three men turned pale watching this, realizing people had died for their sake, not just fear but deep regret now. One of Luna's survivors on the ground suddenly stirred, somehow pulling out a gun. He lunged forward to fight back. Hearing the gunshot, the students covered their heads, panic spreading like wildfire. Loon's last survivor was sacrificed that day. He never expected they had a sniper waiting. The scene inside the lodge turned downright brutal. Before losing consciousness, Luna's staff left one desperate message. Run. They are switching up the plan. The students saw their comrades fall and finally decided to bolt, scattering in every direction, but with guns blazing. Many did not even make it to the door before being shot dead. A bullet slammed straight into a head, cold-blooded and ruthless, one after another. Students dropped, screams echoing nonstop. Pure chaos. His HES's trio were still held hostage nearby, growing more terrified by the second. Just then, the dead thug's walkie buzzed with an urgent message. Plans changed, no evacuation. Take the time traveler and the infiltrators. Get out now. Meanwhile, the leader on this side had been waiting for a reply from his men, but got nothing. He whispered, frustrated, where the hell is Loon in the end? Something's gone wrong. Lutam and Luduri, take those two from upstairs and meet us at the parking lot. At the same time, Kai and Tren upstairs witnessed the entire chaos unfold and caught wind of their escape plan through the radio. He squinted down, deep in thought about what to do next, because two of Ms. Luna's staff bravely sacrificed themselves to buy more time, and some unlucky students lost their lives. Maybe you should do something about it. After thinking it over, Kantron immediately grabbed the gun from that bastard who just died, but Tech spoke up. Wait here for me. Kantron did not know what Tetzik was up to, but before stepping out, he warned, remember this tonight. I never showed up here. If I do not come back, do not even tell my parents. Kantron obeyed without question, quickly hiding inside, anxiously watching to disappear downstairs. On the other side, Kantron rushed downstairs, knowing full well how reckless this was. He would already been saved. Maybe he did not need to risk his neck any further, but his gut told him otherwise. If he turned his back now, he would regret it forever for backing down tonight. Only now did Kantron realize how true those words were when Deepa Men said them. Once your hands are stained with blood, there is no turning back. It is not about rules, orders, or power. It is about courage. And right now, you've got the guts to take down those soldiers ahead. With his own two legs, Kantron sprinted all the way down the stairs, but as he rounded a shadowy corner on the ground floor, he spotted someone who should not be there. It was Viding Ven, and she was not showing any signs of resistance, no guards, free to move about as she pleased. Kantron's instincts kicked in. Viding Ven saw him and nervously asked, "What is going on? Did your plan fail? Who are you?" At last, Kantron was certain she was the traitor. No wonder she acted so strange on September 30th around the others. Something must have gone down at now a wrong tight. That is why Viding Ven turned traitor. He could not let her walk away unharmed. Without hesitation, he aimed his gun at her. Without a second thought, he fired 2 shots into Viding Ven's leg, making her collapse to the floor in agony. Blood poured from her wounds, but Kantron did not flinch. Even though he had no personal grudge against anyone who died tonight, someone had to pay, and Viding Ven was the one who had to answer for everything that happened tonight. Though Kantron would not know the full story, thanks to her family's influence, she would dodge any real consequences, but that was a problem for later. Meanwhile, the students at Nourichio Vanthing and you were still scattering in panic. The chaos was so loud that some nearby residents had woken up, confused about what was going on. 3 bastards were leading to Yuya, the Intren, Yiji Chijir, and even Anuai, fleeing toward the parking lot. Taiyuanji spoke up as they ran. "If you bring us all along, there is no way you will escape. There is only one path up and down the mountain, and who knows if Lu's men have set traps. If you let those 4 go, they will bolt straight into the mountains. There are 800 traps waiting. Not even gods could catch them. Plus, he promised them a payoff. Gotta hand it to Tuinj, he was the sharpest one among the 4. Hearing this, the bastard laughed out loud. "Ha! Thanks for looking out for us. But you are overthinking it. Show him what you got." Just then, another bastard came over carrying a bag. Taiyuanji's face instantly darkened when he saw what was inside. Having seen his share of dangerous stuff growing up, he recognized them. Bombs. What the hell are these lunatics planning now? At that moment, the leader lit a fuse, ready to detonate the bombs. Then he ordered, "Lo that. Take some men and toss those cans over there." In an instant, explosions ripped through the air one after another. Flames erupted everywhere, and the entire Nichio was engulfed in fire. Nearby residents scrambled to put out the blaze. The scene at Nichio quickly spiraled into chaos. Seeing this, Taiyuanji's crew scowled. These bastards were pure evil. Then the bastard spoke up. "Honestly, I wanted to take you with us, but I am terrified you will turn your back on the inner world. Lothar Xiang would be wasting time and energy hunting us down just to help you. He is scared out of his mind already." Saying that, he cracked a sinister grin. "Just stay dead here. Tourist, if you're dead, the rest of them will freak out and scatter like cockroaches." The moment those words left his mouth, the monk's face instantly went pale. Seeing this reaction, the leader only got crazier. "Damn it, shut the silencer off. We have already wasted a whole mag. Let those love-struck tourists run for their lives a little faster." But right after he spoke, not a single gunshot rang out, nor did anyone answer. The leader's face immediately darkened. Teeth clenched. He growled, "Something's wrong." When he looked closer, a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. His men had been shot dead right on the spot. The monk's face lit up. "The boss came to save me." But it was actually the opposite. The leader roared in fury. "Who did this? Since that is the case, I will just have to finish you off myself." Those words froze the monk's previously cheerful expression solid. The leader leveled his gun at him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A bullet tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, the bullet was headed straight for the monk's chest. Suddenly, red spots appeared all over the monk's body. Then, he swiftly dodged with a single step. The monk also shoved the attacker to the ground. Watching this, the leader ground his teeth in rage. "What? This brat actually dodged me?" The monk's speed was lightning fast. He genuinely dodged that bullet, vanishing from sight in an instant. Before fleeing, he tossed out a sarcastic, "What is the rush? Seriously, who wants to die here?" The leader was fuming. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Damn it, chase him down. If he gets away, we are all dead meat." But just 2 steps in, one of his lackeys was already shot. Someone fired from the shadows, then a bullet pierced the henchman's head. He dropped right there dead. The shooter was Kantran, who had long caught up to them. He was the one who'd killed their earlier victim. The henchman's expression darkened further as he cursed under his breath. "Damn you!" Only he was left alive out of 8. The leader was out in the open, while the rest hid in the shadows. Now the hunted had become the prey. They could not stall any longer. They had to create their own chance to escape. Without the time travelers around, they could capture them later. For now, survival and getting off Old General Mountain was all that mattered. Panic among the villagers grew, their screams rising in terror. Just then, a henchman ran up from afar and asked, "Boss, what is going on with Chao An?" The leader snorted coldly. "Forget about that. We are being targeted. Move out." Gantran could only watch them leave from his hiding spot, powerless to intervene. He had not expected there was still one more of them. Old General Mountain descended into chaos, some terrified of the villagers, others scared of the armed goons, scattering in every direction. At that moment, The leader suddenly sensed a deadly gaze on him. He whipped around to see a shadow blending into the crowd. It was Can Tran. The leader was sure of one thing. Can Tran was the arms dealer. If he had not been standing behind those two hostages earlier, the one who died would not have been old luck, it would have been him. With that thought, the leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "Dong Tu, if we do not kill this brat today, there is no way we will get out alive. Once we hit the parking lot, follow my orders." Dong Tu had not even processed what was happening before the leader opened fire. Tu Nguyen was shot and collapsed on the ground, so was Thien Chan. Dong Tu asked in disbelief, "Boss, what are you doing?" The leader answered coldly, "Maybe that brat's buddies with those two students. He is trying to save them. Let us see how long they can hold out. We need to split up and get to the parking lot ASAP." Dong Tu nodded quietly. "Got it. Everyone, just run," leaving Tu Nguyen and the others lying there. Shot. Tu Nguyen's eyes fluttered open, staring ahead. What just happened? Am I still alive? But before he could close his eyes again, a strange pair of legs appeared in front of him. Gan Chan glanced at the two of them and spoke up. "The rescue team is almost here. You guys are not seriously hurt, right? Nothing's gonna happen. I will stay right here and protect you." With that, Gan Chan sat down beside the two. Xiao Yuan snapped back to alertness and stared at him intently. After a moment, he struggled to sit up, his voice strained. "We do not need protection. I know you are strong, please. Just kill those two thugs." Gan Chan's brow furrowed at the words. Only two of the thugs were left, but they would already fled to the parking lot, a place that is easy to defend but tough to attack. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Yuan spoke again, louder this time. "You are with Uncle Lu Duck, right? Please help us defend. Once this is over, I will pay you 10 gold chains like last time." Uncle Lu Duck. Gan Chan stayed silent after hearing this, while Xiao Yuan looked at him expectantly. Then he pushed himself up again, pleading, "I am begging you. The two from Kowloon can die in vain. Don't worry about us." Gan Chan had no idea what happened back home to push Xiao Yuan to such extremes. So fired up he did not care if he died, just to protect those two from Kowloon. "Fine. Let us just say tonight you are out for blood," he thought, then carefully laid Xiao Yuan back down, calming his voice. "You two stay right here, do not move, and cover your wounds well." Saying that, Gan Chan jumped up, pulled his scarf over his face, and slowly said, "Don't worry. Those bastards are definitely going to die." Meanwhile, at the parking lot, Gan Chan quickly chased after them. The thugs had gotten there first. Seems like they know the terrain well. They might have set up an ambush along the way. Staying higher up is safer. But just then, Gan Chan suddenly spotted something. A thug was standing in the road, seemingly frozen by some invisible force. Looking closer, behind him was a slender hand gripping tightly. The hand belonged to a girl, dressed in black with her hair tied up in a bun, wearing a mask that covered her face. Only her eyes were visible. Gan Chan's eyes went wide. This girl was a time traveler, and not just any, but a legendary superhuman. Just as he was starting to process this, the girl spoke up. "This guy's been shot. There is one more. Leave him and run. I will handle it." Gan Chan finally understood the two thugs planned to hide and ambush him, but they would have been subdued by this mysterious time traveler. The thug leader, seeing the bad odds, bolted. Thinking fast, Gan Chan turned his gaze toward a black car trying to make a getaway. The driver was none other than the thug leader himself. The girl warned sharply, "What are you standing there for? If you wait, he will get away." Hearing this, Gan Chan sprinted off without hesitation. She was right. The parking lot connects to the highway outside the tourist zone. If the Kowloon crew had not arrived yet, the leader would escape. Gan Chan dashed past the girl in a blur. His speed was insane. He vanished in a flash, leaving her a bit stunned. But then she noticed the bloody footprints Gan Chan left behind. Frowning, she muttered, "His legs are full of wounds. How is he not in pain?" At the same time, one thug suddenly struggled, but the girl's control over him was weakening. She clenched her fist tightly. The thug looked like he was being forced to his knees by some unseen power. Groaning painfully, he whimpered, "Damn it, my knees are busted." The girl showed no mercy, her voice ice cold. "This is my punishment for those who died tonight." As she spoke, large wet patches suddenly appeared on the ground beneath him. Elsewhere, on the highway, the black car of the thug leader finally hit the main road, but the road was tricky. He cursed under his breath. "God damn it. This road's all narrow twists and turns." It was a mountain road, definitely tough to drive on. Suddenly, something slammed into his windshield. The glass shattered instantly, throwing the thug leader into a panic. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw someone closing in behind him. It was Kan Chan. He had caught up. The leader's face drained of color. He had not expected Kan Chan to be this fast on his tail. Gritting his teeth in anger, the thug leader slammed his foot down hard on the gas. He never even dreamed Kan Chan could chase and attack with such pinpoint precision at the same time. "Your shots are unbelievably on point." Seriously. Luckily, this time they prepped silencers for shots under 20 meters. Otherwise, the leader would have definitely taken me down by now. Just then, Kan Chan's gunfire stopped. Looks like he ran out of ammo. The leader immediately lit up with joy. At this point, you might as well just give up. But having come this far, how could Kan Chan possibly back down now? He tossed his gun aside and kept chasing the car with relentless determination. Seeing this, The leader's smug grin instantly froze. What the hell? Contron's out of bullets, but still refuses to retreat, and now he is speeding up. The gap between him and the car kept shrinking. The leader got angrier by the second. Contron thinks he has got this in the bag, but the one with the gun now is him, not Contron. With that thought, the leader suddenly floored it, the car roaring beautifully in a daring move. But in this moment, he spun the gun toward Contron, flashing a smug grin. Time to die. But then, something unexpected happened. Contron had already aimed his gun right back at him. At the same time, both guns fired. The leader's ear was blown clean off in the blast. At the same moment, Contron took a bullet straight through his shoulder, leaving a massive hole and sending him crashing to the ground. The leader stared at the blood dripping down himself, snarling, "You are clever. Ha, out of ammo. My ass. You only dropped your gun to slow me down and make it easier for you to kill me." With that thought, the leader slammed the gas and bolted. Seeing this, Contron struggled to his feet. There was no way he would let that bastard get away. The highway bends all around, but the mountain path, not so much. While thinking this, he grabbed a big rock from the road. Right after, he leapt off the roadside. The shortest path is always a straight line if Contron ran fast enough. He still had a shot at catching up. Fueled by determination, he ignored his torn-up legs and sprinted forward. He pushed harder and harder, never slowing down. Once you are set on making these losers pay, there is no stopping you. Now, Contron stopped behind some bushes near the main road. The leader would have to pass right here. He lay in wait, eyes sharp for the perfect moment. Sure enough, before long, he spotted the black car creeping closer. Contron closed his eyes briefly, steadying his breath. Then he focused his gaze on the black car, the target. Stomping the ground, he gripped the big rock tight in his hand. On this chessboard, it is not just the pawns crossing the river. There is also the cannon launching a surprise attack, and Contron was that cannon. Without hesitation, he hurled the rock. Meanwhile, the leader was feeling cocky, laughing like a maniac, refusing to slow down this time. There was no way Contron could catch him. Then, as if the leader's car window suddenly shattered again. A rock, coming from nowhere, smashed through the glass and slammed right into his head. The driver lost control, skidding wildly along the road. Before long, the car crashed into the guardrail, and the front exploded in a fairy blast. The leader scrambled out, cursing fiercely. Where the hell did that rock come from? Now things got real. No gun, and the car was toast. Remembering what you knew you said, he sighed in frustration. Yeah, that kid called it. If he wanted to survive now, he had to run. No other choice. But just as he was about to take off, a shadow appeared in his eyes, not far away. Contron was slowly walking toward him, his face froze in disbelief. Where did this guy pop out from? Even battered like that, Contron still would not let him off the hook. Thinking this, the leader spun around to run, but just 2 steps and he tripped and face-planted hard on the ground. Contron caught up, standing right in front of him. Outnumbered and caught off guard, the leader scrambled to his feet. He shouted fiercely, "Come on, are not you gonna kill me?" But before he could finish, a freezing spear suddenly plunged toward his throat. Contron lunged aggressively, thrusting the spear at the leader. Not daring to slack off, the leader quickly swung his electric bait into block. Yet he did not anticipate Contron's next move. Con suddenly slipped aside, stabbing the spear through the leader's hand. The leader panicked instantly, but quickly regained his composure. Whatever, who cares what Contron wants anyway? As long as he can crush this demon's wrist first, he is the one who wins this fight. Too bad life is not as rosy as he thought. The arm he was swinging at was already predicted by Contron. He stepped back to gain momentum, then slipped away and stabbed the leader right in the gut. Contron's move was lightning fast. The leader could not dodge in time. His movements were like the wind, impossible to catch but deadly all the same. Contron kills like he is executing a well-planned strategy, luring his prey out step by step. By the time the leader realized, it was too late. His gut was pierced, blood pouring out like rain. Before dying, he even thought Contron's killing was some kind of twisted performance art. But Contron had barely taken a few steps when the leader shouted out, "Wait, why? Why suffer the pain and chase after me?" Contron glared coldly. "I already made a deal with someone else tonight. You are definitely going down." Right then, he heard a phone ringing inside the leader's jacket. Contron frowned. It was late. Yet the leader still called his gang's boss. This guy must be serious. After a moment's thought, Contron picked up the call. He answered but said nothing. Silence on the other end, time ticking away. Contron squinted. This caller is cautious, waiting for him. After a long wait, the voice finally spoke. "Are they all dead? If so, why did not you and I just talk it out?" But Contron just hung up right away. What is the point? He can even handle a bunch of punks without losing his own life. He glanced back at the guy lying on the ground. Leader had already bled out and died. Moments later, Miss Loon's people finally showed up. After checking, the coroner said he was stabbed in the back while trying to escape. We found footprints of another person on the mountain. Strangely, the killer was not wearing shoes, and there is blood on the footprints too. The blood samples have been sent for DNA analysis. After hearing the report, he was silent for a moment, then said, "Got it. Let me know the results immediately." Then he hung up. Things on his side are not looking great either. Loon frowned. Keep me updated on the crime scene. His subordinate quickly reported. We found 8 gang members there, 7 are dead. 1 wounded. The survivor's knee was shattered in the parking lot. Looks like the enemy left him alive for interrogation. Of the other 7, 3 were burned alive, leaving 4. 1 was shot dead. The other 3 died from precise stabbings to the spleen. The killer's method is professional, definitely a hired assassin. Suddenly, the voice paused, then continued. Captain Loon, a student said before they died. Bantha and Sanche took out those gang members and even opened the front gate for them. Otherwise, over 40 students would not have escaped. Those 2 did not disgrace Loon. Loon smiled bitterly upon hearing this, then he said plainly, but now's not the time for feelings. Let us go check the discovery site. His subordinate swallowed his pain and nodded, continuing the report. The first body was found near the butcher's house, but that is not the murder scene. There were blood trails showing signs of dragging. Looks like the killer stabbed him at night, then dragged him to the courtyard by the butcher's house. The fire burned down the building but did not reach the courtyard. Loon examined closely, furrowed his brow. Each fatal wound was precise, stabbing the spleen exactly like the other 2 bodies, whether from the front or behind. But why only the spleen? Is this some kind of sick obsession or habit? Lost in thought, Loon turned to his men and asked, right? What is the status of those students who ran away? He rushed to report that 3 people were seriously injured, but the others were fine. Among the seriously injured were Xiaonu and Tian Zhen. They got shot in the stomach by those bandits, their intestines torn. They are already in surgery, but their lives can be saved. Then, suddenly, he said something strange. There is 1 more person, a girl named Wang Yun. Her injuries are weird. After hearing this, Lu Yuan asked sharply. Then said, wait, tell me more. He slowly explained. The girl said she was shot in both legs by a masked thug but was pulled out by a student named Nan Zhengshan. Otherwise, she would have been burned alive, but he suspects the masked man is the one who killed those bandits. Lu Yuan nodded quietly, definitely him. He focused on this Wang Yun, and also wondered why Nan Zhengshan was inside that slaughterhouse. The other guy checked his notes a long time before answering. According to Zhengshan, he was dragged inside by those soldiers to be tortured, but before they could finish, someone saved him. Zhengshan even faked details to throw off their investigation. Lu Yuan said this quietly and gave the order, search this area thoroughly for now. Nan Zhengshan is the first witness. His testimony is the most valuable. Just then, someone ran up to report. Chief Lu, we found tons of bloody footprints in the parking lot, the military zone, and nearby areas definitely from the killer. Lu Yuan listened, then said quietly, take me there. A moment later, by the road near the parking lot. He spoke after examining the blood trail on the road. Lu Yuan's hand instinctively went to his sword. After hesitating, he said, tell me, how strong-willed must the killer be to carry himself soaked in blood and still kill every single soldier? Then, Lu Yuan headed to the crime scene, looking over the bodies on the ground. Lu Yuan could not help but feel stunned. 8 dead. 4 of them died from severe arterial wounds. That means the killer struck up close 4 times in a row and each time was a clean kill. This kind of person is insanely dangerous. Logically, they needed to track him down fast, but just thinking about the killer wiping out those soldiers made Lu Yuan hesitate. Replacing him to report the deaths of his comrades was something he did not want to do. So he hesitated to continue the investigation. Suddenly, something clicked. Wait, something's missing from the bodies. He scanned the scene carefully, quickly realizing the radios were missing. Thinking on it, Lu Yuan locked eyes with his subordinate and asked, where's the cleanup crew? Did anyone find any lost radios or broken radio parts? Immediately, everyone started searching. Lu Yuan stood back, pondering. It meant the earliest dead soldier lost his radio, and likely the killer took it. With that in mind, Lu Yuan grabbed a radio off one of the soldiers' bodies. He hit the button and spoke in a low voice. Hello, this is Lu Yuan from the Lone Squad. But after waiting a long time, no one answered. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Are they just ignoring me? Sure enough, finding the killer was not going to be easy. Now, all they could do was wait for the crime scene results and DNA test outcomes. But he was wrong. Nan Zhengshan was not ignoring him. He was being treated and could not even open his mouth to respond. Sweat dripped from Zhengshan's forehead, clearly in pain. He blinked at the person beside him, and Danmo said, looks like you are okay now. Come on, let us keep going. Rangshu carefully picked ice off Zhengshan's foot, worriedly saying, all right, hang in there, we are almost done. Zhengshan's foot was a mess, deep wounds, fresh blood, and raw flesh. Rangshu could not hold back tears, saying, look at you after one trip out. Your whole leg and shoulder are shot up, especially that shoulder wound. No idea how you are putting up with this much pain, and for so long. Zhengshan did not say anything, but his injuries looked serious. Still, they were mostly external wounds. Proper treatment would speed healing, and last night's injury did not seem too painful. He figured it was because after the fight, his pituitary gland pumped out so many endorphins that he temporarily forgot about the pain. Honestly, he had been using breathing techniques all night, too. Not sure if that is why, but he kept feeling like his body was changing somehow. His whole body was crackling with energy. And wait, was the energy inside him actually growing stronger? Moments later, Kanchan's legs were wrapped up tight in a big bandage. Jiang Tai said with a smile, I cleaned the wound on your leg. Rest up for a bit. I am going to borrow the kitchen and cook you something good to help you recover. Kanchan gave a small nod, gratitude clear in his voice. Thanks. Jiang Tai. Just then, Ingvan looked at him with worry. Kanchan, when you got home near dawn, you scared Mom and me half to death. We thought you were about to die. Afterwards, Jiang Tai checked all his wounds and found only the ones on his shoulder and leg were serious. Only then did the two of them calm down a bit. She wiped tears from her face and said, Next time, please do not risk your life like that. If you are gone, I will be terrified. Kanchan smiled warmly at her and said sincerely, Don't worry. I will be fine. Jiang Tai soon left the room. Ingvan wiped her tears, then quietly muttered, Kanchan, I think I have figured out who you really are, but it is not the same as the news I had before. I just want to confirm it. Kanchan was caught off guard. Had she figured something out while he was unconscious? He asked cautiously, Why are you so obsessed with finding me in the inner world? Ingvan lowered her head and whispered, I can tell Mom I am a time traveler and you are not here by my side. I had to sleep alone all night in that huge empty house. I was scared, she added, but once I find you, I won't be afraid anymore. Then her face darkened again with sorrow as she confided, Kanchan, you know, being alone in that inner world. Before she could finish, Kanchan cut in dryly. Here we go with the sob story again, making Ingvan frown and scold. So boring. Kanchan gave her a sharp look and asked suspiciously, Do you have new friends in the inner world school? Ingvan nodded softly. There is a brother and sister who are really kind to me. Grandpa at the Lei family is nice too, but the Lei family corporation is complicated. That kind grandpa is in poor health, and many are secretly plotting what to do once he is gone. Kanchan pondered deeply. That brother, sister, and grandpa must be the legitimate heirs within the Lei family. He recalled Uncle Ling mentioning the current head of the Lei family was very old, no longer in good health, and Brandon, the family head, was even older, but the way he was prolonging his life was far from natural. Still, Kanchan thought, why bother dwelling on this now? That chapter is closed. Just think about the person who held the position. But just as he thought that, something important snapped into his mind. There was one crucial thing he had to do. With that thought, Kanchan quickly asked Ding Vian to hand him paper and a pen. He began piecing together everything from last night. What on earth happened at that mansion that made a wealthy guy like Ishi Taiyungu risk his life begging for revenge on behalf of those two in Tika-Loon? Maybe the answer was in the Morse code Kanchan had seen earlier. After a moment, he finally cracked the code. It was a message of denial. No regrets in this life. Take care. And it was repeated 3 times. Kanchan frowned. Was this a message from the wounded Chiko-Loon member lying on the ground? Sent back to comrade still there? Ingvan saw his face suddenly change and asked suspiciously, Kanchan, what is wrong? He shook his head slightly. I am Vian? Put this paper in my wallet for me. Then Kanchan gazed off into the distance. Now he understood when that person was shot. They had already steeled themselves to die protecting their ideals. Moments later, at the final scene of the chaotic battle, Levin reported the situation to Vin Wong, confirming that a fierce fight had taken place here between the assassin and that military guy. On the highway and at the Tiananmen crime scene, they found 3 Glock 34 pistols used by that mercenary. 2 had their fingerprints wiped clean, definitely done by the masked guy who snagged them from the mercenaries. They also recovered 2 bloodied bullets, and the blood on each bullet did not match, meaning they came from different people, which means the masked guy who took out those mercs got injured too. They will used in a comparison to track you down. Your dad's in custody, so they will get a sample from him. He guessed Kanchan's plan pretty accurately from knowing they could not catch up to taking the mountain path, and even tossing a rock to block the way. Spot on. Levin was stunned, exclaiming how that rock hit the merc's car behind them perfectly. Even from over 10 meters away, that is some serious prediction skills. Aoms nodded calmly. Vindang said coldly, hitting the spleen was impressive, but this move was the real strategic genius. He felt Kanchan's calculations were insanely precise. Levin grew more amazed, then sighed, saying someone that sharp refusing to join us is just frustrating. All the guns and phones at the scene had their fingerprints wiped clean. Our enemy was super careful to erase every trace. If it was not for the bloody footprints that were impossible to clean up, they probably would be wiped. Those two. Vindung agreed and asked sharply, Any no matches from the blood yet? Levin nodded slightly. Yeah, but nothing matched anything in our database. Ivung raised an eyebrow. No records at all. After a moment of thought, he ordered, check for similar DNA samples. Maybe we will find a relative or something. Levin nodded. Got it. That might take a bit, at most 3 days for results. Vindag stared down for a long moment, then finally said, If we find anything, let us stir things up a bit. Right now, Kulun is scouting for someone who can shoulder this kind of load alone. Meanwhile, at Kanchan's place where he was nursing his wounds, Jiang Tai was changing his bandages. Sighed deeply. If I would known you would get hurt, I would be brought some top-tier meds from the other world. She said the meds there were way better, and she could even put the medicine in a small pouch for him to keep in his mouth and take home. Jengshin shook his head softly. I am fine now. The pain's gone. Suddenly, Jiang Tai remembered something and quickly spoke up. Right? I left a bunch of bloody footprints at the scene. They are going to compare to A and track me down for sure. My dad's been arrested. They will take samples from him. Kan Trun noticed her worry and rushed to reassure. No way. I have already planned for the Na thing. First off, Sen then, though he is usually shady, is probably not messing this up. When it comes to this, he's not stupid. I bet he will throw out some red herrings to throw Mems Loon off the trail. Second, the blood sample I left on the road, because of some reasons, Kowloon definitely wanted to find a matching gene sample to compare. Otherwise, I would not have dared to leave bloody footprints after killing someone. Thinking this, Kan-Trun felt much more at ease. Then he said, Jiang Tight, I want to be alone. I have something to take care of. Jiang Tight was startled but did not ask further. Looks like there is more to his background. If Kan-Trun does not want to talk, she won pride. With that, Jiang Tight took Ng Van outside. I got it. I will take to you Van for a walk. If you need anything, just call me. I'm not going far. Soon after, Kan-Trun's door shut, leaving him alone in the room. He checked his comm device and saw a flood of messages from Vici Chu. He was talking nonstop like it was hard to believe. Kan-Trun skimmed through, then sighed. It was 9 a.m., exactly the time since he got back, and the masked guy had just left the scene not long ago. Meanwhile, Chu was still waiting for a message from Boss, but no reply came, so much so that he even suspected Boss might be the masked assassin. Now busy recovering, but Boss is cunning and strategic. He would not just go wild with bloody chases like that. While Ziachuchu was lost in thought, the comm suddenly lit up, giving him a heart attack. It was a message from Kan-Trun. Listen, I have a reason. My men are reporting what happened last night. Hold tight. At that moment, Itachi finally exhaled in relief. Just as expected from a loyal subordinate, looks like Boss has been sharpening his skills in the outside world. No wonder he's the boss. Before Ijuchudu could get the next message from Boss, his phone kept buzzing non-stop with new notifications. He went over to check, then furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. The group had just stopped chatting, and now another message pops up, time to move out again. When Zichechu opened the message, everyone was still buzzing about what he had done last night. With a resigned sigh, H.A. thought, it has been a whole night, and they are still talking about it. Plus, he had no clue where Boss and that mysterious subordinate really were, so he could not even explain. Meanwhile, 2 classmates were raving about how Viachiaju had saved 2 of Kaluna's crew members. But of course, Ijichuju was the one who got all the credit. Kan-Trun chuckled when he saw those messages. Looks like after this whole ordeal, AHH's reputation just got a serious glow up. Maybe down the line, they could rope in a few more trustworthy time travelers through him, whether it is for business or teamwork. It might just pay off someday. Kan-Trun figured other media platforms would pick up the story about the mountain old soldier too. Just to be safe, he still needed to check if any passersby had spotted him. Then Kan-Trun started scrolling through videos from last night. After watching, he realized most people were just describing the fiery chaos, not the actual incident. He added that the room he would book was completely burned down in the fire, except for Ingviren, Rang Tight, and Kanthan. No one could confirm Kan-Trun's identity anymore. At this point, all he needed was to pay Idishishi a visit, and this whole thing would be over. Just then, Kan-Trun's eyes lit up. Right? A little scheme. He remembered that night the guy said something odd. It was 10 strands of gold. Thinking about it, Kan-Trun could not help but smirk. Far away, H.A. felt a strange urge, like something was tugging at him. It made sense. Kan-Trun was pissed. Well played, daring to snatch even a single golden thread from him. Ludriach, Oldriach, but since he could not find anyone else, the guy could not help but raise an eyebrow, thinking, weird, why have I felt so full all this time? A little later, Ajichiju and some friends headed to the hospital to visit Tu Nu, but before they could step into the room, someone blocked their way. A man eyed them suspiciously, asking, who are you guys? Are you from the same class as Tu Nu and Thane Tren? Hearing this, the man frowned and asked, by the way, who's Olduidichej? Hej held his buket amidst the crowd, hesitating but finally said, that is me. Immediately, the man rushed over, grabbing his shoulder gratefully. Thank you for saving Tu Nu's life. When the boy woke up, he told me it was you and your team who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been taken or killed by those thugs by now. Iteja blushed and shyly replied, Sir, I honestly did not do much. Tu Nu's dad chuckled softly. Young people who know humility are good, but too humble is not great. I think Jaichichia here is someone worth investing in. After a moment, Tu Nu's dad spoke again. This morning, I talked with Tu Nuyu. I wanted to transfer him to Haithan Public School, but he refused. I guess he wants to be closer to you, so he decided to request transferring Giechu to Haithan. 2. Hhu panicked immediately. Another rich guy tossing people around like chess pieces. Why would they want to stick him next to their son? Thinking that over, Ichigo quickly waved it off. Sir, I am not planning to go to Highland anytime soon. This is where I was born and raised. Besides, my family and friends are all here. Tayunuyu's dad even offered Ziguchiju a house and some money for his parents, but Jeichicho still refused. No need, sir. Thank you for your kindness. A house in Highland plus living expenses. Sounds tempting, but the problem is boss is stuck in Lufithun. Besides, all of Jeichicho's money is in boss' hands. He needs it to buy the full course of F-to-gene medicine. Then he can level up to the next master tier. Boss does not even know that half his paycheck got swallowed by Zaichi Chayu already. If Niu could just give a little more this time, that'd be perfect. Just then, the communicator in Jeichi's pocket suddenly lit up. He hurriedly handed the flowers to Niu's dad, then bolted away. Mumbling, sorry, I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. Niu's dad stared at him, dumbfounded and speechless. Meanwhile, Jeichi slipped in the restroom, his whole body buzzing with excitement. The boss finally finished the meeting with his men and is looking for him. When he pulled out the communicator, a cold message from Contron popped up. I heard from the men that Niu told you last time you handed over 10 gold strands. And now it is 10 again. No accusations. No scolding, but it still left Jeichicho stunned and speechless. He kept clenching his fists, wondering how the boss did not know there was more to that night. What that brat Niu had said. Jeichicho had already been scammed twice, first with the watch, now with the gold strands. When he returns to this world, will the boss punish him? Or worse, kill him in a fit of rage? The thought sent him into a panic. He quickly replied, Boss, this time I will bring the gold strands for you myself. Just punish me however you want. He stayed in the bathroom for a long while without coming out, making some people start to worry. When Jeichicho finally emerged, he looked drained, like every ounce of energy was sucked dry, utterly defeated. Even Niu's dad's words barely registered. Muttering with a dazed face, he said, Sir, maybe you do not know. What I love most is when I am bored with nothing to do. I go around wishing people a happy new year. I wish you a smooth year ahead, and money flowing like a river. At the same time, two students were whispering about Jeichicho. The blonde guy frowned suspiciously and asked, Do you think he has a system or something? The other guy looked confused and asked, System? What do you mean? The blonde smirked and explained, I mean one of those systems from web novels where the system gives the host a bunch of tasks and makes them stronger. The other guy nodded in understanding, then asked, So why do you think Oldui Shishiji has won? The blonde lowered his voice, because that is the only way to explain why he is sometimes sharp and then completely clueless. Jeichicho overheard that and thought, well, from some angle, they are not totally wrong. Kaian could be seen as a system, but unlike a reward system, this one only punishes his greed, and that punishment is not over yet. Soon after, Jeichicho led the group of students to say goodbye to Niu's dad and then left. Niu's dad watched Jeichicho retreating back, feeling a bit lost. After a while, he went into the hospital room to see that Niu had woken up. Frowning, he asked, Dad, how do you feel about Jeichicho? His dad shook his head softly. It is too soon to tell. Niu sighed, I feel the same. Before, since we never faced danger, I could not see through him. But after this, something feels off. People say Jeichicho's useless, but he managed to get that precious potion from that noble family, their world's ultimate treasure. If he has powers, he does not act like someone with powers. Niu spoke suspiciously. Is he the type to be some kind of medicinal counterpart or something? Niu's dad slowly replied, I see two possibilities. Either he is a smooth talker who knows how to play the game and get promoted, or he has earned trust through loyalty, recognized by those in power. Niu raised an eyebrow. But just because there is a wise ruler does not mean all his subordinates are strong soldiers. There could be any kind of person. His dad chuckled softly. Of course, there is also a third possibility. Maybe this L2EHE is just a pawn, controlled by someone else, like a secret weapon held by a higher power. Niu found that plausible and asked, Dad, what are the odds of that? But his dad just shook his head. No need to jump to conclusions. Whatever side of L2EHE is true, it is your opportunity. Don't worry. The family will fully support you, no more second guessing. Hearing this, Niu could not help but feel grateful. He had not expected his dad to have thought this through. Then he glanced at the buki left on the table, puzzled. Why did you tell me not to hand over too many gold strands at once? He saved me twice already. Logically, even if I gave him 100 strands, it should not be a big deal. Niu's dad just chuckled and said, Right now, we are assuming L2EHE is just a pawn controlled by someone else. So right now, the other side is seriously strapped for cash. Otherwise, they would not even be thinking about money. Like, if you hand over 100 gold bars all at once, what is he going to give them when he runs short later? Sanao pondered for a moment, then asked, What if they come back with an even higher price? His dad smirked and said, Then you gotta befriend them first before they start raising the stakes. Sayonaya was caught off guard but seemed to get his dad's meaning, then suddenly clenched his fist tight. He ground his teeth and muttered, Speaking of friends, Wang Yin again, that backstabber who sold out her own friends, what has become of her now? Let us rewind to the night of the chaos at Old General Mountain. After things settled, the ambulance arrived to take the injured away. Wang Yun was among them, and a few medics laid her on a stretcher to carry her off, but at that moment, Wang Yun was still conscious, clutching a medic's sleeve. Then, with a trembling voice, she begged, "Please, contact my mom for me. I am scared. I want to go home. I swear I will get revenge for you. Please, I am begging you all." Wang Yun was terrified, on the verge of tears, not because of the rival soldiers, but because she had seen Xiao Nao and Tian Zhen badly hurt, so she knew she had to disappear before those two woke up. Before Miss Lu found out otherwise, she was as good as dead. Hearing this, Xiao Nao was furious. He ground his teeth and said, "Did not that masked guy break her legs? If she is in that bad shape, why did not Miss Lu's people keep an eye on her?" Sinai sighed helplessly. He said, "Miss Lu's people could not afford to lose anyone. Back then, you were not awake yet. Everyone suspected Wang Yun, but no one expected her to be a real traitor. Of course, it is possible Miss Lu set her up on purpose." Xiao Nao was not convinced and grumbled in frustration, "How come there is no witness? Surely Bayani saw something, so why is not she saying a word?" His dad just sighed again. Maybe she did not want to see her friend go to jail. Then his eyes hardened suddenly, voice turning serious and firm. He said, "Xiao Nao, remember this, when someone becomes your enemy, forgiveness is not kindness, it is weakness." Without hesitation, Xiao Nao bit his lip and said, "I got it." Nodding, his dad went on, "Right now no one knows where Wang Yun has disappeared to. Even I have not found her." Xiao Nao smirked coldly, said, "Looks like I am about to time travel. I will track her down in the other world." That caught his dad off guard. Shocked, he asked, "You want to find Wang Yun to get revenge?" "Yes, is that okay, Dad?" Xiao Nao nodded without hesitation. His dad sounded worried, asking if he would be disappointed if Xiao Niao pushed too hard, but surprisingly, his dad was pretty pumped, though still a bit hesitant, caring too much about what others think. Yep, still a kid at heart. After thinking it over, he spoke calmly. "Of course you can, but I want to know why you are so stubborn about revenge this time. I know you, son. You are straightforward, but you still do not really know what kind of person you want to be, right?" Xiao Nao hesitated, then said, "Dad, when I was little, Grandpa used to tell me stories about his battles. He told about old company commanders' heroic sacrifice to cover his teammates' retreat. Back then, I thought Grandpa was just spinning tales. Who is that carefree in this world? But just yesterday, seeing two members of the army risk their lives to clear the way for students, even dying with a peaceful smile like that, I finally understood. People like that really exist. I know I might never be one of them, but I hope I can at least do something for them." Hearing this, his dad could not help but smile softly. After all they would been through, Xiao Nao had grown up a lot. If that is the case, how could he let him down? Then he said, "Rest easy, me and the Zhang family have investigated. This morning, someone tried to buy a way out at a high price. Right now, they are recruiting time travelers, so it is pretty safe for fugitives to hide out." With that, Xiao Nao's dad ruffled his hair and said coolly, "I will have someone send you the info on the time traveler recruitment soon." Then he reminded Tu Nuyu to remember to sign. Within their means, the clan would fully back any decision he made. The event at Luquan Mountain, with the masked assassin disguised by Kaiyan Tren, became headline news everyone was talking about. Everyone knew he wiped out almost the entire gang, chased them through the night, but no one knew who he really was. The undeniable truth, among the famed time travelers, a new mysterious figure emerged just as elusive as ETUTU. Time passed, and unexpectedly, time travelers from different eras started appearing everywhere. Meanwhile, in Osaka, Japan, the Min Tin Kungdrem sat in her room, unable to sleep despite her advice to rest, still glued to the news about Luquan Mountain. After finishing the report, a wave of sorrow welled up in Kang Jiam's eyes. She laid her head on the pillow and sighed helplessly. She just wanted to be a politician. So why was she getting dragged into all this chaos outside that world? Kang Jiam worried about her identity being exposed as a time traveler, dreading getting caught up in kidnappings or brutal murders, and in her own world, she had to be extra cautious dealing with the Brandon clan, which operated under very different rules. She feared they would discover her and suffer the same fate as the 7 time travelers who were exposed before her. The Brandon clan in her world had long joined the alliance and even adopted Mandarin, but only the main family branch kept the tradition of speaking Japanese. Time travelers from Japan had infiltrated 3 northern Brandon cities, Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe. Except for Kang Jiem, no one spoke Chinese, so it was only a matter of time before she got found out. Still, she considered herself lucky in some ways. Thanks to the arranged marriage, Kang Jiem was sent to City 18 to meet the young heir named Kan Tron. The Brandon clan placed great importance on this alliance and the benefits behind it, so they rushed to push her into contact with him, which meant the scrutiny was not too harsh. Thinking this over, Kang Jiem could not help but try searching for Kan Tron's name, but nothing came up. She stepped down from the bed and walked over to the window, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, she found no new information, just like every time before. First, She had to confirm if this young hare was really a time traveler. Last time she came, she missed meeting him. Would she get lucky this time? Thinking this sent a chill through her eyes. Her cheeks flushed red. She nervously rubbed her hands and muttered, wondering if she saw Contron too often. Would he start thinking she liked him? Should she hold back and space out their meetings instead? Lost in thought, Kangdrem fell silent. After a moment, she decided to just go and figure it out as she went. Right on cue, the time arrived, and her time travel journey began.